Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Ninja World. When Might Guy learns the 72 Shaolin techniques. Part 1. Konoha Village. Ninja Academy. In front of the bulletin board. A group of 6 or 7-year-old children were huddled together. Some were cheering and jumping for joy, while others bowed their heads and sobbed. Today was the day the results were posted. Guy's consciousness awakened amidst the clamor. So noisy. He struggled to open his eyes, seeing swaying figures in his field of vision. His ears were filled with the laughter and crying of children, as well as the comfort or praise of parents. Wait. He looked down and saw a pair of short, thick little hands, wearing a faded green jumpsuit. Further down were two short legs also wrapped in green tights. These clothes, why did they look familiar? In the next second, memories flooded into his mind like a tide. Might Guy. 6 years old. Today the Ninja Academy results were posted. Because his ninjutsu talent was substandard, and genjutsu talent was substandard, he had failed to get in. At this moment, he was standing blankly in front of the bulletin board, seeing that his name was not on the admission list. Guy took 3 seconds to digest this fact. Then he slowly formed a question mark in his heart. Who have I become? Might Guy. The man who almost kicked his way to the end of the story. The taijutsu fanatic who always talks about youth, and wears a green jumpsuit. The blue beast whom even Uchiha Madara gave a thumbs up to, praising, I acknowledge your taijutsu. He looked down at his short little hands again. Good grief. It's the 6-year-old version, and the rejected version at that. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a rough hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. He turned around. He met a face full of stubble. Thick eyebrows, large eyes, the same faded green jumpsuit, and the same thick, short eyebrows. He was practically an enlarged version of himself. Only this enlarged version of himself had slightly red eyes, yet was forcing a smile. Might Die. The original's father, Konoha Village's, eternal genin. The man who, so his son wouldn't be looked down upon in the future, cultivated alone for 20 years to learn the 8 gates. The one who later, to protect him, used his physical body to open the gate of death. Although he decimated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he also burned himself out. Dai had obviously seen the list too. He thought his son was dazed because of the rejection, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. But he immediately took a deep breath. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged little Guy tightly. Guy. The loud voice exploded in Guy's ear, making his eardrums buzz. It's okay. A man's life only gets more hot-blooded after starting from failure. Guy was held so tightly he could barely breathe. The warmth coming through the clothes and Day's slightly trembling arms. It made him freeze. Being an orphan in his previous life, he had never experienced such an unreserved hug. Guy. Dai let go, stepped back, gave a trademark thumbs up, and revealed flashing teeth. Hot tears still hung in the corners of his eyes, yet he smiled incredibly brightly. Youth is about getting up from where you fall. Come. Papa has cooked red bean dumpling soup for you. Starting tomorrow, we father and son will train together and prove it to everyone with taijutsu. The sunlight hit those white teeth, making Guy a bit dazzled. Looking at this hot-blooded idiot before him. The unwillingness and stubbornness remaining in the original body seemed to be ignited by this light. Guy's heart warmed. He unconsciously mimicked Day's movements. He also gave a thumbs up. He also bared his teeth. And roared back with the same loud voice. Okay. Papa. Father-son bond achieved, monk value plus 50. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Guy, no, he should be called Might Guy now. He froze for a moment. System. Monk system activated. Host. Might Guy, 6 years old. Current monk value. 50. Mall. Locked. Newbie gift pack pending collection. A simple virtual panel appeared in his mind. Might Guy blinked, and the panel was still there. Collect. He thought silently. Newbie gift pack opened. Obtained. Monk value times 300. Obtained. Shaolin 72 Supreme Techniques random draw times 3. 3 balls of golden light exploded in his consciousness. The first ball of light dissipated, turning into an ancient secret manual with 5 characters shining in gold on the cover. Great Vajra leg. Low-grade supreme technique. Fierce and overbearing, kicking stone like mud. The second ball of light followed immediately. Great Vajra finger. Low-grade supreme technique. Finger strength pierces gold, crushing iron like paper. 2 low-grade supreme techniques. Before Might Guy could look closely, the third ball of light shone blindingly. Muscle Tendon Change Classic. High-grade supreme technique. The treasure of Shaolin Temple, cleansing the meridians and marrow, transforming the body. Greatly increases physique, internal energy recovery speed, and cultivation aptitude. Might Guy's pupils shrank slightly. The Muscle Tendon Change Classic. The supreme cultivation technique of Shaolin Temple. Placed in the Naruto world, this is a top-tier secret technique that can change one's physique and accelerate cultivation. Moreover, he was only 6 years old, in the period of rapid physical development, starting to cultivate the Muscle Tendon Change Classic now. Guy. Day's large face suddenly leaned in front of him, interrupting his thoughts. Why are you dazed? Are you too moved? Dai gave another thumbs up, his teeth flashing. It's okay. Papa understands. A man's hot blood should flow out to feel good. Might Guy looked at this face close at hand. This idiot father probably thought his son was so moved by his youth speech that he couldn't speak. Papa. Might Guy suddenly spoke. I will become strong. Dai froze for a moment. Might Guy raised his little face and looked at him seriously. Using taijutsu. In my own way. One day, I will make everyone remember my name. He was speaking from the heart. Since he had inherited this body, he absolutely could not lose face for Might Guy. Looking at his son's serious gaze, Day's eyes turned red again. Guy. He opened his arms again and hugged Might Guy, his loud voice echoing through the whole street. As expected of my son. So hot-blooded. Papa will wait for you. Papa will always wait for you. We father and son will work together. Youth is. Papa. Might Guy was being squeezed so hard he couldn't breathe. Let go first, the red bean dumpling soup is getting cold. Oh right. Dai quickly let go and grabbed Might Guy's little hand. Come, let's go eat dumplings. Eat and then sleep. Early morning special training tomorrow. Might Guy was pulled forward, while thinking in his heart. The 300 monk value from the newbie gift pack, plus the 50 monk value from the father-son bond. Add all of it to the Muscle Tendon Change Classic. Monk value minus 350. Muscle Tendon Change Classic proficiency increasing. Current proficiency, 350 proficient. Supreme Technique proficiency is divided into 5 levels. Initial mastery, 0 to 99. Small success, 100 to 299. Proficient, 300 to 599. Mastery, 600 to 999. Perfection, 1000. After a supreme technique reaches max level, corresponding special effects appear. A warm current rose from his lower abdomen, slowly flowing through his entire body. His originally tired and aching body seemed to be injected with new vitality. His breathing became long and powerful. Might Guy took a deep breath. The Muscle Tendon Change Classic was already thoroughly mastered. As for the Great Vajra leg and Great Vajra finger, he would rely on himself to cultivate them bit by bit. This was the foundation of being a taijutsu ninja. Since he had come to this world and become Might Guy, then he would use these fists to forge a different future. Guy. Dai shouted, looking back from ahead, hurry up. If you're any slower, Papa will eat all the dumplings. Coming. Might Guy moved his short legs and immediately chased after him. The next day, before the sky had even brightened, Might Guy was still dreaming. In the dream, he was using the Great Vajra leg to shatter a massive rock. Behind the rock, Uchiha Madara's shocked face was revealed. Guy. The blanket was suddenly whipped away. Dai's large face appeared before his eyes, his teeth gleaming in the morning light. Youth does not allow for sleeping in. Get up for special training. Might Guy opened his eyes dazed, and before he could react, he was hauled out of bed by Dai. Hurry. The day's plan starts in the morning. A man's hot blood must start burning before the sun rises. 5 minutes later, 2 green figures, one large and one small, were running through the streets of Konoha village. Guy. Follow your father's rhythm. 1-2. 1-2. Dai's loud voice was exceptionally resonant in the cold, quiet streets. A ramen uncle who had woken up early to open his shop poked his head out while yawning. Seeing the 2 green-clad figures, he shook his head. It's that eternal genin again. An auntie buying vegetables nearby spoke in a low voice. I heard his son failed the selection too. He can't do ninjutsu or genjutsu, sigh. That's the kid, right? Poor thing, he'll end up just like his father. The voices weren't loud, but they were enough to reach their ears. Might Guy's pace faltered for a moment. Dai acted as if he hadn't heard anything, instead, his voice grew even louder. Guy. Speed up. Let the morning breeze blow away all your worries. Youth is about running. He looked back, giving Might Guy a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. The sun hadn't come out yet, but his smile was more dazzling than sunlight. Might Guy looked at this figure from behind. This man, in his own way, was protecting his son's dignity. Dad, he quickened his pace to catch up. How many times did you take the test back then? Dai was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. 3 times. Dad took the test 3 times before getting into the ninja academy. Back then, I was mocked as the dead last among dead lasts. He looked back while running, his expression as proud as if he were talking about something incredible. But Guy, look at Dad now, aren't I also an excellent? He paused, his voice getting a bit quieter, eternal genin. Then he was the first to start laughing. Might Guy was also amused and laughed along. The slight barrier in his heart dissolved in this laughter. Dai suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious. He squatted down and lowered his voice. Guy, Dad's going to tell you a secret. Might Guy's heart skipped a beat. Dad spent 20 years mastering a forbidden jutsu. Dai leaned in close to his ear, his voice even lower. It's called the 8 Gates. Although I can only be a genin normally, at a critical moment, Dad can explode with immense power. After saying this, he gave another thumbs up, his eyes frighteningly bright. So Guy, as long as you work hard, there's nothing you can't do. Taijutsu can also become the strongest weapon. To protect those you want to protect. Might Guy looked into those eyes. It was a pure, unwavering belief in his own path. The last of the original body's emotions completely settled. In its place was a brand new determination. Since he had come here, he would live a life of different brilliance. And more importantly, he would protect this silly dad in front of him. He looked up, revealing a smile identical to Dai's. I'm not afraid. Youth is meant to be burned. Dai was stunned. His eyes turned red at a visible rate. He scooped Might Guy up and spun in place. Good son. Well said. Youth is meant to be burned. Might Guy was spun until he was dizzy. Put me down. No. Dad is too happy. The two ran all the way to the back mountains of Konoha. A secluded forest clearing. Dai pointed to a tree in front of them that was as thick as a thigh. First lesson. Before dawn, 5,000 front kicks. Watch Dad demonstrate. He took a deep breath and suddenly raised his leg. Whoosh. The sound of breaking air was sharp and piercing. Every kick was powerful, the shadows of his legs blurring together. He kicked 50 times in a row without his expression changing. Did you see clearly? Dai withdrew his leg. Just follow this posture. Begin. Might Guy nodded. He walked to the tree, mimicked Dai's stance, raised his leg, and kicked. Once, twice, 3 times. At first, he could keep up. 100, 200, 500 times. Guy's foundation was decent. But by 1,000 times, his legs still began to feel weak. By 2,000 times, his thigh muscles were aching as if they were about to tear. By 3,000 times, every leg lift required gritted teeth. Sweat flowed from his forehead into his eyes, stinging painfully. His bodysuit was already soaked, clinging to his body. Dai sat to the side, silent. Might Guy gritted his teeth and continued kicking. Since he was Guy, he had to work hard. Inside his body, the warm current of the muscle tendon change classic flowed slowly. Although his muscles were sore, his physical recovery speed was clearly faster than an ordinary person's. It allowed him to barely keep going. 3,500. 4,000. 4,500. 4,998. 4,999. 5,000. The final kick was completed. Might Guy collapsed directly onto the grass, panting heavily. His legs felt as if the bones had been removed, as soft as 2 clumps of noodles. At this moment on the horizon, the bright sun had just appeared. Shining through the forest leaves, it fell upon his face. Warm. Very comfortable. Dai squatted beside him and gave a thumbs up. Good job, Guy. Tomorrow we'll increase it to 5,500. Might Guy rolled over and looked at the sky. The corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. He did it. Relying on his own will, he did it. Great Vajra leg. Initial mastery, 5/99. 5,000 front kicks. Great Vajra leg proficiency increased by 5 points. At this intensity, it would only take 200 days. In just 200 days, he could cultivate the Great Vajra leg to the Great Perfection realm. No. Perhaps even shorter. Feeling the strength gradually returning to his body. Guy stood up. Looking at Dai, he showed a flash of white teeth. Dad, I want to practice a bit more. Dai grinned and patted Guy's shoulder. Good. Dad will go back and cook first. Don't be too late. A man must also fill his stomach. Dai strode away. Might Guy walked to another tree and began practicing the basic movements of the Vajra finger. Poking the tree trunk with his finger, feeling the force. Once, twice, 3 times. His fingertips quickly became red and swollen. But he didn't stop. The warm current of the muscle tendon change classic wrapped around his finger, recovery being slightly faster than the damage. The swelling would subside a bit, then he'd poke again, and it would subside again. When he had poked over 200 times, slight footsteps came from behind. Might Guy looked back. A middle-aged man with long silver hair, leading a young boy about his age, stood not far away. Silver short hair, wearing a Konoha forehead protector. A short blade was on his left shoulder, its hilt white. Tsukumo Hatake. Konoha's white fang. Might Guy's pupils constricted slightly. He looked down at the little boy. White hair, a white mask, bangs covering one eye. Kakashi Hatake. 5-year-old Kakashi. It seemed White Fang had also brought his son to familiarize him with the training environment. He saw Might Guy training alone. He saw his red, swollen, and broken fingers. He saw his worn-out shoes. Then he looked toward the horizon, at the sun that had just risen. A flicker of something passed through his eyes. He squatted down and said to Kakashi, Kakashi, look at that child. Kakashi looked up at Might Guy. His gaze carried the indifference and detachment unique to geniuses. Dad heard he failed the selection. White Fang's voice was calm, because he can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. Kakashi didn't speak. White Fang continued, but he didn't give up. Before dawn, he was already here practicing taijutsu. His foundation is very solid, and he has such perseverance. He paused. Kakashi, remember your father's words, in the future, he might surpass you. Surprise appeared in Kakashi's eyes for the first time. He looked seriously at the green-clad youth who was poking the tree. Might Guy felt that gaze. He didn't look back, continuing to poke the tree trunk one strike at a time. White Fang stood up, leading Kakashi as they prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps, he looked back again. He gave Might Guy a gentle smile. Then he turned and left. Under the morning sun, the figures of the White Fang father and son gradually receded. Might Guy stood in place, looking in that direction, not moving for a long time. He thought of the timeline in the original story. 1 year at most. When Kakashi is 7, this hero of Konoha will commit suicide because of rumors and slander. Simply because he chose to save his comrades and abandoned the mission. Accused by the whole village, accused by the people he saved, and finally. Might Guy clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He wanted to rush up and tell him that saving comrades isn't wrong. Tell him that while people's words are fearsome, you must hold on. Tell him that his son will become a very powerful ninja in the future. But he was just a 6-year-old boy who had failed the selection. A person of no consequence. Speaking out rashly would only seem bizarre. It was still too early. He couldn't intervene. He could only wait for an opportunity. Or, make himself stronger, more influential. When the time comes, perhaps he can change something. Guy's gaze gradually became firm. Guy's training continued. Once, twice, 3 times. His fingertips struck the rough bark, it hurt. But he gritted his teeth and carried on. The warm current of the muscle tendon change classic circulated through his body. The skin on his fingertips broke, healed, broke again, and healed once more. The sun slowly rose. 100 times. 200 times. 500 times. 1,000 times. His fingers were swollen like carrots. 2,000 times. His knuckles were rubbed raw, leaving streaks of blood on the bark. 3,000 times. The pain turned to numbness. But he kept jabbing. Only one thought remained in his mind. Guy, you can't stop. 4,000 times. 5,000 times. When the final finger jabbed out, his fingers could no longer bend back. Might Guy spread his hands, looked at his 10 red and swollen fingers, and grinned. Great Vajra finger. Initial glimpse 5/100ths. Good. Time to go home and eat. The way back required passing through a small grove of trees. Might Guy shook his hands to keep the blood flowing. His fingertips throbbed with pain, but he was in a good mood. Then he heard crying. It was a very soft cry, the kind where someone covers their mouth, afraid to make a sound. Might Guy's footsteps paused. He followed the sound with his eyes. Deep in the woods, 4 older boys were standing in a circle around a little girl. She had black, naturally curly short hair. And large, wine-red eyes. She was adorable, exceptionally cute. However, the little girl's eyes were filled with tears, though she bit her lip to keep them from falling. She was clutching a hair tie in her hand, and several boys were reaching out to snatch it. Let go. I won't. My mommy gave this to me. If you don't let go, we'll beat you. Hand it over. Bullying a little girl. Something snapped in Might Guy's head. System prompt. Mission triggered, righting wrongs, acting heroically. Reward. Monk value plus 80, random elementary gift pack times 1. Guy didn't even pay attention to the system prompt. He charged forward and roared at the top of his lungs. Let go of that girl. The 4 older boys were startled and turned around in unison. The leader was a chubby boy of 7 or 8, wearing a rumpled Ninja Academy uniform. When he saw who it was, a sneer appeared on his face. Oh, I was wondering who it was. He looked Might Guy's green outfit up and down. The son of the eternal genin, that rejected dead last. The others nearby laughed along. I heard he can't even use the clone technique, he only knows a tiny bit of taijutsu. What's the use of taijutsu? He's just a human punching bag. The chubby boy stepped forward and gave Might Guy a shove. Be smart and get lost, don't meddle in. Before he could finish, Guy delivered a direct flying kick. Great Vajra leg. Oda. Thump. The kick slammed into the boy's shin. The chubby boy let out a miserable scream and fell straight to his knees. The remaining 3 froze for a second, then charged forward with a yell. Might Guy didn't dodge. He jabbed out with 2 fingers on his right hand, swollen like carrots, hitting the second boy square in the shoulder. The boy clutched his shoulder and screamed. Half his arm had gone numb. The third one lunged from the side, actually clutching an unsharpened kunai in his hand. Even though it was the training type, a scratch would still hurt. Might Guy sidestepped it and followed up with a high kick, the top of his foot snapping against the boy's chin. The boy fell backward onto the ground. The fourth one was so scared he turned and ran, shouting as he went, "You just wait. Just you wait." Might Guy didn't give chase. He looked down at his right arm. He hadn't completely dodged that last attack. The tip of the kunai had left a cut on his arm. Blood dripped down from his elbow. It wasn't deep, but it stung quite a bit. He didn't make a sound. He turned to look at the little girl. She was still standing there, clutching her hair tie, staring at him with wide, stunned eyes. Might Guy grinned, gave a thumbs up, and flashed his white teeth. It's okay now. The sunlight hit his face, there was sweat on his forehead and blood flowing down his arm, but his smile was exceptionally bright. The little girl stared blankly. Then, her face turned red. She lowered her head and said softly, thank you. Might Guy walked over and crouched down to look at her. What's your name? Kuranai Yuhi. Her large wine-red eyes looked up at him for a moment before quickly looking down again. Might Guy paused. Kuranai Yuhi. Kuranai is a child. No wonder she was so cute. I really want to pinch her cheeks. Guy suppressed the urge, scratched his head to ease the awkwardness, and said, by the way, why are you here alone? Kuranai pursed her lips, her voice even softer. I just finished my cultivation and wanted to take a shortcut home. Might Guy nodded. Take the main road from now on. If those fools dare to come back, just run. If you can't outrun them, shout. If I hear you, I'll come over. Kuranai blinked. She looked at his green outfit, then at his carrot-swollen fingers, and then at his bleeding arm. Your hand. It's nothing. Might Guy waved his hand. The corner of his mouth twitched from the pain, but his smile didn't waver. I'm a man, a little injury like this is nothing. An inexplicable light appeared in Kuranai's eyes, and she pursed her lips. She pulled a neatly folded small handkerchief from her pocket and handed it over. Here, wipe the blood. Might Guy was stunned for a moment, then took it. Thanks. The tips of Kuranai's ears turned red. She turned and ran, but after a few steps, she looked back and said seriously. My name is Kuranai Yuhi. You have to remember me. Then she ran even faster. Her black curly hair bounced in the sunlight. Might Guy watched her back, looked down at the small handkerchief in his hand, and smiled. A small flower was embroidered on the handkerchief, and it carried a faint fragrance. Mission accomplished. Righting wrongs, acting heroically. Obtained. Monk value plus 80, random elementary gift pack times 1. Open gift pack. Open. Obtained. Golden Sore Ointment times 3. Rapid healing, for external use. Might Guy's eyes lit up. Golden Sore Ointment. This is good stuff. He then added all 80 monk value points he had obtained into the Muscle Tendon Change Classic. Monk value minus 80. This was the foundation. Guy had already decided that from now on, all the monk value he obtained would be put into the Muscle Tendon Change Classic. He only wanted the Muscle Tendon Change Classic to reach major achievement as quickly as possible. To lay the most solid foundation for his future self. Moreover, the higher the proficiency of the Muscle Tendon Change Classic, the faster his body's recovery speed would be. The more he could endure higher intensity training. A virtuous cycle. Guy was in a good mood. Humming a little tune, he returned home and pushed open the door. Dai immediately came to meet him. You must be hungry. Papa made a speck. His voice paused as he saw the blood on Might Guy's arm. You're injured. Minor injury. Might Guy waved it off. Met some bullies on the way and had a bit of a fight. Dai was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes turned red again. He pulled Might Guy into a hug. Good son. Acting bravely for a just cause. That's a real man. Might Guy was being squeezed so hard he couldn't breathe. Papa, food. Right. Let's eat. On the table were 2 plates of oddly colored, steaming fried rice. Green, red, and yellow grains were mixed together. It looked like some kind of unknown ninjutsu. Might Guy sat down, picked up a spoon, and began to eat in large mouthfuls. The taste was actually not bad. Dai sat opposite him, staring at him the whole time. Guy. The injury on your hand, did you apply medicine? Not yet. Dai stood up, rummaged through a cabinet for a small medicine box, and took out some ointment. He sat down next to him and carefully applied it. Might Guy looked down at the man's clumsy movements. In his past life, he was an orphan, no one had ever applied medicine for him. Papa. I fought off 4 today. One of them had a kunai, but I wasn't scared. Dai's hand paused for a moment. He looked up, his eyes red again, but his smile was full of pride. Good son. He gave Might Guy a hard slap on the back. Might Guy almost spat out his rice. After finishing the meal, Dai cleared the dishes and suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Guy, Papa has to go out tomorrow. Might Guy looked up. Where to? There's a mission outside the village, escorting a merchant caravan to the neighboring town. It'll take about 2 or 3 days. Dai scratched his head. It's a C rank mission. I wasn't going to take it, but the pay is good, and the client specifically asked for me. He gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. It shows that Papa still has some reputation. Might Guy nodded. It was normal for a genin to take C rank missions. Then you should get some good rest today. Dai patted his head. The body is the most important thing. While Papa is away, don't train too hard, and remember to eat on time. Might Guy was stunned for a moment. This hot-blooded idiot would actually say something like, don't train too hard. I know. Dai grinned, then got up and went out to buy groceries. In the afternoon, Guy went into the yard and looked at all the training equipment. He really wanted to start training right now. But Dai's words echoed in his ears. The body is the most important thing. Don't train too hard. Might Guy looked at his red and swollen fingers. Then he looked at the wound on his arm. Although it had scabbed over, it still hurt a bit to move. He took a deep breath and stood up. He turned and went back inside. He lay down on the bed. The muscle tendon change classic slowly circulated, the warm current wandering through his body. His fingers didn't hurt as much, and the wound felt tingly as it healed. The sunlight outside was just right. But he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Dai was right. Resting well is for the sake of better cultivation. In the evening, Dai pushed open the door and saw that Might Guy was still sleeping. He was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. He walked quietly to the bedside and tucked the blanket around Might Guy. Good son, he said softly. You've learned to rest. After watching him for a few more moments, Dai seemed to have made some kind of decision. He took a deep breath and turned to walk out. Konoha Village, Hokage Office Building. Dai stood at the entrance, taking a deep breath. He looked down at his own outfit, green clothes washed until they were fading to white. He felt his pocket again, touching those few crumpled mission pay receipts. I can do this. He whispered to encourage himself. For Guy, I can definitely do this. He pushed open the door. Excuse me, is the third Hokage here? The Chunin on duty looked up at him, recognizing him as that eternal genin, and spoke in a flat tone. The third Hokage is very busy today. If you have business, come back tomorrow. Dai shook his head. I'll wait right here. He walked outside the Hokage office and stood still. Motionless. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The sun set, and the moon rose. Dai was still standing there. The Chunin on duty changed shifts. The newly arrived Jonin glanced at him but said nothing. Midnight. The office door opened. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, walked out, puffing on his pipe. Seeing the person standing at the door, he was momentarily stunned. Might Dai. Dai immediately knelt down. A Dageza. His forehead pressed against the ground. Lord Third. His voice was very loud, echoing in the empty corridor. I beg of you. Give Guy a chance. The third remained silent for a few seconds, taking a puff of smoke. Stand up and speak. Dai didn't move. Lord Third, Guy failed the selection. I know, his ninjutsu is no good, and his genjutsu is no good either. The examiner said he has no talent and won't be able to become a ninja in the future. His voice trembled slightly. But Lord Third, he gets up before dawn every day to train. Yesterday he did 5,000 leg kicks. Today he poked the tree 5,000 times. His fingers are so swollen they won't even bend back. He still has a wound on his arm. That's from a kunai scratch while he was doing a good deed. He's only 6 years old. Dai looked up, his eyes bloodshot, but his gaze was firm. Lord Third, Guy, he is really working hard. In his own way, through taijutsu. I guarantee it with my life. Guy will definitely become an outstanding ninja. The corridor was very quiet. The third looked at the man kneeling on the ground before him. The eternal genin. It took him 3 tries just to graduate from the ninja academy. It's been 20 years, and he's still a genin. Some in the village called him the eternal dead last, and some mocked him behind his back, saying his son would be just like him. But he had never complained. Every day he was cheerful, taking the most bitter missions and doing the most tiring work, never slacking off. The third took a puff of smoke. Dai, do you know what time it is now? Dai was stunned for a moment. An era of war. The third said slowly. Every village is preparing for war, and Konoha needs more ninja. According to the rules, students who fail the selection can be admitted as an exception through a special recommendation. Dai's eyes lit up. But they need to demonstrate a talent sufficient to compensate for their deficiency in ninjutsu. The third looked at him. Taijutsu is acceptable. But if he doesn't meet the standard, entering the academy will only harm him, he won't keep up with the progress, he'll be mocked by his classmates, and eventually, he'll drop out. Dai nodded heavily. Before Dai could speak, the third looked deeply at him and said meaningfully. Moreover, once Guy enters the ninja academy, have you thought clearly about what he will face in the future? Dai's expression stiffened. But it was immediately replaced by a look of determination. I've thought it through. And Guy, he's thought it through too, 20 days from now. The third interrupted him. 20 days from now, the Ninja Academy starts. Before it starts, I'll have Sakumo Hataki conduct an assessment on him. If he can demonstrate genin level taijutsu, he will be admitted as an exception. Dai was stunned. Sakumo Hataki. Konoha's White Fang. That legendary ninja. What? The third raised an eyebrow, no confidence. I have it. Dai's forehead pressed against the ground again, his voice so resonant it could be heard throughout the floor. Thank you, Lord Third. Thank you, Lord Third. The third waved his hand. Alright, go back. 20 days from now, at the Backhill training ground, 8 in the morning. Dai scrambled up, bowed 3 times, turned around, and ran. He ran to the entrance and looked back, giving a thumbs up with his teeth gleaming. Lord Third. Guy definitely won't let you down. The third watched the green shadow disappear into the night and shook his head. Yet, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Dai sprinted all the way. Through the streets, through the alleys, he pushed open the front door. The lights were off in the house, and Guy was still sleeping. Dai stood by the bed, looking at his son. Moonlight shone on his face, he was clutching a small handkerchief embroidered with little flowers. Dai took a deep breath. Guy. He whipped the blanket off. Wake up. Might Guy opened his eyes dizzily. Dad, it's not dawn yet, is it? It is. Dai pointed outside the window, the moon is the sun of the night. Youth knows no difference between day and night. Might Guy sat up and rubbed his eyes. What's wrong? Dai crouched down, placing both hands on his shoulders, his eyes frighteningly bright. Guy, Dad has some good news for you. 20 days from now, Senior White Fang is going to conduct an assessment on you. Might Guy was stunned for a moment. Assessment for what? Taijutsu. Dai's voice grew louder and louder. If you can demonstrate genin level taijutsu, you can be admitted as an exception. Lord Third said so himself. System prompt. Mission triggered. Academy entrance assessment. Objective. Within 20 days, cultivate any 2 martial skills to small success. Proficiency is greater than or equal to 100. Reward. Monk value times 100. Random elementary gift pack. Failure penalty. None. However, the qualification for academy entrance will be lost. Might Guy was now completely awake. Exception admission. 20 days. White Fang's assessment. Looking at Dai's excited face, he suddenly remembered something. Dad, where did you just go? Dai scratched his head. I went to the Hokage building. When did you go? After you fell asleep. Might Guy looked out the window. It was almost dawn. He had slept for an entire afternoon plus an entire night. Which means Dai had stood at the Hokage building all night long. Dad. Oh, it's nothing. Dai gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. What's a night of standing for a real man? What's important is you. He reached out his large, rough hand. Guy, 20 days. The two of us will give it our all for 20 days. Let Senior White Fang see that Taijutsu ninja can be formidable too. Might Guy looked at that hand. Then he looked at Dai's bloodshot eyes. It felt like something was stuck in his heart. He raised his hand. And high-fived Dai. Slap. All right. Dai grinned. That's my son. He turned to walk out. I'll go make breakfast. We start special training after eating. Time is tight, we can't waste a single second. He looked back at the door. Guy. Dad believes in you. The door closed. Might Guy sat on the bed, looking down at his hands. His fingers were still swollen, but much better than yesterday. The warm current of the muscle tendon change classic flowed slowly through his body, and his wounds had already scabbed over. 20 days. 2 low-grade peerless skills trained to small success. He looked at the system panel in the Void Realm. Great Vajra Leg. Initial Mastery 5/99. Great Vajra Finger. Initial Mastery 5/99. Small success requires 100 proficiency points. In other words, within 20 days, he needs to gain 95 more points for each skill. According to yesterday's speed, 5,000 kicks gained 5 points, and 5,000 pokes gained 5 points. That's 10 points a day. 20 days would be 200 points. It's enough. Guy grinned. Besides, he was improving. He wouldn't just stay in the same place. As long as he persisted, he would succeed. Might Guy took a deep breath. Although there was no failure penalty for the system mission, losing the qualification to enter the academy would be the greatest penalty of all. He scrambled up and got dressed. He pushed open the door. Training. Might Guy walked to the wooden dummy in the courtyard. Time is tight, I can't waste a single second. Dai looked at his son's back. His eyes turned red again. All right. His loud voice rang out, making the neighbor's dog bark. Guy, eat first. After breakfast, Dad will train with you. 20 days from now, let's show everyone. Might Guy turned back, gave a thumbs up along with him, and showed his white teeth. The power of youth. Before dawn, Dai and Guy arrived at the waterfall in the back mountains. Dai stood with hands on his hips, his teeth gleaming. 20 days is too short. Ordinary training won't make it in time. Papa is going to give you special training. Guy nodded. Okay. Dai was stunned for a moment. You're not going to ask what it is? No. Dai's eyes turned red again. He hugged Guy tightly. Good son. So hot-blooded. Guy was strangled by him until his eyes rolled back. Dai let go, took a deep breath, and his expression became unusually serious. Guy, next, the training you must do is 5,000 kicks every day. Push-ups start from 1,000, adding 200 every day. Stand under the waterfall for 1 hour. And. He paused and gave a thumbs up. Papa will teach you ultimate move. Konoha Senpu. Guy's eyes lit up. Konoha Senpu. One of Might Guy's signature taijutsu moves. It is also the foundation for many subsequent taijutsu moves. Watch closely. Dai took a few steps back, took a deep breath, and suddenly started a running jump. Taking to the air. His body spun in the air. A beautiful roundhouse kick. Whoosh. The sound of breaking air was sharp and piercing. Landing, Dai turned back, his teeth gleaming. How was that? Guy blinked. At that moment just now, it seemed like something lit up in his mind. It wasn't a system prompt. It was a feeling. That way of exerting force, that rhythm of rotation, that technique of adjusting the center of gravity in the air. He seemed to have learned it. Papa, let me try. Dai was stunned for a moment. Now. You've only seen it once. Guy had already started his run up. Taking to the air. Turning. Kick. Whoosh. The movement was a bit crooked, and he almost fell upon landing, but that kick was delivered. Dai's mouth hung wide open. Might Guy stood firm and turned back to look at him. Dai's mouth still hadn't closed. Guy. You just now. Might Guy scratched his head. I seem to have gotten it. But I'm not very proficient. Dai was silent for 3 seconds. Then his eyes turned red again. Good son. Genius. You are definitely a taijutsu genius. He rushed over to hug him, but Guy was prepared and took off running. Papa, calm down first. I can't calm down. 2 green figures, one large and one small, chased each other through the woods, startling a flock of birds. Training officially began. On the first day, 5,000 kicks. 1,000 single finger push-ups. Standing under the waterfall for 20 minutes. Guy endured it. On the second day, 5,500 kicks. 1,200 single finger push-ups. Standing under the waterfall for 30 minutes. He endured it again. The third day, 6,000 kicks. 1,400 single finger push-ups. Standing under the waterfall for 40 minutes. In the evening, he sat in front of a tree, looking at his hands. Of the 10 fingers, not a single one was intact. The knuckles were worn raw and bloody. In some places, white bone could be seen. Blood dripped down his fingers, landing on the fallen leaves. He lifted his foot. The instep was also broken. The tree trunk was covered in bloodstains. Why push so hard? This question suddenly popped up. In his previous life, he was an orphan, with no one to care for or love him, just living was enough. But in this life, he had a father, a system, and a chance to become stronger. He lowered his head, staring at his bloody fingers. Footsteps came from nearby. Dai walked over, said nothing, and took a horse stance beside him. Then he raised his fist. Bang! A punch smashed into the tree. The trunk vibrated, and leaves fell. Bang! Another punch. Bang! 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 Punch after punch. The skin on his fist soon broke as well, and blood seeped out. Guy looked at him blankly. Dai didn't speak. He just continued to smash. Once. Twice. 3 times. Guy gritted his teeth. He turned his head. He raised his finger. Poke. Once. Twice. 3 times. Great Vajra finger proficiency +1. Great Vajra leg proficiency +1. Night fell. Only the sounds of bang and thud remained in the woods, one after another, until very late. The 13th day. 3 in the morning. Guy woke up. His fingers hurt. His insteps hurt. His shoulders hurt. His whole body hurt. He opened his eyes, wanting to circulate the muscle tendon change classic to relieve the pain. Then he found that Dai was not in bed. He turned his head toward the door. The door was open a crack. Moonlight filtered in. Guy climbed up, walked over quietly, and looked out. Dai was sitting on the doorstep, staring blankly at the moon. This man, who usually had the loudest voice and laughed the most joyfully, was now sitting quietly. His back looked a bit lonely. Guy pushed open the door, walked over, and sat down beside him. Dai turned his head to look at him, grinning. Why are you awake? Does it hurt? Yeah. Papa also hurts. Dai patted his head, but hurting is right. Hurting means you're getting stronger. Guy was silent for a while. Papa. Have you ever regretted it? Dai was stunned for a moment. Being a genin even after training for 20 years. Guy looked at the moon. Do you regret it? Dai didn't speak. After a long while, he finally spoke. Regret. He shook his head. Guy, Papa only regrets one thing, not being able to understand sooner. Guy turned to look at him. Understand what? Dai looked at the moon, his gaze very gentle. Protecting the people you want to protect is more important than becoming a Jonin. He paused and continued. When I used to team up with Senior White Fang for missions, Papa was the weakest one. Dragging others down, unable to help, and sometimes even needing to be protected. But White Fang never looked down on me. He turned his head, looked at Guy, and grinned. He said everyone has their own way of living. Some rely on ninjutsu, some on genjutsu, some on family secret techniques. And I. He gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming under the moonlight. My way of living is to use taijutsu to burn my youth to the end. Guy looked at this man. The moonlight shone on his face, his eyes frighteningly bright. He said it with a smile, but Guy could feel the weight in those words. This wasn't just some motivational fluff. This was a man's conviction. Guy took a deep breath. Papa. Tomorrow, I want to add more training. Guy was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes turned red again. Good son. He hugged Guy tightly, his loud voice particularly resonant in the night. Guy was strangled until his eyes rolled back, but the corners of his mouth were turned up. On the afternoon of the 17th day, the woods in the back mountains. Guy stood before a tree about as thick as a bowl. In these 15 days, he had kicked 100,000 times. He had poked his fingers over 90,000 times. He had used up 2 bottles of golden sore ointment. He had worn out 2 sets of training clothes. He had ruined 4 pairs of shoes. Great Vajra leg, small success 100/300ths. Great Vajra finger, initial mastery 99/100ths. The leg reached it first. He took a deep breath. He recalled the movement Guy had demonstrated in his mind. Run up, take to the air, turn, kick. He knew it. He had learned it long ago. He started his run up. Taking to the air. His body spun in the air. Konoha Senpu. Whoosh. Bang. The bull-thick tree trunk snapped at the sound. The top half of the crown crashed down. Leaves fluttered everywhere. Might Guy landed and stood firm. He looked at the snapped tree trunk and was stunned. Dai stood not far away and was also stunned. Then Dai rushed over. Guy. You succeeded. You did it. He hugged Might Guy tightly, tears gushing out and snot flowing down as well. Wah Guy. Papa knew you could do it. Knew you could do it. Guy was hugged so tightly he couldn't breathe. His face and clothes were covered in snot and tears. Papa. Let go. Let go. I won't. Papa is too happy. Too happy. Guy rolled his eyes, his hands hanging limply. But his heart was warm. Forget it. Let's go home and wash the clothes. Great Vajra leg reached. Small success. Main mission progress 1/2. The setting sun spilled through the gaps in the leaves. 2 green figures, one large and one small, were hugged together. One was crying uncontrollably. One was rolling his eyes, having lost all hope in life. The wind blew through the woods, carrying a faint scent of blood and sweat. And something else hard to describe. Perhaps, it was youth. A few days later, in the early morning. Ninja Academy training grounds. Might Guy stood in the center of the field, wearing that same faded green jumpsuit. Might Guy stood by the side, hands clenched into fists, trembling with nervousness. Guy. Do your best. Papa is right here watching you. His booming voice echoed over the training grounds. Opposite him, a middle-aged man with long silver hair walked over slowly. Tsukumo Hitaki. Konoha's white fang. He was dressed the same as before, his gaze gentle. Might Guy. He stood still, looking down at the 6-year-old child before him. You seem to have bulked up quite a bit. Guy looked up at him. White Fang Sr., please guide me. White Fang nodded. The assessment is split into 3 parts. Basic taijutsu, 10 consecutive target kicks, and combat sparring. He paused, looking at Might Guy. Are you ready? Guy took a deep breath. I'm ready. The first part. Basic taijutsu. Front kicks, 1,000 times. Begin. Guy walked up to the wooden post. He raised his leg. Kick. 1, 2, 3. The movements were so standard it was as if they had been measured with a ruler. Waist straight, leg tensed, toes hooked back, landing steadily. 100, 300, 500. White Fang stood to the side, watching quietly. 800, 1000. Guy withdrew his leg and stood still. A light sweat broke out on his forehead, but his breathing remained steady. White Fang nodded. Your form is very standard. Much more standard than your father's back then. On the sidelines, Dai's eyes turned red. White Fang Sr. White Fang ignored him. The second part. 10 consecutive target kicks. 3 Chunin carried out a wooden target about half the height of a person. It was a standard training model, solid wood, with the outer layer wrapped in hemp rope. Guy walked over. He recognized this kind of target. When he practiced kicking before, this kind of target could withstand hundreds of hits. But that was before. He took a deep breath. He raised his leg. Bang! The first kick. The wooden target shook violently, and several strands of the outer hemp rope snapped. White Fang's eyebrows twitched. Guy's second kick was already out. Bang! Crack! The wooden target split down the middle, wood chips flying everywhere. Stop! The examiner nearby urgently called out, enough, enough. The target is broken. Guy withdrew his leg, looking a bit dazed. I only kicked it twice. The examiner looked at the wooden target split in two, his mouth twitching. Yes, twice was enough. By the side, Dai jumped up in excitement. Guy. Amazing. This is the power of youth. White Fang glanced at Dai, then looked back at Might Guy. There was something more in his gaze. The third part, he said, combat sparring. Guy was stunned. Against who? Me. White Fang unfastened the short blade from his shoulder and handed it to the nearby examiner. Don't worry, I'll use genin level strength. He rolled his wrists, give it your all. Guy swallowed hard. Fighting Konoha's White Fang. Even a genin level White Fang was still the White Fang. He took a starting stance. White Fang nodded. Come. Guy charged forward. He didn't know ninjutsu, he didn't know genjutsu, he only knew two things. Kicking and stabbing. Then I'll kick, then I'll stab. First kick, great Vajra leg, sweeping towards White Fang's calf. White Fang stepped aside to avoid it. The second kick followed immediately, still the great Vajra leg, this time a front thrust. White Fang took a step back. Guy landed, his right hand's two fingers thrusting out, aiming straight for White Fang's shoulder. White Fang's eyes moved slightly as he raised his arm to block. Puff. The fingers poked his forearm. White Fang felt his forearm go numb. He was a little surprised. This child's finger strength was much greater than it looked. Guy didn't give him time to think. Kick, stab, kick, stab. He didn't know anything else, just these two moves. But combined, he had practiced these two moves 200,000 times. Every kick carried the sound of breaking air, and every finger poke could cause sharp pain. White Fang retreated. And retreated again. By the third time he retreated, he realized he had been pushed to the edge of the training ground. Guy's right hand grabbed for his wrist. The gripping power of the Vajra finger. White Fang's wrist was caught, and for a moment, he actually couldn't break free. At the same time, Guy's leg had already swept towards his supporting leg. Konoha Senpu. Whoosh. White Fang's eyes lit up. Bang. Smoke exploded. Substitution jutsu. A wooden log fell to the ground, shattered into pieces by Might Guy's kick. Guy withdrew his leg and stood in place, panting. White Fang stood 3 meters away, wood chips clinging to him. He looked at Guy, his lips slowly curling up. Enough. The assessment was paused. White Fang walked to the side and whispered a few words to the examiner. The examiner nodded and turned to leave. Guy stood in place, not knowing what to do for a moment. Dai ran over and pulled him into a hug. Guy, you're incredible. You forced White Fang Sr. to use a substitution jutsu. Guy was being squeezed so hard he couldn't breathe. Papa, let go. White Fang Sr. is watching. Dai quickly let go and stood to the side, his hands not knowing where to go. After a while, a figure walked in from outside the training ground. Biting a pipe and wearing the Hokage hat. The third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Might Guy was stunned for a moment. The third walked up to White Fang. How is he? White Fang looked at Might Guy and spoke slowly. Chakra control is basically zero. Dai's face turned pale. Ninjutsu talent is very poor. Dai's hands began to shake. Genjutsu resistance is unknown, we didn't test it today. Tears were already welling up in Dai's eyes. White Fang paused. But the intensity of this taijutsu. He looked at Might Guy with a serious expression. It's already at the genin level. Dai was stunned. Tears were still on his face, his mouth open, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. The third took a puff of his pipe. White Fang, your conclusion. White Fang smiled. It was a very gentle smile, completely different from the sharpness during the assessment just now. Lord Third, let him enroll. He said. Konoha needs children like this. The third nodded. Good. He looked at Guy with appreciation in his eyes. Might Guy, wait for the notification tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. White Fang picked up his short blade, walked up to Guy, and crouched down. When your father teamed up with me back then, he was the weakest one. Guy looked at him. But he never gave up. White Fang patted his shoulder. You have more talent than he did. Keep training hard. He stood up and turned to leave. After a few steps, he looked back again. By the way, that, Konoha Senpu, just now, did your father teach you that? Might Guy nodded. White Fang smiled. That kick was very well done. He left. Might Guy stood there, his mind a bit dazed. And then, Dai rushed over, picked him up, and spun in circles. We did it. We did it. You're going to school. The Ninja Academy. His tears and snot were flowing again, smearing all over Guy's face. Papa, let go. I won't. Today is the happiest day of Papa's life. Guy rolled his eyes helplessly. The next day, in front of the Ninja Academy bulletin board, a group of children gathered there, looking at the newly announced supplementary admission list. Bushi Kasugi, Hinode Togakushi, and Guy stood outside the crowd, not squeezing in. Dai had already squeezed his way in. Then a loud roar erupted from the crowd. Might Guy. Guy, your name is on it. It's on there. Dai rushed out and grabbed Guy in a hug. Even though he had known the news since yesterday, he was still incredibly excited. Crying like a baby. Guy, we did it. We did it. Everyone around was watching. Guy's face turned a little red. Let go first, there are so many people. I won't. Papa is just too happy. System prompt. Main quest. Entrance assessment, completed. Obtained. Monk value plus 100. Obtained. Random elementary gift pack times 1. Open now. Open. Obtained. School uniform youth edition green times 1. Attributes. Defense plus 5, durability plus 100%, wear resistant. Guy looked at that bright green school uniform in the system inventory. Is there any difference from what I'm wearing now? Maybe the color is a bit greener. Forget it, it's all green anyway. Dai finally let go of him, wiping away his tears and snot, giving a thumbs up with teeth flashing. Guy. To celebrate. I've decided. We're doing extra training today. Guy was stunned for a moment. Extra training. Dai's eyes were terrifyingly bright. Youth is all about burning even hotter when celebrating. Guy was silent for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. He gave a thumbs up, revealing his white teeth. Okay. 2 green figures, 1 large and 1 small, high-fived again in front of the bulletin board. Slap. Then they ran side by side toward the back mountain. The sunlight spilled over them, making their green jumpsuits shine. Behind them, on the bulletin board, the name, Might Guy, lay quietly on the list. His path as a ninja officially began today. 3 days later. Ninja Academy. Might Guy sat in the last row of the classroom, by the window. He was wearing the school uniform provided by the system. Scattered around the classroom sat 12 people. He scanned the room. In the front row was Kakashi, whom he had met once before. With silver hair and a mask, he looked cool. Next to him was a girl with short brown hair who smiled very gently. Further back was Kurenai, whom Might Guy had saved once. She had wine-red eyes and kept glancing back, though it was unclear what she was looking at. Near the wall sat a boy chewing on a toothpick. Beside him was a cocky-looking kid with his hands in his pockets. In the row behind, a boy held a crow feather. Next to him was someone who kept coughing and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. There was also a purple-haired girl sitting quietly. In the corner, there were 3 people huddled together. One wore sunglasses, one had an arrogant face, and the other was silent. In the last row sat a girl with her hair in a bun. Her cheeks were moving, as if she were sneaking a snack. It looked like a dumpling. Finally, next to Might Guy, sat a boy with a gloomy look in his eyes. He sat alone in the corner, looking intimidating. Might Guy looked at them one by one. They were all familiar faces. But he said nothing, just leaned back in his chair and waited. Before long, the door opened. A man walked in. He had brown hair, wore a Chunin flak jacket, and smiled very gently. Hello, students. He stood at the podium. I am your homeroom teacher. Might Guy looked at him, feeling he looked familiar. But he couldn't recall who he was for a moment. Let's start with self-introductions. The man picked up a piece of chalk and wrote his name on the blackboard. My name is Yumino Iruka, and I am 27 years old. I like reading and taking walks. By the way, I have a child at home about your age named Iruka Yumino. Might Guy was stunned for a moment. This was Iruka's father. The one who sacrificed himself during the nine-tailed incident in the original story. Alright. Yumino Iruka put down the chalk and looked at the class with a smile. Now, it is your turn. Come up one by one and introduce yourselves. You can say your name, age, and likes. He looked at the first row. Let's start with you. The silver-haired boy stood up and walked to the podium. He glanced at the crowd below. Kakashi Hataki. 6 years old. After finishing, he returned to his seat. The classroom was silent for a second. Yumino Iruka nodded with a smile. Good, next. The girl with short brown hair went up, smiling gently. My name is Rin Nohara, 6 years old. I like playing with everyone. She bowed and trotted back. Kurenai Yuhi walked up with her head down, her face a bit red. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, 6 years old. I like green. After speaking, she glanced quickly at the corner, then lowered her head and ran back to her seat. Likes green. Might Guy was stunned for a moment, then noticed that the tips of Kurenai's ears seemed to be red. Next, a boy with a cocky look walked up, his hands in his pockets. Asuma Sarutobi. 6 years old. I like. As he spoke, he casually pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and skillfully opened it. Yumino Uruka's face darkened. He snatched it away. Children cannot smoke. Confiscated. Asuma curled his lips, put his hands back into his pockets, and went down. The next boy got up and went up. As soon as he reached the podium, his hand also reached into his pocket. Yumino Uruka immediately became nervous, ready to confiscate it at any moment. However, he was soon relieved. He saw the boy pull a toothpick from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Shiranui Genma. 6 years old. Yumino Uruka breathed a sigh of relief. Shiranui Genma went down with the toothpick in his mouth. The boy who came up next was reticent, said, Reito Namiyashi, 6 years old, and went down. Then came the one with sunglasses, holding a crow feather. Aoba Yamashiro. 6 years old. He pushed up his sunglasses and continued playing with the feather. Next was the boy with heavy dark circles, who coughed lightly twice. Gecko Hayate. 6 years old. The purple-haired girl walked up, quiet and calm. Yugao Azuki, 6 years old. The next boy with sunglasses went up, pushed up his glasses, and looked proud. My name is Ebisu. 6 years old. I will definitely become an elite ninja in the future. After finishing, he looked at Kakashi provocatively. Kakashi didn't even pay him any attention, looking out the window. Ebisu curled his lips and went down. The girl with the bun walked up, her cheeks still moving. Enko. Gulp. Mitarashi. 6 years old. I like, gulp, dumplings. Yumino Uruka looked at her bulging face, somewhat helpless. Enko, you can't eat snacks in class. Enko blinked. Gulp. I'm not eating. What is in your mouth? Enko quickly closed her mouth, forced herself to swallow what was in her mouth, and then opened her mouth wide. Ah tilde there is nothing. Yumino Uruka waved his hand helplessly. The last one, the boy with the gloomy eyes, stood up. Morino Ibiki. 7 years old. After speaking, he returned to his seat and continued staring at the desk. 12 people. After the introductions, it was finally Might Guy's turn. Might Guy got up and scanned the people in the classroom. Kakashi Hatake, Rin Nohara, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Shiranui Genma, Reito Namiyashi, Aoba Yamashiro, Gecko Hayate, Yugao Azuki, Ebisu, Enko Mitarashi, Morino Ibiki. And himself, Might Guy. The golden generation of Konoha. They were all in this classroom. However, it seemed like one person was missing. That guy, he wouldn't be late again, would he? The last one. Yumino Uruka looked toward the corner. Come to the podium. Might Guy walked to the podium. He stood straight, smiled first, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then, he suddenly gave a thumbs up to everyone. Might Guy. 6 years old. I like training in taijutsu. Youth is meant to burn. Bang. Just as Might Guy finished speaking, the door was pushed open violently. A figure rushed in. Running too fast, he tripped over his own feet. Plop. He fell face down on the floor. The classroom was silent for a second. Might Guy stood at the podium, his hand still raised. The person on the floor climbed up, with a bump on his forehead and dust on his nose. He looked around and scratched his head. Sorry. I'm late. Yumino Uruka smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Just in time, you introduce yourself too. The person was stunned for a moment, then grinned. He walked up to the podium, stood next to Might Guy, and faced the whole class. Yo. He also gave a thumbs up, revealing a missing front tooth, his eyes shining brightly. Listen up. My name is Uchiha Obito. I am the man who will become Hokage. The classroom was dead silent. Kakashi looked out the window, but the corner of his eye twitched. Rin covered her mouth and laughed. Kurenai secretly glanced at Uchiha Obito, then secretly glanced at Might Guy. Asuma made a tch sound. Ebisu pushed his sunglasses, with an expression that said, this guy is sick. Enko's snack almost sprayed out of her mouth. Morino Ibiki raised his head, looked at Uchiha Obito, and then lowered it again. Might Guy stood to the side, looking at this boy who was missing a front tooth and smiling like a fool. He couldn't help but laugh. This guy. Is he really this silly now? Bond triggered. Gathering of the stars. Reward. Monk value plus 50. As Uchiha Obito finished his introduction, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Might Guy's mind. Might Guy smiled even happier. It's hard not to be happy with a free reward. Uchiha Obito looked at the suddenly smiling Might Guy, thinking he was mocking him, and got a bit bristled. Hey, hey, hey. Thick eyebrows. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Might Guy rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him. Yumi no Uruka came between the two and clapped his hands. Alright, introductions are over, now everyone go back to your seats. Might Guy shrugged and walked off the podium. Uchiha Obito made a tch sound, and also found an empty seat and sat down. Yumi no Uruka walked to the podium and picked up the chalk. From today on, you are students of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Next is your first lesson at the Ninja Academy. He turned around and wrote 4 big characters on the blackboard. Will of Fire. 1 month later. Ninja Academy Training Ground. Today is the squad combat class. Uruka Yumino stood on the sidelines, holding a notebook in his hand. More than 20 students were divided into groups, taking turns demonstrating the 3-body technique they had learned over the past month. Next, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake walked forward. He stood still and formed hand seals. Poof. As the smoke cleared, 3 identical Kakashi Hatake stood side by side. Their movements were identical, their expressions were identical, and even the angle of their spiky hair was identical. Oh, amazing. 3 clones. Perfect. The students were in an uproar. Asuma Sarutobi curled his lip, but his eyes remained fixed on them. Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth and gasped softly. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses, looking unconvinced, but said nothing. Kakashi Hatake dispelled the clones and walked back to the group. His face was expressionless, as if what he had just done was a very ordinary task. Very good. Uruka Yumino jotted down a few notes in his notebook. Next group, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath and strode up. Watch me. He formed hand seals with exaggerated movements, muttering under his breath. Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof. The smoke cleared. 2 clones appeared beside him. One had its neck crooked. One had its eyes slanted. Both stood crookedly, like they were drunk. PFF'd. Someone laughed out loud. What is this? Can you even call those clones when they're that crooked? Uchiha Obito's face flushed red, and he bit his lip. Uruka Yumino seemed to have expected this result and said calmly. Next, Might Guy. Might Guy walked up, expressionless. He stood still and formed hand seals. The chakra in his body stirred, and then. Nothing happened. There wasn't even a poof. Might Guy's mouth twitched twice. The air was briefly silent for 2 seconds. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. 0 clones. Even worse than Uchiha Obito. Can he even be called a ninja? The laughter was even louder than before. Might Guy looked at his hands and sighed helplessly. So it really doesn't work after all. The muscle tendon change classic had indeed improved his physique, and his chakra reserves were much greater than when he first arrived. But when it came to ninjutsu talent, it really seemed to have nothing to do with this body of his. Over the past month, he had tried many times. Every time the chakra reached his fingertips, it would dissipate, he couldn't gather it no matter what. At first, Might Guy wanted to try and salvage it, but later he gave up. Rather than spending a large amount of time and chakra wasting it on a field he wasn't good at, it would be twice the effort for half the result. It was better to just stick to one path until the end. As for how others saw it, let them be. Might Guy walked back to the group as if nothing had happened. Passing by Uchiha Obito, he saw the guy with his head down, fists clenched tightly. Ring ring. The school bell rang. Students walked out in 2s and 3s. Kakashi Hatake is amazing. As expected of a genius. Uchiha Obito's was too funny. And Might Guy, 0 clones, haha. The voices faded into the distance. Might Guy acted as if he didn't hear them, packed his things, and prepared to go to the mountain behind the school for extra training. Just as he stood up, a hand patted him on the shoulder. Hey! Thick brows. Uchiha Obito stood in front of him, eyes wide. Why are you not showing any life chi? Might Guy was stunned. Life chi what? They are laughing at us. Uchiha Obito pointed at the door. They say we are dead lasts. They say we are not as good as Kakashi Hatake. Might Guy looked at him. Oh. Uchiha Obito was anxious. You just say, oh. Aren't you upset? Might Guy thought about it. Upset. A little at first. After all, no one feels comfortable being laughed at. But later he figured it out. If ninjutsu doesn't work, it doesn't work. No matter how upset you are, you can't conjure up clones. Rather than spending time being upset, it's better to go kick 5,000 more times. It's fine, he said, I'm used to it. Uchiha Obito was stunned. Used to it? How can you be used to it? Might Guy looked at him and suddenly asked, do you know why Kakashi Hatake is so amazing? Uchiha Obito curled his lip, because he's a genius. Might Guy shook his head. Because he also works hard every day, we just don't see it. Uchiha Obito opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but for a moment he couldn't speak. This was the first time someone had explained a genius this way in front of him. Might Guy threw his school bag over his shoulder. So, I'm going for extra training. Do you want to come along? Uchiha Obito looked at him blankly. Extra training. Yeah. Might Guy walked out. If ninjutsu doesn't work, practice something else. Taijutsu, shuriken, tactics, there's always something you can practice. It's better than sitting here and being life chi. He walked to the door and looked back. Uchiha Obito was still standing where he was. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his white teeth. Youth is meant to burn. How can you get stronger if you don't burn? After saying that, he pushed the door and went out. Uchiha Obito looked at that green back, and suddenly remembered what his grandmother had said. A true strong person is not someone who doesn't cry, but someone who keeps running after they've finished crying. After a long while, he grinned. This guy. He ran to catch up. Hey, wait for me. I'm going too. Training ground behind the mountain. First, run 100 laps to warm up. Uchiha Obito heard this and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. But thinking about how he could lose face in front of Might Guy, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. Two small figures weaved through the woods. Half an hour later. Uchiha Obito was panting, but he gritted his teeth and followed behind Might Guy. Do you practice like this, every day after school? Of course not. Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the answer. I knew it. This is just the warm-up. Might Guy interrupted him, then counted on his fingers. Next, there are 5,000 side kicks, 3,001 finger push-ups. Oh right, I also have to stand under the waterfall for an hour tonight. Are you crazy? Might Guy turned back and chuckled. Youth is meant to burn. Uchiha Obito looked at Might Guy's appearance and suddenly fell silent. But soon, he smiled. On his young face, he regained his fearless look. Practice it is. Who's afraid of whom? On the training ground behind the mountain, two small figures began their training mode. It's just that Uchiha Obito's stamina was too weak. After training for just over an hour, before it was even dark, he collapsed on the ground. Might Guy was doing one-finger push-ups right now. His face was slightly flushed, but his breathing was steady. The warm current of the muscle tendon change classic circulated in his body, and his stamina recovered quickly. Uchiha Obito tilted his head and watched Might Guy, feeling like something was stuck in his throat. So this guy has always been working this hard. He forced his body to stand up. The look in his eyes as he looked at Might Guy became firm. I am the man who will become Hokage. How can I fall down in a place like this? If thick brows can do it, I can definitely do it too. Bond triggered. Resonance of the dead last. Reward. Monk value plus 30. Might Guy felt a stir in his heart. Glancing at Uchiha Obito, whose legs were shaking, he silently added the 30 points of monk value to the muscle tendon change classic. Muscle tendon change classic, mastery, excellence. Breakthrough. A hot current exploded from his lower abdomen and instantly flowed through his limbs and bones. It was more intense than at any time before. Might Guy's whole body shook. His muscles were twitching, his bones were burning, and his blood was boiling. Looking down, a layer of grayish-black slime had seeped out on his arms. It was sticky and had a faint fishy smell. Impurities in my body have been expelled. He could feel every cell breathing and getting stronger. Muscle tendon change classic. Stamina recovery speed significantly increased. Body strength significantly increased. Cultivation efficiency significantly increased. The description was the same as always, but the effect was far stronger. Now, he could easily run 500 laps around the playground without even panting heavily. Sure enough, continuing to strengthen the muscle tendon change classic is the right choice. Might Guy's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the proficiency of his unique skills. Muscle Tendon Change Classic. 618 Excellence. Great Vajra Leg. 483 Mastery. Great Vajra Finger. 482 Mastery. Since Might Guy obtained the system, for nearly 2 months, all the monk value had been added to the Muscle Tendon Change Classic. A total of 610 points. Unlike the Great Vajra Leg and Great Vajra Finger. As a high-grade unique skill, the Muscle Tendon Change Classic could only increase its proficiency by 1 point every 7 days. To reach perfection, it would take a full 7,000 days. With unremitting daily practice, it would take at least 19 years. Now, this time would be significantly shortened. In his heart, Might Guy began to look forward to the day when the Muscle Tendon Change Classic would reach great perfection. But before that, the 2 low-grade unique skills could not be left behind. Decided, extra training today. Not going home until proficiency breaks 500. Might Guy's blood surged, and he did 1-finger push-ups one after another. Uchiha Obito, watching from the side, felt his mouth twitch. Is this guy a monster? Thump. His legs went weak, and he fell onto the ground on his butt. Looking at the thick night in the sky, Uchiha Obito had a look of despair on his face. Let it be destroyed, whoever wants to be Hokage, let them be. Just as Uchiha Obito was thinking this, there was a sudden sound of rustling footsteps from afar. Uchiha Obito stiffly turned his neck, and after seeing who it was, he was stunned for a moment. Huh, why is she here? Obito twisted his neck to look over. Under the moonlight, a young girl stood by the edge of the woods. She carried a cloth bag in her hand, her black curly hair swaying back and forth. Kurenai Yuhi. She jogged over to Might Guy's side, head lowered, blushing. Then, she held out the cloth bag in her hand. My mom made too much, I couldn't finish it. This phrase again. Might Guy took it and opened it to look. 2 rice balls, a few pieces of pickled radish, and 2 small dumplings. He grinned. Thanks. How many times had this been this month? Might Guy couldn't remember. Anyway, every time Kurenai came to deliver food, it was always this, made too much, couldn't finish it, line. He didn't stand on ceremony either, picking up a rice ball and taking a bite. After training for so long, he was starving. Kurenai stood to the side, watching him eat in big mouthfuls, the corners of her mouth curling up, her eyes shining bright. This was her favorite thing to do right now. Watching Might Guy eat the bento she brought. Obito lay on the ground, watching this scene, his mouth twitching. Hey! No one paid him any attention. Hey! Kurenai was startled, turned her head to look, and saw someone still lying on the ground. Obito propped himself up to sit, looking speechless. I've been lying here for ages, did you not see me? Kurenai's face turned even redder, and she quickly took a step back. Obito climbed up, leaned over to peek at the rice balls in the cloth bag, and swallowed his saliva. Is there any more? Give me one. Might Guy pulled his hand back, moving the cloth bag behind his back. If you want to eat, go home and get some yourself. Obito glared. I just want one. Might Guy chewed the rice ball, expressionless. No. You. This was given to me. Might Guy took another bite. If you want some, train yourself tomorrow, and after you finish, ask your mom to make some too. Obito was so angry his teeth itched. Stingy. Kurenai stood to the side, watching Might Guy's protective behavior over his food, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Then, on a sudden impulse, she opened her mouth and said, how about, next time I ask my mom to make some for you too? She froze after saying it. Obito froze too. Kurenai realized she had let something slip, her face turning red all the way to her earlobes. No, no, no. I meant, next time my mom makes extra. She stammered, unable to speak clearly, her hands waving back and forth in front of her. Might Guy chewed the last bite of the rice ball and clapped his hands. Sure, then bring more next time so he can have a taste too. His tone was as if he were saying, the weather is nice today. Kurenai was stunned for a moment, looking up at him. Might Guy had already stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, and turned to look at Obito. Are you not going back yet? It's already dark. Obito finally came back to his senses and curled his lip. Going. But stay away from me, what is that smell on you? Might Guy lowered his head to sniff himself. The smell of sweat, the smell of dirt, and the fishy smell of the black grime that had been excreted earlier. It really didn't smell very good. Before he could speak, Kurenai spoke first. That's the scent of a real man. She looked very serious. Obito opened his mouth wide, looking at Kurenai, then at Might Guy. Kurenai realized what she had said, and her face turned red again, but this time she didn't lower her head, just stood there. Obito covered his cheek, as if his teeth were aching. Fine, 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 a real man, you're both real men, I'm leaving first. He turned and walked away, then turned back after 2 steps. Bushy brows, see you at school tomorrow. Then he ran off and disappeared. Might Guy turned to look at Kurenai. Let's go, I'll walk you back. Kurenai shook her head. No need, I can go back by myself. Might Guy thought for a moment. Then you go ahead, I'm going to the waterfall to take a shower and train a bit more while I'm at it. Kurenai blinked. Still training. Yeah, haven't reached today's goal yet. Might Guy flexed his fingers. Kurenai looked at his hands. His fingers were swollen, and there were blood scabs in the crevices of his nails. She wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Then I'm leaving. She carried the empty cloth bag and turned to walk away. After a few steps, she looked back. Might Guy was still standing where he was, waving at her. Kurenai waved back and jogged away, disappearing into the woods. Might Guy turned and walked towards the waterfall. The sound of water grew louder and louder. He took off his clothes and stood under the waterfall, cold water pouring from his head to his feet. Refreshing. The muscle tendon change classic circulated within his body, cold water and hot currents colliding, his whole body feeling like it was on fire and frozen at the same time. He stood in a horse stance, poking at the rock in front of him, 1 strike at a time. 1, 2, 3. Great Vajra finger proficiency, 493. Still 7,000 strikes to go. Keep poking. The next day. Ninja Academy. Might Guy pushed the door open and found the atmosphere in the classroom was wrong. No one was talking. The few who usually gathered to chat were sitting honestly. More people were turning their heads to look at Kakashi sitting by the window. Kakashi was still the same, looking out the window, motionless. But Might Guy noticed that the eyes above his mask were a bit red. Might Guy's heart sank. He quickly walked to his seat, put down his school bag, and poked Obito in front of him. What's wrong? Obito turned his head and lowered his voice. You don't know yet. White Fang Sr., that is Kakashi's dad. He paused, his expression complex. The mission failed. Might Guy's mind buzzed. I heard it was a very important mission that should have been completed, but White Fang Sr. gave up the mission to save his comrades. Obito's voice lowered even further. The whole village is gossiping, saying he brought shame to Konoha, saying he isn't fit to be a ninja. Might Guy didn't speak. He looked at Kakashi's back. That small, motionless back. In the original story, this was the event. Before long, White Fang would commit suicide. Looking at Kakashi's back, Might Guy clenched his fists. This time, he had to do something. The school bell rang. Students walked out in small groups, their voices kept low, but their eyes couldn't help drifting toward Kakashi. Have you heard? White Fang Sr. Shish. Kakashi sat by the window, motionless. Guy packed his school bag and stood up. He looked at Kakashi's back, then glanced at the door. Obito was waving at him. Thick brows. Let's go, are we doing extra training today? Go ahead, I have something to take care of. Obito was stunned for a moment, following Guy's gaze to Kakashi, seemingly understanding something. Oh, then I'll wait for you at the back mountain. He pushed the door and left. Most of the people in the classroom had left. Kurenai Yuhi walked to the door and looked back at Guy, her eyes filled with concern. Guy smiled at her and gave a thumbs up. Kurenai pursed her lips and also left. Finally, only 2 people remained. Guy walked over to Kakashi, sat in the seat in front of him, and turned around. Kakashi. No reaction. Kakashi. Still no reaction. Guy reached out and waved his hand in front of him. Kakashi finally moved, turning his head to look at him. His eyes were still red, but his expression was as cold as ice. What is it? Guy was straightforward. What do you think about what happened with your father? Kakashi's gaze sharpened. It has nothing to do with you. He stood up, grabbed his school bag, and headed out. Guy followed him. I think it does have something to do with me. Kakashi didn't stop. Was your father wrong to save his comrades? Kakashi stopped abruptly, turned to glare at him, his voice low but aggressive. What do you know? You know nothing. I don't know, that's why I'm asking you, Guy said. Kakashi bit his lip, his chest heaving. Move. I won't. Kakashi went around him and continued walking. Guy followed behind, out of the classroom building, out of the school gates, and all the way onto the street. Stop following me. Kakashi turned back and yelled, drawing glances from passers-by. Guy stopped and looked at him. Then tell me, what are you really thinking in your heart? Kakashi clenched his fists. What I think has nothing to do with you. You're the dead last, I'm a genius, we were never on the same path. Stop bothering me. Having said that, he turned and left. Guy stood where he was, watching that small white back. He suddenly spoke. Let's have a fight. Kakashi's footsteps paused. Let's fight, Guy repeated. If I win, you tell me your thoughts. Kakashi turned back, looking at him with a strange expression. You. Fight me. Yes. What do you even know? You can't even use the clone technique. Guy grinned, gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing, but I have youth. Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds. Boring. He continued walking. Guy chased after him and grabbed his shoulder. Don't you want to know what's right and what's wrong? After we fight, I'll tell you. Kakashi shook off his hand and stared at him. In those eyes, there was anger, confusion, and something indescribable. Fine. You want to fight, then let's fight. The school training ground. The setting sun gradually descended. Guy and Kakashi stood facing each other, 10 meters apart. There were no onlookers. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Rules? Kakashi asked. No rules. Guy threw his school bag aside. Until one side can't stand up. Guy grinned and took a starting stance. Kakashi also took a stance, one hand in front of him, the other holding an unsharpened kunai. Come. Guy charged forward. The first strike, a great Vajra leg, swept toward Kakashi's calf. Fast. Kakashi sidestepped to avoid it, his kunai slashing toward Guy's arm with a backhand. Guy pulled back his leg, took a step back, and dodged. Kakashi didn't give him a chance to breathe, forming a hand seal. Clone technique. Poof. 3 Kakashis stood side by side, with identical movements and identical gazes. Guy was stunned for half a second. The 3 Kakashis charged simultaneously. Which one is real? He gritted his teeth and swept his leg toward the nearest one. Poof. The clone turned into smoke. The other 2 were already in front of him. The one on the left lunged with a kunai, while the one on the right raised a leg to kick his stomach. Guy couldn't worry about that much. He poked 2 fingers toward the one on the left while sidestepping. Punch. His fingers pierced through a clone. Thud. But the kick from the right landed solidly. Guy was kicked back 2 steps, his stomach burning with pain. Before he could steady himself, the sound of breaking air came from behind. Shuriken. Guy ducked sharply, and 2 shuriken flew past his back, pinning themselves into a tree trunk. He looked back. Kakashi was standing 5 meters away, with 2 more shuriken in his hand. Among those 3 clones earlier, not a single one had been real. Guy panted and grinned. Impressive. Kakashi didn't speak, forming another seal. Body flicker technique. His figure flickered, suddenly appearing in front of Guy, his kunai slashing horizontally. Guy had no time to dodge and raised his arm to block. The kunai cut a gash in his forearm, and blood splattered out. Guy let out a muffled groan and poked his other hand toward Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi leaned back to avoid it, taking the opportunity to kick the back of Guy's knee. Guy fell to one knee. Enough. Kakashi backed away a few steps, looking at him. Enough of what? Guy looked up, sweat dripping from his forehead mixed with blood. He braced himself and stood up, blood from his right arm dripping down his elbow. I've only just begun. Kakashi frowned. You can't beat me. I know. Guy flexed his fingers, his knuckles were all scraped from the earlier block. But I haven't fallen yet. He charged forward again. Faster this time. The muscle tendon change classic operated frantically within his body, a warm current flowing through his limbs, suppressing the pain from his wounds. In its place was boiling, hot blood. Great Vajra leg. Whoosh. Kakashi sidestepped to avoid it, but Guy's leg suddenly changed direction midair, sweeping across his waist. Kakashi's eyes flickered, he used one hand to push off the ground and flip, barely avoiding it. Before he could get up, Guy's fingers were already poking toward him. Great Vajra finger. Touch. His fingers poked Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi let out a muffled groan, his shoulder going numb. You. Kakashi gritted his teeth and kicked Guy in the stomach. Guy was kicked back several steps, but he didn't fall. He took a breath and charged again. Kick, poke, kick, poke. No fancy movements, only the 2 simplest moves. But every kick carried the sound of wind, and every finger poke could cause sharp pain. Kakashi dodged while counter-attacking, his kunai adding one gash after another to Guy's body. His clothes were torn. His arms were covered in blood. His face was also scraped. But Guy kept charging forward. Thud. Kakashi smashed a punch into his face. Guy's head snapped to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But he reached out and grabbed Kakashi's wrist. The gripping power of the Vajra finger. Kakashi struggled, but couldn't break free. Guy's other hand had already formed a fist, smashing toward his stomach. Thud. Kakashi was hit so hard he doubled over. But he also took the opportunity to wrench his wrist free, stumbling back. The two were 5 meters apart, gasping for air. Kakashi's chakra was nearly bottomed out. He had used the clone technique and body flicker technique too many times just now, his body felt empty. And the guy in green opposite him was covered in blood, but still standing. His eyes were terrifyingly bright. You, lunatic, Kakashi panted. Guy grinned, revealing teeth stained red with blood. Youth is being a lunatic. He charged again. This time there was no ninjutsu, no technique. Just the simplest fists and legs. Kakashi had no chakra left either, and could only fight with pure taijutsu. Thud. Their fists collided. Slap. Their legs swept together. Kakashi punched Guy in the ribs. Guy kicked him in the thigh. One blow for another. No dodging, no defense. Just head-on clashing. Perhaps, they were even venting something. Until the very end. Guy threw a punch that missed. Kakashi threw a kick that also didn't land. Both stumbled at the same time, then fell to the ground simultaneously. They just lay there. Neither could move. The sun had completely set, and the sky had grown dark. The woods were very quiet, with only the heavy breathing of the two boys. Guy lay on the ground, looking at the slowly darkening sky. There wasn't a single spot on his body that didn't hurt. His right arm was already numb, and his ribs hurt with every breath. But he smiled. Kakashi. The sound of panting came from beside him, but no response. At this time, can you tell me your thoughts? Silence. A long time passed. Kakashi's voice rang out, very soft and raspy. I think my father wasn't wrong. Guy turned his head to look at him. Kakashi lay on the grass 2 meters away, his eyes fixed on the sky. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, running into his white hair. Saving comrades, what's wrong with that? His voice trembled. But everyone is saying he brought shame to Konoha, saying he's not fit to be a ninja. I don't know. I really don't know. He raised his arm to cover his eyes, his shoulders shaking. Guy watched the usually cold genius crying like an ordinary child. He pushed himself up. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, but he still braced himself to crawl over. He squatted beside Kakashi. Then he placed his hand on his shoulder. Kakashi was stunned, moved his arm away, and looked at him with red eyes. Guy's face was swollen, blood was at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was terrifyingly serious. I think he wasn't wrong. Kakashi froze. Those who don't treasure their comrades are the ones not fit to be ninja. Guy's voice wasn't loud, but every word hit Kakashi's heart like a stone. Your father saved his comrades, he is a hero. Those people talking trash, what do they know? Guy grinned, tugging at the wound on the corner of his mouth, making him wince, but the smile didn't change. When I become a ninja in the future, I'll save my comrades too. Even if the mission fails, even if everyone scolds me, I'll still save them and protect those I cherish. He gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. Because this is my ninja way. Kakashi stared at him blankly. That green-clothed guy with the swollen face, covered in blood, looking like a total mess. Yet his eyes were as bright as 2 balls of fire. Kakashi's tears welled up again. But this time he didn't block them. He just cried in front of Guy, sobbing uncontrollably. Guy didn't say anything either, just stayed squatted there, his hand on his shoulder. When Kakashi had cried enough, he sat up while sobbing. He looked at Guy, his lips moving. Why did you help me? Guy thought about it. Because you're my classmate. Kakashi was stunned. Also, Guy scratched his head, your father praised me for that kick during the assessment that day. He chuckled. Kakashi looked at him, suddenly feeling that this dead last was a bit of a fool. So foolish it made one want to cry. Bond triggered. The genius and the dead last. Reward. Monk value plus 30. Might Guy was in no rush to add points. He lay on the ground, turning his head to look at Kakashi. How is Senior Konoha's White Fang doing now? Kakashi was silent for a moment. He has shut himself in his room and won't come out. Might Guy was taken aback. How many days has it been? 3 days. Kakashi's voice was muffled. He hasn't eaten anything, and he won't speak. I knock on the door, but he doesn't respond. That won't do. Might Guy pushed himself up into a sitting position and looked at him. Kakashi did not speak. The best way to walk out of pain and doubt is to first walk out of the room. Might Guy looked serious and earnest. Shutting yourself in a room will only amplify the pain. Kakashi was stunned. He turned his head to look at Might Guy, his gaze strange. This boisterous bushy-browed guy, who fought like a madman just a moment ago, could actually say something like this. How do you know that? Might Guy scratched his head. My dad said it. He directly shifted the blame to Might Guy. After all, Kakashi wouldn't go and ask him. Kakashi was silent for a while, then suddenly sat up. Then what should I do? He stared at Might Guy, his eyes frighteningly bright. Teach me. Might Guy felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at. Me? Teach you? Yes. Kakashi grabbed his shoulders. You were right just now, things can't go on like this. But I don't know what to do, teach me. Might Guy looked at him. That usually cold genius now had red-rimmed eyes, and his gaze was full of anxiety. Might Guy thought for a moment. How about this? You first call your dad to the school, and then we will. He whispered a bunch of things into Kakashi's ear. Kakashi looked skeptical. Will this work? Might Guy shrugged. Whether it works or not, it's better than staying at home all the time, right? Kakashi was silent. True. Dad hadn't left his room for 3 days. If this continued, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll try. But immediately after, he was in a bind. But how do I call him? He won't even come out. Might Guy grinned and pointed at the battered Kakashi. These injuries on your body are the best excuse. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He looked down at himself. His clothes were torn, his arms were bruised, his knees were scraped, and there was a bloody scratch on his face. Looking at Might Guy again, he was in an even worse state than him. Covered in blood, his face swollen like a pig's head. Kakashi suddenly understood. He looked up at Might Guy. You had this planned all along. Might Guy shrugged and didn't speak. Kakashi looked at him, silent for a good while. Then he spoke. Thank you. Might Guy didn't speak. He just gave a thumbs up, revealing his white teeth. The moonlight shone on his swollen face, and that smile was incredibly ugly. But Kakashi felt it was the best thing he had seen all day. The two of them supported each other and slowly walked out of the forest. The next day, early morning, at the gate of the Ninja Academy. Students were walking in twos and threes, some came by themselves, others were brought by their parents. Konoha's White Fang stood at the gate, his expression complex. He didn't want to come. 3 days had passed, and he had shut himself in his room, not wanting to see anyone. Those gazes, those whispers, those pointing fingers. He couldn't stand it. But this morning, Kakashi knocked on his door, knocking very urgently. Dad. Konoha's White Fang didn't respond. Dad, I got into a fight with a classmate. Konoha's White Fang's heart tightened, but he still didn't open the door. Dad, I'm hurt. I'm covered in injuries. Konoha's White Fang couldn't sit still anymore. He pulled the door open, looked down, and saw Kakashi's miserable state. Konoha's White Fang's pupils shrank. Who did you fight with? Kakashi kept his head down. A classmate from class. Konoha's White Fang crouched down to check his injuries. They were not light. Although they were all superficial wounds, for a 6-year-old child, it was painful enough. But that wasn't the point. How badly is the other person hurt? Konoha's White Fang asked, frowning. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, recalling Might Guy's miserable state last night. Worse than me. As I thought. Konoha's White Fang fell silent. His son, a genius, could use the 3-body technique at 6 years old. He had met all the children in Kakashi's class. As of now, no one was a match for Kakashi. Now that even Kakashi was injured, what kind of state must that child be in? Dad, teacher Yumino wants you to come over. Konoha's White Fang sighed. He really didn't want to go, but looking at Kakashi's appearance and thinking about the child he had beaten, Konoha's White Fang finally compromised. Let's go. Kakashi looked up at him, his eyes brightening. Dad, you. Konoha's White Fang didn't speak, holding his hand as they walked out. At this moment, at the school gate, as soon as Konoha's White Fang appeared, the surrounding gazes drifted over. That is, Konoha's White Fang. Why is he here? Have you heard? He failed his mission. Giving up a mission to save a comrade, tisk tisk. The voices weren't loud, but every word drifted into his ears. Konoha's White Fang's footsteps faltered. Those gazes pricked his body like needles. He subconsciously wanted to lower his head, wanted to turn around, wanted to flee back to that dark room. Then he saw the person standing at the gate. Might die. That eternal genin, wearing a washed-out green outfit, stood at the school gate like a guardian deity. Konoha's White Fang was stunned. He looked down at Kakashi. The one you fought, was it that hard-working child? Kakashi's eyes darted away, he didn't speak. Konoha's White Fang wanted to lecture him, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. He just sighed. His face was numb. He let go of Kakashi's hand and walked toward Might Die. There were even more gazes around them. Parents dropping off their children, villagers passing by, and a few teachers coming to teach. They all stopped and looked at Konoha's White Fang. Whispering. That's him. Konoha's White Fang. I heard. How shameful. Konoha's White Fang's footsteps became slower and slower. Those words were like knives, carving into his heart one by one. He was suddenly a bit afraid. Afraid of walking up to Might Die, afraid of hearing him say something as well. The dignified Konoha's White Fang, who had killed so many enemies and executed so many dangerous missions, had never known fear. But now, he was afraid. Might Die watched him walk over, looking at his numb face, looking at his evasive eyes. His heart suddenly ached. Is this still that senior Konoha's White Fang? The senior Konoha's White Fang who took him on missions back then and never said he was holding them back. That senior Konoha's White Fang who smiled and said to him, everyone has their own way of living. Might Die was about to speak. Screech, a harsh static sound exploded from overhead. Everyone looked up. On the utility pole next to the school gate, a large loudspeaker was hanging. It was usually used for making announcements. Now, the mouth of the speaker was aimed at the crowd. Hello, hello, hello. A voice came out of the loudspeaker. It was Might Guy's voice. Everyone was stunned. Konoha's White Fang was also stunned. He looked up at the loudspeaker. Then, Might Guy's booming voice, through the loudspeaker, spread throughout the entire school gate. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Guy's voice came through the large loudspeaker, accompanied by a bit of static noise. Everyone looked up at the loudspeaker. White Fang also looked up. Then he heard his own name. Senior Tsukumo Hatake. White Fang's entire body stiffened. The surrounding gazes fell on him all at once with a swish. Piercing gazes. Curious gazes. Mocking gazes. Schadenfreude gazes. White Fang lowered his head. He subconsciously took half a step back. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide. He wanted to find a crack to crawl into. But his feet felt like they were filled with lead, he couldn't move. The voice from the loudspeaker continued. 3 days ago, Senior Tsukumo Hatake was on a mission and encountered ninjas from Iwagakure. White Fang clenched his fists. He could have completed the mission. As long as he abandoned his comrade, he could have returned and reported success. A buzzing sound rose from the crowd. That's right, he should have just abandoned him. Delaying a mission for a comrade, how stupid. White Fang's face turned pale. He didn't dare look at anyone. He just kept his head down, staring at the ground. What was that child going to say? Was he taking revenge on him? Was he going to stab him again in front of everyone? After all, his own son had beaten the boy up. It was only natural for the boy to retaliate. White Fang closed his eyes for a moment. Forget it. Let him say what he wants. He was already in this state anyway. The voice in the loudspeaker paused for a few seconds. Then it continued. But, Senior Tsukumo Hatake did not abandon his comrade. He chose to turn back. To save that person. The mission failed. But that person survived. White Fang was stunned. He slowly raised his head. That person is named Tobitake Tonbo. He's still alive. He can still perform missions. He can still do things for Konoha. The crowd fell silent. Some people began to whisper among themselves. Tobitake Tonbo. I actually know him. I saw him just last month. Yes, it seems he was indeed saved by White Fang. The voice from the loudspeaker was still going. The third lord said, what is the will of fire? It is protecting the people you cherish. Senior White Fang did it. He protected the comrade he cherished. White Fang's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something. But his throat felt as if it were blocked. But, the voice in the loudspeaker suddenly took a turn. Now everyone is scolding him. Saying he brought shame to Konoha. Saying he's not fit to be a ninja. saying he should die. White Fang's body swayed. He had heard these words countless times over the past few days. Each time felt like a knife. I ask you. Guy's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Was he wrong? The crowd was silent. No one spoke. Which of you hasn't been saved by someone? Still, no one spoke. Which of you hasn't saved someone else? The older women looked at each other. An older man opened his mouth, then closed it again. If you encountered your own family being captured, would you abandon them or save them? White Fang stood there blankly. That child. What was he saying? If a mission fails, it can be done again. If a comrade dies, can they be resurrected? Guy's voice grew louder and louder. Are the village's rules more important? Or is human life more important? No one answered. Only the wind blew past. Then, Might Guy's firm voice rang out from the loudspeaker. In the ninja world, those who break the rules, we call them trash. He took a deep breath and shouted the last sentence with all his strength. But, those who don't know how to value their comrades are worse than trash. Senior White Fang, you were right. The voice echoed throughout the entire street. It hit the walls. It hit the trees. It hit everyone's ears. Time stood still. The entire school entrance was dead silent. White Fang was frozen in place. He raised his head and looked at the loudspeaker. His gaze went from empty to bewildered. From bewildered to shaken. 2. Tears streaming from his eyes. In the broadcasting room. After Guy shouted the last sentence, his hands were shaking. Outside the school, White Fang stood in place. Tears kept flowing. He heard it. Every word that child said. He heard them all. Someone walked over from the side. A hand pressed onto his shoulder. White Fang looked up. Dai stood in front of him, his eyes red. Senior White Fang. Dai gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. I knew you were right. White Fang opened his mouth. Dai, when you saved me back then, you didn't think about whether it was worth it, did you? Dai grinned. Back then I was holding you back, and you didn't look down on me. You said everyone has their own way of living. Your way of living is to save people. White Fang looked at him. Looking at this eternal genin. This dead last who was always mocked. This idiot wearing faded green clothes. Tears welled up again. He couldn't speak. Dai patted his shoulder. You don't need to say anything. He turned and pointed under that utility pole. That child is my son. What he said is what I wanted to say. After saying this, Dai turned and ran toward the broadcasting room. Dai rushed in and grabbed Might Guy in a hug. Good son. You said it so well. Dad was moved to tears. Guy's eyes rolled as he was squeezed. Dad, let go. I can't breathe. I won't let go. Dai was crying uncontrollably, his tears and snot smearing all over Guy's face. Guy struggled, but he couldn't break free. At that moment, a voice came from the side. Hey, I'm still here. Dai was startled and turned to look. Yumino Uruka stood at the door, holding a cup of tea, looking helpless. You father and son, mind your influence. Guy took the opportunity to break out of Dai's embrace, gasping for air. Dai quickly wiped his tears and snot, laughing awkwardly. Teacher Yumino. Yumino Uruka waved his hand and walked to the window. He pushed open the window and looked outside. In the middle of the crowd, White Fang stood there. With his head lowered, his shoulders were trembling slightly. Yumino Uruka raised his teacup and toasted him from afar. He didn't speak. He just nodded. Then he turned around and looked at Guy. Next time you use the loudspeaker, let me know in advance. Guy was stunned. Yumino Uruka curled his lip. I didn't say you couldn't use it. He took a sip of tea. And, he looked out the window. Senior White Fang indeed shouldn't be treated like that. Yumino Uruka muttered to himself. Outside, the discussions continued. But the tide had turned. White Fang did save someone. If it were me, I'd save them too. But what about the mission failing? The mission failed, but the person is alive, that's always better than them being dead. Some people began to nod. White Fang stood in place, listening to those voices. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sunlight was piercing. He hadn't seen the sun for 3 days. It turned out to be so bright. Kakashi was standing not far away. He had been standing there the whole time. Looking at his father. Looking at Guy. Watching the expressions of those people change little by little. He clenched his fists. Then he walked toward Guy, stopped in front of him. The two of them looked at each other. Guy grinned. How was it? Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds. Then, thank you. The voice was very small. But Guy heard it. He scratched his head. What for? I didn't really do anything. Kakashi looked at him. He was covered in injuries, his face was swollen, and there was blood on his clothes. This was called not doing anything. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. But Guy had already turned around. Alright, we're going to be late for class. He walked forward. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. Backhill after school, continue the fight. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded heavily. Okay. Guy smiled. He gave a thumbs up, revealing his white teeth. The school bell rang. Students swarmed into the classroom. Yumino Uruka stood on the podium, looking at the seat by the window in the last row. Guy was slumped on the desk, gasping for air. Kakashi sat in the front row and glanced back at him. Their eyes met, and then they both looked away at the same time. Yumino Uruka smiled. He picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Today, I'll tell a story. He paused. A story about a ninja. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. White Fang stood at the school gate, looking inside. He looked for a long time. Then he turned around. He walked toward the direction of home. His steps were much steadier than when he had arrived. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, the fate of Tsukumo Hatake. Reward. Monk value plus 100. Obtained special cultivation item. Mon's heaviness, a pair of leg weights. Attributes. Equipment can automatically adjust weight from 0 to 10,000 jin. Weight-bearing leg wraps. Good stuff. In the classroom, Might Guy's eyes lit up. With this thing, his progress speed could increase by quite a bit. Guy clenched his fists. Now that White Fang's fate had changed, he was even more convinced that his path was correct. Next, it's Dad's turn. 3 years. At most 3 years. The Third Shinobi World War would break out. During the war, Might Guy would die from opening the 8 gates to save Might Guy. But this time, the ending is destined to be different. Might Guy's gaze was incredibly firm. 2 months later. The Back Mountain Training Ground. 9,997. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. Thud. With the final kick landing on the tree, the trunk shook, sending leaves scattering everywhere. Might Guy retracted his leg and took a deep breath. 10,000 side kicks, but no system prompt for proficiency increase sounded in his ears. Guy glanced at the system panel. Great Vajra leg, 999. Great Vajra finger, 999. Muscle tendon change classic, 758. 10 days ago, the proficiency for both low-grade techniques had already slowed down. But that final bit just wouldn't budge no matter what. The system prompted that an epiphany or consuming 100 monk value points was needed for a breakthrough. In short, a bottleneck. Forget Guy not having 100 monk value points. Even if he did, he wouldn't use them. If he couldn't even achieve an epiphany for a low-grade technique, he'd be letting down the legacy of this body too much. Despite the proficiency not increasing, he still hadn't given up his daily training. Thump. Nearby, Obito collapsed on the ground, lying sprawled out, his chest heaving violently. His face was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, strands of hair plastered to his forehead. You're done after just 50 laps. Guy turned his head to look at him. 50 laps. Obito widened his eyes, that's 50 laps. Around the entire back mountain. Not everyone's a monster like you. Guy grinned, giving a thumbs up. Youth is meant to burn. The fiercer, the better. Burn your head. Obito rolled his eyes. Not far away, Kakashi leaned against a tree, holding a kunai, stabbing it into the tree trunk over and over. The movements were light, but each strike landed in the exact same spot. The bark was already riddled with holes. He didn't speak, but his eyes glanced over in this direction. A bit further away, Rin sat on a rock, smiling as she watched them. She held a water bottle in her hands, with neatly folded towels placed beside her. Obito, go get some water. She stood up and walked over. Obito's eyes lit up, and he sat up instantly. Rin, you brought this especially for M. Before he could finish, Rin had already passed by him, walking up to Guy and handing him the water bottle. Guy, have some water. Guy took it, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. Thanks. Obito's outstretched hand froze in midair. He was petrified for 2 seconds. Then he turned his head, his face full of indignation. Rin, I'm thirsty too. Rin looked back and smiled. There's still water in the bottle, pour it yourself. Obito. Kakashi's mouth twitched. He didn't laugh out loud, but his shoulders shook slightly. At that moment, footsteps sounded from the forest path. Kurenai Yuhi came jogging over, carrying a cloth bundle. Her black curly hair bounced with each step, her face slightly flushed. I'm late. She walked up to Guy and held out the cloth bundle. My mom made too much. Guy took it and opened it to look. It was still rice balls, pickled radish, and a small box of dango. He picked up a rice ball and took a big bite. Delicious. Kurenai stood beside him, the corners of her mouth curling up, her eyes sparkling. Obito leaned in, give me one. If you want one, go get it from your own home. The same old story, the same old taste. Obito gritted his teeth in frustration. Rin laughed beside them. Kurenai also laughed, her face turning even redder. After laughing, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, don't come to the back mountain to train recently. Guy, chewing his rice ball, asked indistinctly, why? Kurenai lowered her voice. There's a bear. Obito was stunned. A bear. A ninja bear. Kurenai said. Someone saw it deep in the mountains a few days ago. It's huge, several times bigger than a regular bear. The village sent quite a few ninja to look for it, but they couldn't find it. Rin nodded. My dad mentioned it too, said not to go deep into the back mountain recently. Obito swallowed hard. Then should we change locations? Guy didn't speak. He turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi also didn't speak. Their eyes met. Then simultaneously, their eyes lit up. Seeing those two pairs of eyes, Obito's heart sank. Hey, you two. Guy grinned. A ninja bear. Kakashi pulled the kunai out of the tree. Couldn't find it. Doesn't that mean a rare real combat opponent? They spoke in unison. Guy was genuinely excited. Over the past few days, he had probably guessed something. To achieve an epiphany, simple training wasn't enough. Real combat was needed. The appearance of this ninja bear was the perfect opponent. Obito's face turned pale. Are you guys crazy? That's a bear. A ninja bear. Guy stood up, dusting off the dirt on his pants. What's there to be afraid of? Kakashi put the kunai back into his ninja tool pouch. Perfect chance to test the results of these 2 months. Obito stared wide-eyed, looking at Guy, then at Kakashi. You two are definitely insane. Rin was also stunned. Kakashi, are you really going? Kakashi didn't speak. But that expression said it all. Kurenai grew anxious. She grabbed Guy's sleeve. No. It's too dangerous. Guy looked down at her. Kurenai's eyes were red, her hand gripping tightly. You're only 6. That's a bear. People could die. Guy scratched his head and grinned. It's fine, I have youth. What good is youth? Youth is meant to be burned. Kurenai was left speechless by his words. Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her like that, Guy panicked a little. Hey, don't cry. Kurenai bit her lip, not speaking. But her hand still held onto his sleeve, not letting go. Then Kakashi spoke up. We'll go at night. He glanced at Guy. Too many people now. Guy nodded. All right. Hearing the word, night, Kurenai's tears immediately fell. She let go of his sleeve and wiped her eyes. Then took a deep breath. Then, I'm going too. Guy was taken aback. Why are you going? Kurenai looked up at him, her eyes still red, but her expression was extremely serious. I'll watch over you. If you can't beat it, I'll run back to get help. Guy opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but seeing those reddened eyes, he swallowed his words. Obito shook his head frantically beside them. I'm not going. I'd rather die than go. Rin stood up and walked over to Obito. Obito turned to look at her. Rin smiled. If you're not going, then I'll go with Kurenai, following them. Obito was petrified. You're going too. Rin nodded. Yes. Obito looked at Rin, then at Kurenai, then at Guy and Kakashi. His face flushed and paled alternately. Finally, I'm going. He shouted it out. I absolutely cannot let you two girls go by yourselves. It's too dangerous. Rin smiled even more happily. Then let's all go together. Obito gritted his teeth, feeling like he'd been tricked. Night had just fallen. At the entrance to the back mountain, 6 figures gathered together. Kakashi Hatake scanned the group. Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Obito, Kurenai Yuhi, Rin Nohara, and Ebisu. Might Guy was taken aback. What are you doing here? I ran into classmate Ebisu on my way here, Kurenai Yuhi said quietly. Ebisu snorted coldly. This lord is merely here to supervise you, to prevent you from doing anything that would disgrace the ninja academy. Uchiha Obito curled his lip. Just say you're scared. Who's scared? Then why are your legs shaking? This is the warm-up exercise of an elite ninja. Might Guy had no patience for their bickering. He turned to look at Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake nodded and started walking deeper into the forest. Let's go. The moonlight was thin. The six of them moved through the darkness into the deep mountains, their feet crunching on fallen leaves and dry branches. Kurenai Yuhi followed behind Might Guy, gripping a kunai so tightly her knuckles were white. Might Guy looked back at her. Scared. She shook her head, then nodded. Might Guy grinned and gave a thumbs up. It's fine. I have youth. Kurenai Yuhi paused for a moment, then the corners of her mouth lifted. Up ahead, Uchiha Obito glanced back, saw the two of them, making eyes at each other, and felt his teeth ache with sourness again. Hey, are we moving or not? They walked for roughly half an hour. The forest grew denser, the moonlight barely penetrating. Kakashi Hatake suddenly stopped and raised his hand. Everyone immediately fell silent. Uchiha Obito opened his mouth to ask something, but Rin Nohara covered it. Kakashi Hatake tilted his head, listening. Whoosh, whoosh. Heavy breathing, like someone snoring. He pulled a shuriken from his robe and flung it towards the source of the sound. Thunk. It embedded itself in a tree trunk. No reaction. The breathing continued. It's sleeping, Might Guy whispered. Kakashi Hatake nodded. The two exchanged a glance, then crouched low and crept forward. They passed through a thicket, and the view suddenly opened up. On a clearing next to a massive rock lay a huge, dark shadow. Over 3 meters tall. Even lying down, it looked like a small hill. Its fur gave off a dull sheen in the moonlight, each strand as thick as a chopstick. Its exposed claws were longer than Might Guy's hand. Its breathing rose and fell, stirring up gusts of wind that sent fallen leaves swirling. Might Guy's eyes lit up. Kakashi Hatake's eyes also lit up. The eyes of those who followed behind them all went wide. Uchiha Obito's jaw nearly hit the ground. This. Kurenai Yuhi's face paled, her hand clenching the kunai tightly. Rin Nohara covered her mouth, stopping herself from screaming. Ebisu's sunglasses slid halfway down his nose. He pushed them up, and they slid down again. Only Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake had eyes that shone alarmingly bright. Found it, Might Guy grinned. Kakashi Hatake nodded. Uchiha Obito finally found his voice, hissing, are you guys insane? That thing could flatten us into paste with one swipe. Might Guy ignored him. He turned to look at Kakashi Hatake. Plan. Kakashi Hatake thought for a moment. I'll harass it with clones. You take the main attack. Good. They both turned to look at Uchiha Obito at the same time. Uchiha Obito took a step back. Why are you looking at me? You're in charge, Kakashi Hatake said. In charge of what? Might Guy took over. In charge of taking those three far away when we start fighting. Uchiha Obito was stunned. Then his face flushed red. You're looking down on me. Might Guy patted his shoulder. I am looking up to you. That's why I'm entrusting it to you. Uchiha Obito was stunned again. Might Guy had already turned back, focusing on the giant bear alongside Kakashi Hatake. Ready. Kakashi Hatake formed a hand seal with one hand. Poof. 2 clones appeared beside him, mirroring his stance. Go. 3 Kakashi Hatakes charged out simultaneously. The giant bear was still asleep. The first clone rushed up to it, stabbing a kunai into its rear. It didn't pierce. The kunai bent. The giant bear twitched an ear. The second clone jumped onto its back and stabbed with another kunai. Still didn't pierce. The giant bear grunted. The third clone circled to the front, hurling a shuriken at its face. The shuriken bounced off. The giant bear's eyes opened. Those 2 eyes were bigger than Might Guy's fists. Its pupils narrowed to slits. It stared at the little white-haired figure in front of it. The giant bear pushed up on its front paws and stood. 4 meters. 5 meters. Standing 5 meters tall. It opened its mouth, revealing a maw full of fangs. Roar. The sound was like thunder, shaking leaves loose from the trees. Uchiha Obito's legs went weak, and he almost sat down. Kurenai Yuhi's face was bloodless, but she didn't move. Rin Nohara pulled her back. Ebisu's sunglasses slid down again. This time he didn't push them up. But Kakashi Hatake didn't retreat. The 3 clones stood in a row, drawing the bear's full attention. And then, a green blur shot out from the side. Leapt into the air. Spun. Konoha Senpu. Whoosh. Crash. A kick slammed viciously into the back of the giant bear's neck. The bear's massive head jerked forward, its eyes rolling white. Boom. The 5-meter-tall giant bear toppled forward, rigid. It crashed to the ground, shaking the earth 3 times over. Lay there, completely motionless. Knocked out. A deathly silence. Uchiha Obito's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. Huh. Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth, her eyes white as saucers. Rin Nohara dropped the medical pouch in her hand, forgetting to pick it up. Ebisu's sunglasses slid to the tip of his nose. He peered over them at the bear, then at Might Guy, then back at the bear, then back at Might Guy. This. Might Guy landed, steadying himself. He looked back at the prone bear, scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Seems like I kicked a little too hard. Kakashi Hatake dispelled his clones and walked over. He glanced at the bear, then at Might Guy. His Byakugan rolled dramatically. Hey, what's with that look? Might Guy grumbled discontentedly. Kakashi Hatake was silent for 2 seconds. I was just thinking about what you've been training these past 2 months. Might Guy grinned and gave a thumbs up. Youth. Kakashi Hatake felt the urge to roll his eyes again. Uchiha Obito rushed over, circled the bear 3 times, and gave it a couple of kicks. It's really out. You knocked out a bear this big with 1 kick. Kurenai Yuhi also ran over, grabbing Might Guy's sleeve, looking him up and down several times. Are you hurt? Bleeding? Does it hurt? Might Guy shook his head. No, I'm perfectly fine. Kurenai Yuhi let out a sigh of relief. Then her face reddened. She let go and took 2 steps back. Rin Nohara picked up the medical pouch and walked over with a smile. Kakashi, you're amazing. Ebisu straightened his sunglasses and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, well, this lord admits, you do have some skill. Before he could finish. Boom. The ground shook violently. Everyone staggered. Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake both looked up, towards the depths of the forest. Uchiha Obito had just steadied himself, his mouth not yet open. Boom. The ground trembled. Trees toppled. A massive black shadow charged out from the forest. A tree thick enough for 3 people to embrace was snapped in half by its swipe, like breaking a chopstick. The shadow charged out. Under the moonlight, the giant beast came to a stop. 6 meters. 7 meters. 8 meters. 9 meters. 10 meters. A 10-meter tall giant bear. Its fur was thicker and darker than the last one's, like iron armor. Its eyes were blood red, fixed on the tiny figures before it. Drool dripped from its mouth, hitting the ground and creating small craters. The true ninja bear had appeared. Obito flopped onto his backside on the ground. Mommy. Kurenai and Rin held each other, trembling uncontrollably. Ebisu was shaking like a leaf. Only Guy and Kakashi remained still. But their expressions had changed as well. The pressure from this bear was more than 10 times stronger than the one before. The giant bear lowered its head, looking at the small bear lying there. Then it looked up, staring at the group of people. Roarrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. The sound was 10 times louder than before, vibrating so hard it made their eardrums ache. It raised its massive front paw and swiped down toward the group. Scatter. Guy and Kakashi moved simultaneously. The 2 of them darted out, one to the left and one to the right. Boom. A huge crater was smashed into the ground. Kakashi formed hand signs the moment he landed. Clone technique. Poof. 3 clones rushed toward the giant bear. The giant bear swiped its paw, and 2 clones instantly exploded into smoke. The remaining one aimed for its eye. The kunai bent. The giant bear didn't even blink. Its other paw swept across horizontally. Kakashi's original body flipped backward violently, the claws brushed past his scalp, and the resulting wind stung his face. Earth style wall. A half-meter thick earthen wall rose from the ground. Bang! The paw struck the earth wall, and the wall shattered directly into debris. Guy took the opportunity to rush forward. He leapt into the air. Konoha Senpu. Bang! He kicked the giant bear's hind leg. The giant bear's leg wobbled, but it didn't fall. It turned its head, its blood-red eyes staring at Guy. Its other paw was already swiping over. Guy couldn't dodge. He crossed his arms to block it head-on. Bang! He was sent flying like a ball. He crashed through one tree, then another, before falling at the roots of a 3rd tree. Guy! Kurenai screamed. Guy propped himself up to stand, his whole body ached, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. At least 2 of his ribs were cracked. But he grinned. I'm fine. Youth can still burn. The giant bear gave him no chance to breathe. It dropped to all fours and charged toward him. Every step made the ground tremble. Kakashi gritted his teeth and threw his shuriken. They were all deflected. Clones rushed up. They were all swatted away. His chakra was almost depleted. Obito. Take them and run. Obito was still sitting on the ground, his legs too weak to stand. The giant bear reached Guy. Its massive paw rose. It slammed down. Guy gritted his teeth, wanting to dodge. But his legs wouldn't move for a moment. His bones were fractured, he couldn't exert any strength. The paw got closer and closer. Larger and larger. And then, a petite figure rushed over, blocking him. Kurenai. Her black curly hair flashed in the moonlight. She spread her arms and closed her eyes. I won't let you hurt him. Guy's head buzzed. Time seemed to slow down. He saw Kurenai's back, so small, so thin. He saw that giant paw, about to fall at any second. He saw Obito scrambling up from the ground, his face flushed red and his eyes wide like a bull's. He saw Kakashi gritting his teeth and rushing over, but he was too late. He saw Rin covering her mouth, tears already falling. And then, he saw nothing else. There was only a surge of heat exploding from his lower abdomen. The muscle tendon change classic circulated frantically within his body, faster than ever before. The heat surged throughout his body, pouring into his legs. The system's voice rang in his ears. Opportunity for epiphany detected. Would you like to? Guy ignored it. He didn't even hear it. He only knew that Kurenai was in front of him. That paw was about to fall. He had to kick. He stood up. His legs no longer hurt. The bones had set. His blood was burning. His mind was a total blank. Only one thought remained. Those 10,000 kicks. 100,000 kicks. 200,000 kicks. Every strike, every leg movement, every single moment. They all fused together at this very instant. He took a step forward. His right hand grabbed Kurenai's waist, pulling her behind him. His left hand clenched into a fist, tucked at his waist. His right leg rose. Countless images flashed through his mind. Dai demonstrating the Konoha Senpu in front of the waterfall, his teeth glinting. The tree on the back mountain kicked in half, wood chips flying. The target at the training ground kicked into two pieces, the examiner's shocked face. When Kakashi said, "You can't beat me," he had smiled and said, "But I haven't fallen yet." White Fang standing at the school gate, tears streaming down. In Dai's words, protecting the people you want to protect is more important than becoming a Jonin. Right. Protect the people I want to protect. Right leg. Kick out. It was very slow. So slow it seemed static. But it was also very fast. So fast the air itself screamed. In that moment, the world went quiet. There was only a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. In midair, a light glowed on his leg. A faint golden light spread from the sole of his foot to his ankle, then to his calf. Like a diamond. Like a flame. Like some kind of power that had been passed down for thousands of years. Great Vajra leg, perfection. The right leg suddenly magnified 10 times. A massive golden leg appeared in front of Guy, mirroring his kicking motion exactly. The golden light was blinding, illuminating the entire forest. The air exploded. Boom. That wasn't just a sound. It was the shriek of air being torn apart. The giant bear's paw was still in midair. The massive golden leg had already slammed into its chest. Bang! The 10-meter-tall giant bear was hit like it had been struck by a train, swatted by a tailed beast, or crushed by a mountain. Its massive body was sent flying directly. It flew over the section of forest it had just smashed through. It flew over that huge boulder. It flew dozens of meters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It crashed into the hillside, smashing out a huge crater. Half the hillside collapsed. The giant bear lay in the crater, motionless. Dead silence. The golden leg phantom slowly dissipated. Guy remained in his kicking posture. His right leg trembled slightly. He took a deep breath. He retracted his leg. He stood up straight. He looked down at Kurenai. Kurenai looked up, staring at him blankly. Moonlight shone on her face, there were tears in her eyes, sparkling bright. Are you okay? Guy grinned. The movement tugged at the wound on his lip, making him wince with pain. But he still gave a thumbs up. His teeth glinted. Kurenai's tears fell. Then she lunged forward and hugged him tightly. You idiot. You idiot. You scared me to death. Guy was stunned as she hugged him. He didn't know where to put his hands. This. In the distance, Obito's mouth hung wide open as he looked at the collapsed hillside, then back at Guy. Is this what youth is? Kakashi stood by a tree. He looked at the green-clad fellow being hugged. Then he looked at the giant bear that had been kicked 50 meters away. The corner of his mouth twitched. This monster. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the low-grade martial skill. Great Vajra leg to the perfection realm. Received a random martial skill gift pack. Open now. Being hugged by Kurenai, Guy had no time to deal with the system. But his heart stirred. So, this was the effect of reaching perfection in a martial skill. So, this was how it felt to protect someone. He looked down at Kurenai's head buried in his chest. Her black curly hair was a bit messy, shaking slightly. He looked again at the huge crater on the distant hillside. Then at his own right leg, which was still trembling slightly. He grinned. It was worth it. Totally worth it. Guy. Kakashi walked over. Guy looked up. Kakashi looked at him, remaining silent for 2 seconds. That kick. He paused. Was it the multi-size technique? Guy was taken aback for a moment. Then he grinned and didn't explain. Instead, he gave a thumbs up. That was the power of youth. Kurenai lifted her head from his embrace at this point, her face bright red. But she didn't let go. Obito finally found his voice and rushed over. Monster. You're absolutely a monster. A 10-meter tall bear. Kicked dozens of meters away in one shot. What on earth are you? Rin also nodded heavily. Compared to that ninja bear, Guy is more like a human-shaped beast. Konoha's human-shaped beast. Kakashi tilted his head, sizing up Guy. It's fitting, just sounds a bit unpleasant. I think it's better to call him Konoha's Vajra beast. Ebisu muttered softly. This one sentence immediately resonated with the others. Guy rolled his eyes helplessly. Vajra beast. This nickname didn't even sound as good as Guy's original, Blue Beast. However, he didn't mind. The title of Blue Beast, belonging to Might Guy would appear on him again sooner or later. Of this, he was absolutely certain. Might Guy grinned. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Ninja World. When Might Guy learns the 72 Shaolin techniques. Part 2. The giant bear ran away. The giant bear woke up while the children were talking excitedly. It then looked at Might Guy in horror and fled without looking back. The large crater on the hillside was still smoking. The 6 children stood under the moonlight, looking at the prone cub and then at the giant silhouette disappearing into the darkness in the distance. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. Obito scratched his head. What do we do now? No one answered. Guy looked down at the leg that had kicked out with a golden foot, then back at the cub. The cub was still unconscious, lying there motionless, its belly rising and falling. He looked into the distance again. That 10-meter tall giant bear was running faster than when it arrived. Now, not even a shadow could be seen. It ran away. Obito's eyes widened. It left its own child behind and ran. Kakashi nodded. Ninja beasts are also afraid of death. Obito's mouth hung open as he looked in that direction, then back at the cub. Then what about this one? Everyone looked at each other. Kill it. This thought circled in several of their minds. But no one said it out loud. Kurenai spoke softly. How about, we release it? Rin nodded. It's still small. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses. Release it. Release it so it can grow up and come back for revenge. Obito shuddered. Oh right. It saw us just now. They fell silent again. Guy knelt down and patted the cub's head. The fur was very stiff and prickly. The cub groaned groggily but didn't wake up. Guy thought for a moment and looked up at Kakashi. What do you think? Kakashi walked over and stood before the cub. The moonlight shone on his masked face, his eyes bright. A living one is worth more than a dead one. He paused. This is an era of war. A ninja bear comparable to a genin can be sold for a lot of money. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Sell it. Obito blinked. Sell it to whom? Kakashi glanced at him. There are plenty of ninja clans in the village who want summoned beasts. This kind of thick-skinned creature can serve as a meat shield. Although it doesn't know ninjutsu, it's easy to keep alive. He spoke calmly, as if mentioning that the weather was nice today. As the children listened, surprisingly, no one felt anything was wrong. The era of ninjas. The era of war. Even 6-year-old children had long understood these things. Guy nodded. Makes sense. He patted the cub's head. Then we'll sell it and split the money equally. Obito's eyes lit up. Split it equally. Really? Yes. How much would that be? Kakashi made an estimate. Alive, Genin level ninja bear, everyone gets at least this much. He held up one hand. Obito swallowed hard. 5,000 ryo. Kakashi shook his head. 50,000. Obito gasped. 50,000 per person, for 6 people, that was 300,000 ryo. Guy had no objections either. Might Dai worked hard on missions just so Guy could eat more. 50,000 ryo was not a small amount, it was almost equivalent to a month's worth of days mission rewards. Guy even looked in the direction the big bear had fled and licked his lips. I'll buy it. Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads. Kurenai stood there, the moonlight illuminating her face, her large wine-red eyes shining. Obito's mouth fell open. Where would you get 300,000 ryo? Kurenai's face flushed slightly, but her voice remained steady. My family has it. Obito was stunned. Then he suddenly remembered. Kurenai Yuhi. The Yuhi clan. Konoha's Genjutsu family. Although not one of the top few, they had a legacy spanning decades. Their clan grounds were not small, and they had many businesses. 300,000 ryo. It was a fortune for an ordinary family. But for the Yuhi family. Obito shut his mouth. Ebisu also shut his mouth. Rin looked at Kurenai with a smile. Guy grinned. Deal. Just one word. Kurenai blinked. Aren't you going to negotiate the price? Guy shook his head. If you're buying it, we'll go with the price you said. Kurenai's face grew even redder. She lowered her head and whispered. Then I'll go back and tell my father. Guy nodded. Okay. Obito watched from the side, dumbfounded. Hey, you just agreed like that. 300,000 ryo. What if her dad doesn't agree? Guy turned to look at him. Then we'll sell it to someone else. Obito was choked up. That also seemed right. But he felt something was off. He looked at Kurenai. She had her head down, even the tips of her ears were red. He looked at Guy. Guy looked indifferent, patting the cub's head. He looked at Rin. Rin was smiling, her eyes curved into crescents. Obito suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. All right, let's tie it up first. The group began to get busy. They pulled vines and wove ropes, binding the cub securely. The cub was woken up by the commotion. It groggily opened its eyes and saw a group of little ones surrounding it. It struggled a few times. It couldn't break free. Then it saw a green face leaning in. Thick eyebrows and big eyes, smiling right at it. Don't move, I've found you a good home. The cub blinked. It didn't understand. But that tone seemed like it wasn't a bad thing. It lay there and stopped moving. Kurenai knelt beside it, her eyes bright as she watched it. It's so well behaved. Rin smiled and nodded. Yeah, it's quite cute. Obito curled his lip. Cute. One swipe could kill you. Kurenai ignored him. She continued to look at the cub and whispered. What should I call you from now on? Ebisu was tying vines nearby, muttering as he worked. Can this thing really be a summoned beast? What if it wakes up in the middle of the night and eats Kurenai? Kakashi glanced at him. It won't once the summoning contract is signed. Ebisu shut up. After half an hour of binding, it was finally done. 2 bears. The big one had run away. The little one was tied into a ball, with only its head sticking out. Obito walked around it 3 times. How do we get it back now? Kakashi thought for a moment. Drag it. Drag it. What else? You want to carry it? Obito looked at the bear ball that was 3 times his size and fell silent. Guy had already started. He grabbed a vine and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Let's go. The cub was dragged by him, sliding across the ground. Scrape, scrape. Its expression was a bit dazed. It seemed to be saying, where am I going? The group started walking back. The moon hung in the sky, very bright. After walking a short distance, Kakashi suddenly slowed down to walk side by side with Guy. Guy turned to look at him. Kakashi didn't speak, but his expression clearly showed he had something to say. Guy waited. Kakashi still didn't speak. Hey, Guy spoke up, what do you want to say? Kakashi's pace faltered. He glanced at the people behind them. Obito was arguing with Ebisu, while Rin and Kurenai were laughing nearby. No one was paying attention to them. He took a deep breath. Guy. Yeah, I. Kakashi opened his mouth, then closed it again. Guy stopped and looked at him. Under the moonlight, that masked face showed a rare moment of hesitation. What is it, exactly? Kakashi was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, I'm planning to apply for early graduation. Might Guy felt a thud in his heart. It was coming. In the original story, Kakashi Hatake spent less than a year at the Ninja Academy before graduating. Because Tsukumo Hatake committed suicide, he wanted to become stronger and prove something. But now, Tsukumo Hatake was not dead. He thought Kakashi Hatake would wait until next year and graduate with them. He hadn't expected. Why? Might Guy asked. Kakashi Hatake looked at him, his gaze very serious. The Ninja Academy can no longer teach me anything. Might Guy didn't speak. Especially after that fight just now, Kakashi Hatake continued, I used the clone technique, I used shuriken, I used earth release. But when fighting that ninja bear, none of these were useful. He paused. Only in a real battle can you achieve a breakthrough. Might Guy was silent. How could he not understand that feeling? Great Vajra leg had been stuck at 999 proficiency for over 10 days. 10,000 kicks, 10,000 finger strikes every day. The proficiency didn't move at all. That kick just now, with Kurenai Yuhi's life hanging in the balance, he hadn't thought about anything in his mind. He just kicked out like that. And then, he had a breakthrough. Perfection. Great Vajra leg. This feeling really couldn't be trained in a training ground. Might Guy. Kakashi Hatake looked at him, his eyes very bright. Do you want to come with me? Moonlight shone on the two of them. From behind came the sound of Uchiha Obito and Ebisu arguing, the laughter of Rin Nohara and Kurenai Yuhi, and the rustling sound of the little bear rubbing against the ground. It was very quiet. It was very noisy. Might Guy looked into Kakashi Hatake's eyes. In that gaze was a sincere invitation. No arrogance, no genius looking down on a loser. I want to become stronger with you. Might Guy was moved. How could he not want to? To go to the real battlefield, to go to real battles, to kick those special skills one by one to perfection. But, he couldn't. An image flashed through his mind. A green spandex suit. Thick eyebrows and big eyes. A smile missing a front tooth. Might Guy. Youth is about getting back up where you fell. Die. Might die. That idiot old man. Might Guy knew what would happen in the future. The Third Shinobi World War was at most 2 or 3 years away. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would infiltrate near the land of fire. That idiot old man would open the 8 gates to save them. He would kick the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 ninja swordsmen. And then, burn out. He couldn't mess around. If he graduated early with Kakashi Hatake now, which team would he be assigned to? He didn't know. What missions would he be sent on? He didn't know. Would he still be able to encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? He knew even less. What if he didn't meet them? What if he missed them? That idiot old man, would he just burn himself out somewhere he didn't know, trying to save someone else? He couldn't afford to gamble. And besides, he looked down at his hands. Great Vajra leg was at perfection. Great Vajra finger was still a little short. Muscle tendon change classic was still far off. He still needed to learn more special skills. He still needed to become stronger. As he was now, he could kick a 10-meter tall ninja bear away. But what about the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? 7 people. 7 legendary blades. Each one was at the Jonin level. As he was now, if he went to face those 7 people, how many could he kick to death? 1, 2, and then that idiot old man would still open the 8 gates. He would still burn out. He would still turn to ash in front of him. No. It wasn't enough. It was still far from enough. Might Guy. Kakashi Hatake looked at him. Might Guy came back to his senses. He took a deep breath. Then shook his head. I'm not going. Kakashi Hatake was stunned. Why? Might Guy grinned. I still have a lot of things I haven't learned. Kakashi Hatake frowned. That kick just now. That kick isn't enough. Might Guy interrupted him. Far from enough. He looked into Kakashi Hatake's eyes. Rarely serious. Kakashi Hatake, you go. You go first. As for me, I still need to stay at the school for a while. Kakashi Hatake didn't speak. Might Guy continued. 1 year at most. A year later, I will graduate too. By then, he gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. We'll see each other on the battlefield. Kakashi Hatake looked at him. Moonlight shone on that guy in the green suit. The swollen corner of his mouth, the scraped eyebrow, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Those were eyes with a goal. Kakashi Hatake suddenly understood something. He didn't ask further. He just nodded. Okay. Might Guy grinned. Aren't you going to ask me why? Kakashi Hatake shook his head. No. He paused. You have your reasons. Might Guy was stunned. Then he smiled even more happily. Thanks. Kakashi Hatake rolled his eyes. What for? The two continued walking forward. From behind came Uchiha Obito's scream. Hey! What are you two whispering about in front again? Might Guy turned back. None of your business. You. Rin Nohara and Kurenai Yuhi covered their mouths and laughed. Bullying Uchiha Obito had already become their daily routine. The next day, Hokage building. Kakashi Hatake stood at the entrance, took a deep breath. He pushed the door and went in. The third Hokage was sitting behind the desk, smoking a pipe. Seeing Kakashi Hatake, he raised an eyebrow. The Hatake boy, what are you doing here so early? Kakashi Hatake walked up to him and stood still. Third Hokage. I am applying for early graduation. The third Hokage's smoking motion paused. He looked at the 6-year-old child in front of him. Silver hair, white mask, very bright eyes. Just like his father. Reason. The Ninja Academy can no longer teach me anything. Kakashi Hatake said, I want to go to the battlefield and truly become stronger. The third Hokage was silent for a few seconds. He took a puff of smoke. Does your father know? Yes. What did he say? Kakashi Hatake was silent for a moment. He said, let me decide for myself. The third Hokage nodded. He looked at Kakashi Hatake. This child was more precocious than his father was at that age. Fine. The third Hokage said, 3 days from now, I will test you personally. If you pass, I will let you graduate. Kakashi Hatake bowed. Thank you, third Hokage. He turned and walked out. He walked to the door, then turned back. Third Hokage. Might Guy. Kakashi Hatake paused. He said he would graduate in a year. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Oh. Kakashi Hatake didn't say anything more. He pushed the door and went out. The third Hokage looked at the closed door and took a puff of smoke. Might Guy. The son of that eternal genin. When Tsukumo Hatake came to report a few days ago, he also mentioned him. He said the kick that child delivered was stronger than many genin. The third Hokage smiled. Interesting. 3 days later. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Kakashi Hatake stood there with a small bag on his back. Might Guy stood opposite him. Uchiha Obito stood next to Might Guy, looking unconvinced. What's so great about graduating early? I can graduate next year too. Kakashi Hatake ignored him. He looked at Might Guy. I'm leaving. Might Guy nodded. Yeah. There was a 2-second silence. Kakashi Hatake suddenly reached out his hand. Might Guy was stunned for a moment. Then he reached out his hand. Slap. 2 hands clasped together. Don't die. Might Guy said. You too. Kakashi Hatake said. Uchiha Obito was jumping up and down on the side. Hey. What about me? What about me? Kakashi Hatake glanced at him. You, live well. Uchiha Obito petrified. What do you mean live well? I'm also very strong, okay. No one paid attention to him. Rin Nohara walked over with a smile and handed Kakashi Hatake a small bag. Eat on the road. Kakashi Hatake was stunned. Thank you. Kurenai Yuhi stood next to Might Guy and waved at Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake, take care. Kakashi Hatake nodded. He turned around. He walked 2 steps forward. Then turned back. Might Guy. The 1 year you mentioned. Might Guy grinned. 1 year. I'll wait for you. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Alright. The corners of Kakashi Hatake's mouth curled up. He turned around. And left. Until he disappeared at the corner of the street. Might Guy watched that disappearing back. The corners of his mouth slowly spread. It wasn't that kind of, youth-burning, big laugh. It was another kind of smile. Quiet. Calculated. He looked down. The system panel floated before his eyes. Host. Might Guy. Monk value. 0. Specialty skill list. Muscle tendon change classic, high grade, 788 mastery. Great Vajra leg, low grade, 1000 perfection. Great Vajra finger, low grade, 999 mastery. Precept breaking blade, medium grade, 0, initial mastery. A month later. Back mountain. Precept breaking blade, 36th form. Falling mortal world. A green shadow flashed, and a wooden sword struck the tree trunk. Crack. The sound of wood breaking was exceptionally crisp. Might Guy looked at the wooden sword in his hand, which was now only half its original length, and sighed. Ah! It broke again. He tossed the broken half of the wooden sword aside and plopped down onto the grass. This was already the 12th wooden sword to break this month. From the initial crude tree branches to the decent wooden swords he later carved himself. And then to the reinforced version he specifically asked the village carpenter to make yesterday. All broken. Not a single one could withstand 3 rounds of the precept breaking blade technique. Might Guy looked at the number on his system panel, feeling a bit of a headache. Precept breaking blade, medium grade, 12, initial mastery. This was the latest unique skill he obtained from the random unique skill gift pack. Might Guy now knew how to continue acquiring the Shaolin 72 unique skills. That was to cultivate one unique skill to perfection, and then he would receive a new unique skill gift pack. Cultivate to perfection again. Acquire again. And so on. The new unique skill, Precept Breaking Blade, had a total of 49 forms. More precisely, a total of 49 slashes. Completing all 49 slashes in one go would increase proficiency by 1 point. Although after completing one round, Might Guy himself would be utterly exhausted for a while. But according to his body's recovery speed, practicing once in the morning, noon, and evening was not a big problem. That's 3 points of proficiency a day, and it didn't really hinder other training. It wouldn't take long to max it out. But now, a month had passed, and he only had 12 points of proficiency. The reason for this was simple: no swords. Mere wooden swords simply couldn't withstand the power of the precept breaking blade. Even the reinforced versions were practically waste after one round. He had already spent hundreds of ryo just on wooden swords. And to buy a decent sword, it would cost at least 10,000 ryo. So poor. Might Guy looked up at the sky, his face full of despair. A month ago, after selling the ninja bear, he received 50,000 ryo. At the time, he thought it was a lot. Now, it's gone. All gone. Where did it all go? It wasn't spent on swords. The main reason was still one word: eating. After the muscle tendon change classic broke through to the mastery stage, his body was like a bottomless pit. Every morning when he woke up, he was so hungry he could chew through the bed frame. 1 bowl of rice. Not enough. 2 bowls of rice. Just a snack. 3 bowls of rice. Barely not hungry. If his training intensity was higher, he could eat all the family's food for 3 days in one go. Might Guy looked at the empty rice jar, his eyes red, but this time not from emotion. Might Guy. Dad can't afford to raise you anymore. Might Guy was silent then. What could he say? Say, Dad, don't panic, I'll go kick another bear back to sell. The problem was, bears weren't available every day. This month, 50,000 ryo, all went into his mouth. How much was left? He pulled out the last few copper coins from his pocket. Counted them. 43 ryo. Might Guy put the copper coins back in his pocket and lay down on the grass. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on his face. It was a bit dazzling. He raised his hand to block his eyes. 2 words suddenly popped into his mind. Work part-time. Might Guy abruptly sat up. His eyes lit up. That's right. Blacksmith shop. Go work at a blacksmith shop. Whether it was swinging a hammer or pulling the bellows, weren't those all physical labor? Swinging a hammer, train arm strength. Pulling the bellows, train endurance. And he could earn money. Maybe he could even get a discarded defective ninja blade. Perfect. Might Guy slapped his thigh. Youth. This is youth. He sprang to his feet, full of vigor. But as soon as he stood up, he paused again. The problem is, where to find a blacksmith shop? He was familiar with Konoha village, but only the routes to the training grounds, the back mountain, home, and school. He had never really paid attention to places like blacksmith shops. As he was thinking, footsteps approached from afar. Uchiha Obito burst out of the woods, panting, his face covered in sweat. He had just run a lap around the back mountain. Might Guy looked at him, and suddenly an idea struck him. The Uchiha clan. One of the most famous families in the Hokage series. Famous for the Sharingan, but also one of Konoha's top blacksmithing families. The Uchiha clan's ancestral ninja tools were renowned throughout the entire ninja world. This guy, Obito, even though he was a dead last, he was still an Uchiha, after all. Obito. Do you know anyone at a blacksmith shop? Uchiha Obito froze, straightening his back. Blacksmith shop. Yes, I do. My second uncle works at the clan's blacksmith shop. Why do you ask? Might Guy didn't hide anything and said directly, I want to work part-time. Work part-time. Uchiha Obito's mouth hung open, looking at him in shock. You. Work part-time. Yes. Are you short on money? Yes. Uchiha Obito paused, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, didn't you just get 50,000 ryo last month? You spent it all so quickly. Might Guy nodded. Spent it all. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened even more. 50,000 ryo. In 1 month. What did you do? Might Guy thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Ate it. Uchiha Obito fell silent. He looked at Might Guy, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Still the same green clothes, still the same thick eyebrows, still the same appearance. But his gaze slowly changed. Like looking at some kind of marvelous creature. You ate 50,000 ryo in 1 month. Might Guy corrected him, not 1 month. 23 days. Uchiha Obito. He suddenly understood why Might Guy was so desperately taking on missions. Raising a son like this, he had to work desperately. Alright, Uchiha Obito scratched his head, I'll go back and ask for you. But my second uncle has a bit of a strange temper, so he might not agree. Might Guy nodded. Shall we go now? Uchiha Obito was taken aback. Now. Yes. Might Guy grinned, giving a thumbs up. Anyway, I'm training today, so 1 day earlier or later is the same. Youth cannot be wasted. Uchiha Obito looked at his white teeth, and his mouth twitched. Your youth is really something else. The two packed their things and walked out of the back mountain. After a few steps, Uchiha Obito suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Kakashi Hatake sent a letter a few days ago. Might Guy's steps faltered. What did he say? He said he was assigned to Minato Namikaze's squad and was being worked to death every day. He also said, Uchiha Obito pouted, that we two dead lasts must still be slacking off. Might Guy smiled. Then when we see him again, we'll let him see how powerful a dead last can be. Uchiha Obito also smiled. Right. Let him see. The two walked out of the back mountain and headed towards the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha compound was located on the east side of Konoha village. Guy followed Obito through a few streets, the area becoming increasingly secluded as they walked. The houses on either side of the road gradually shifted from ordinary dwellings to Japanese-style mansions with courtyards. A fan crest appeared on the walls from time to time. Your family is quite large, Guy said, looking around. Obito curled his lip. What's the use of being large? I still get scolded every single day. Who scolds you? Those elders in the family, of course. Obito rolled his eyes. They say I'm a disgrace to the Uchiha, that I'm the dead last among the dead last, and that I'll never amount to anything in the future. As he spoke, his voice trailed off. Guy turned his head to look at him. Obito lowered his head, staring at the ground, his pace slowing down. Guy reached out and patted his shoulder. It's fine. Obito looked up. Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. When I become Hokage in the future, you just tell them you're the Hokage's brother, and see who dares to scold you. Obito was stunned. Then, his eyes reddened slightly. But he immediately lowered his head and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. When he looked up again, he had returned to his usual cocky demeanor. TCH, who wants to be your brother? I'm the one who's going to become Hokage myself. Guy grinned. Fine, 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 you'll be it. The two continued walking forward. After winding through several turns, they finally stopped in front of a chipped wooden door. A wooden board hung above the lintel, with a few words written crookedly, Uchiha Forge. Obito pushed the door open and poked his head inside. Second uncle, are you here? The sound of iron being hammered, clang, 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 came from inside, but there was no response. Obito turned his head to look at Guy. Come in. The two walked through the door into a small courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a shed, with flames soaring inside. A shirtless middle-aged man was swinging a hammer, striking a red-hot piece of iron again and again. Sweat trickled down his dark, swarthy back and dripped onto the ground, hissing as it turned into white steam. Second uncle. Obito called out. The man didn't stop hammering. Clang, clang, clang. After finishing this round, he picked up the iron block, flipped it over, and submerged it in a water bucket. Hiss, white smoke rose. Only then did he look up. A face full of stubble, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, looked somewhat like Obito. But his eyes were much fiercer than Obito's, like a wild boar. This is my second uncle, Uchiha Taoye, Obito whispered. Why did you come here, kid? Uchiha Taoye's voice was as rough as sandpaper grinding on wood. Did you cause trouble again? Obito curled his lip. I didn't cause trouble. I brought my classmate here. Classmate. Uchiha Taoye looked at Guy. He looked him up and down. Green spandex. Thick eyebrows. His gaze shifted from confusion to disdain. The son of that eternal genin. Guy was stunned. Obito's face turned red. Second uncle. Uchiha Taoye waved his hand, set the hammer aside, and grabbed a towel from a rack to wipe his sweat. Alright, who in the village doesn't know? Speak up, why are you looking for me? Guy stepped forward and stood straight. Senior, I would like to work here. Uchiha Taoye's motion of wiping sweat paused. He looked at Guy with a strange expression. Work. You. Yes. How old are you? 7 years old. Uchiha Taoye laughed. It was a laugh of annoyance. 7 years old, and you want to work here. Do you know what this place is? This is a smithy. It's not a place for you kids to play house. He threw the towel onto the rack. The work here, wielding a hammer, working the bellows, moving iron ingots, which one can you do? Guy didn't speak. Uchiha Taoye continued, your dad, that eternal genin, how much money does he even make a month? It must be a struggle just to raise you, right? Wanting to earn money is a good thing, but you have to know your limits. Wait until you grow a few more years, get taller, get stronger, then come back. I can do it, Guy interrupted him. Uchiha Taoye was stunned. Guy walked to the side of the shed, where a stack of iron ingots was piled up. Each one was as thick as his waist and half his height. He looked at his second uncle. Where should I move them? Uchiha Taoye raised an eyebrow and pointed to an empty rack in the corner. Over there. Move them one by one. We'll talk after you're done. Guy walked over. He crouched down. He hugged an iron ingot with both arms. He exerted force. The ingot left the ground. He straightened his back, turned around, walked to the empty rack, and set it down. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. His face was not flushed, and he was not out of breath. Uchiha Taoye's eyes widened a little. Guy walked back. The second one. The fourth one, a stack of 10 iron ingots, in less than 2 minutes, all moved. Guy clapped the dust off his hands and walked back in front of Uchiha Taoye. I'm done moving them. Uchiha Taoye opened his mouth. He looked at the neatly stacked iron ingots, then looked at Guy. This kid, how is his strength so great? Is he really 7? Obito grinned on the side, with an, I told you so, expression. Uchiha Taoye coughed dryly. Well, you have some strength. But a smithy isn't just about strength. You have to know how to work the bellows, understand the heat, know when to add coal, when to stop. I can learn, Guy said again. Uchiha Taoye was choked up. He looked at Guy's serious eyes and suddenly felt a bit annoyed. Why is this kid so stubborn? Fine, you'll learn. But can you forge? Guy shook his head. No. Then that's that. Uchiha Taoye waved his hand. You don't know anything, so why should I hire you? This is a time of war. Do you know how many people outside are waiting for ninja tools? I'm busy as hell. Where would I find the time to teach you? Guy was silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. I don't want wages. Uchiha Taoye was stunned, thinking he had misheard. What? I don't want wages, Guy repeated. Just one meal is enough. Uchiha Taoye blinked. There's such a good deal. But he thought about it again and shook his head. No wages won't work either. You don't know anything, you'll just be a nuisance if you come. When I'm busy, you can't help. When I'm not busy, it's a waste of time for me to teach you. A meal is also money, why should I? I can try first, Guy interrupted him. Just today. Let me work for 1 day. If I do well, I stay. If I don't do well, I'll leave on my own. You don't even need to provide a meal. Uchiha Taoye looked at him. This kid is dead set on it. He turned to look at Obito. Obito shrugged, with an, don't look at me, he insisted on coming, expression. Uchiha Taoye looked again at the stack of neatly moved iron ingots. He has strength. And it's not small. He thought for a moment and pointed to the bellows in the corner of the shed. Fine. You work that thing for 1 hour, without stopping in the middle. We'll talk after you finish. Guy nodded. He walked over. Crouched down. Grasped the bellows handle. Whoosh. Inhale. Whoosh. Inhale. The bellows began to work. The furnace fire brightened and dimmed with his rhythm. Uchiha Taoye watched from the side. At first, he waited to see when this kid would call out that he was tired. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Guy's movements never changed, and his rhythm never faltered. His face was not flushed, and he was not out of breath. He didn't even blink. Uchiha Taoyi's expression changed. From waiting to see a joke, it turned to surprise. From surprise, it turned to seriousness. He walked over and crouched beside Guy. He reached out and touched the furnace fire. The temperature was just right. The airflow was just right. This heat was better than what those new apprentices could manage. You kid, have you trained before? Guy didn't stop, turning his head to look at him. I train every day. Train what? Taijutsu. Kicking, push-ups, running with weights. Uchiha Taoye was silent. He knew about taijutsu. Which kid in the ninja academy didn't train taijutsu? But to train to this level. He glanced at Guy's arms. Those arms were thicker than any 7-year-old child he had ever seen. Not fat, but muscle. Solid muscle. He looked at Guy's breathing again. It was as steady as if he were sleeping. This kid is definitely not simple. 1 hour was up. Guy stopped and stood up. His legs were a bit numb, but after moving them around a bit, he was fine. He looked at Uchiha Taoye. How was it? Uchiha Taoye didn't speak. He turned and walked to the other side of the shed, took a red-hot iron billet from the rack, and clamped it onto the anvil. Then he picked up the hammer and pointed to the iron billet. Watch closely. Clang. With one strike. Forging isn't just about using force. You have to know where to strike, when to strike, and how hard to strike. Clang. Clang. He said as he hammered. His movements weren't fast, but every strike hit the same spot. The iron billet slowly deformed under his hands. Finally, it became a rough billet for a ninja tool. The shape of a kunai. Second uncle clamped the billet and submerged it in the water bucket. Hiss. White smoke dissipated. He tossed the billet to Guy's feet. Just follow this shape and forge 10 for me. Once you're done, we'll talk. Guy looked down at the billet. Then he looked at the hammer in Uchiha Taoye's hand. Where's the hammer? Uchiha Taoye pointed to the corner. 7 or 8 hammers were leaning there, of different sizes. Guy walked over and picked up the smallest one. He weighed it. Too light. Swapped it for another. Still light. Swapped again. Until the 4th one, he picked it up and tested it. About right. Uchiha Taoye watched from the side, his eyelids twitching. That hammer is for adult apprentices. This kid, can he lift it? Guy walked to the anvil. He clamped a red-hot iron billet. Placed it. Raised the hammer. Clang. The first strike went down, and the billet went crooked. Clang. The second strike, it went even more crooked. Uchiha Taoye frowned. Clang. The third strike, it went off to the side. Uchiha Taoye wanted to open his mouth to scold him. Then he saw Guy stop. Guy lowered his head and looked at the twisted iron billet, silent for 2 seconds. He clamped a new one. A red-hot iron billet. Placed it. Raised the hammer. Clang. This time it didn't go crooked. Clang. The position was right. Clang. 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 Strike after strike, the rhythm became steadier and steadier. Uchiha Taoye's open mouth slowly closed. He stared at Guy's hands. Those hands, the posture of holding the hammer, was wrong at first. But with every hammer fall, he was adjusting. 3 strikes. 5 strikes. 10 strikes. By the 15th strike, the posture was already like he had practiced for years. The iron billet slowly deformed under Guy's hands. The shape of a kunai. Exactly the same as the one Uchiha Taoye had forged just now. Clang. The last strike fell. Guy clamped the billet and submerged it in the water bucket. Hiss. White smoke dissipated. He tossed the billet to Uchiha Taoye's feet. It lay side by side with the other one. Exactly the same. Uchiha Taoye looked down at the 2 billets. He was silent for a long time. Then he looked up. Looked at Guy. You kid, is this really your first time forging? Those 3 hammers just now were the first time. Might Guy said truthfully. Uchiha Taoye's mouth twitched. He learned it in 3 tries. He looked into Guy's eyes. Those eyes were bright, yet calm, without pride or showmanship. As if what he had just done was a very ordinary thing. Uchiha Taoye suddenly remembered what Obito's mother had said. A true genius isn't born knowing everything. They learn faster than anyone else. He looked at the 10 blanks. Each one was better than the last. The last one was even better than what many apprentices could forge after a year of work. He looked at Guy again. This kid is only 7 years old. Second uncle. Obito leaned over and asked cautiously, can he stay? Uchiha Taoye ignored him. He looked at Guy. You said no wages, just 1 meal. Guy nodded. Yes. Any other requests? Guy thought for a moment. 3 points. Uchiha Taoye raised an eyebrow. Speak. First, I'll come after school every day. I'll eat dinner here. Uchiha Taoye nodded. Alright. Second, after I finish my work, let me practice my blade here with the remaining time. Uchiha Taoye was stunned. Practice your blade. Guy nodded. Practice my blade. Those discarded defective products are fine, even the scrap metal that can't be forged. Uchiha Taoye looked at the pile of scrap metal in the corner. Those things were usually thrown away as trash. This kid wants that. Alright. They're going to be thrown away anyway, so you can have them if you want. Third. Guy looked at him. Let's try it for a month first. If you think it's good after a month, I'll continue. If you don't, I'll leave. Uchiha Taoye was silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled. It was a smile he hadn't shown in a long time. Alright. It's settled then. He extended his hand. Guy reached out. Clap. The two hands, one large and one small, clasped together. Obito watched from the side, suddenly remembering something. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak. But he glanced at Guy and closed it again. Never mind. It's only for a month. At most, he'd only lose money for a month. That evening, Guy sat in the corner of the shed, a large bowl in front of him. The bowl was full of rice, topped with 2 pieces of grilled fish, a pile of pickles, and a large spoonful of miso soup. He picked up his chopsticks. He started eating. Uchiha Taoye sat beside him, wiping sweat as he watched him eat. First bowl. 30 seconds. Second bowl. 40 seconds. Third bowl. 1 minute. Fourth bowl. Fifth bowl. Sixth bowl. Uchiha Taoye stopped wiping his sweat. He looked at the stack of empty bowls, then at Guy's stomach. His stomach, why was it still flat? Second uncle. Obito leaned over and whispered. I forgot to tell you something. Uchiha Taoye turned to look at him. What is it? Obito swallowed. Guy eats a lot. Uchiha Taoye blinked. I know, isn't that normal? After working for half a day, eating 6 bowls. He didn't finish his sentence. 7th bowl. 8th bowl. 9th bowl. Guy picked up the 10th bowl. Uchiha Taoye's mouth hung open. He looked at the pile of empty bowls, then at Guy's still chewing face. He suddenly felt a little heartache for himself. This kid. Can he eat a day's worth of food for 3 people in one meal? Guy finished his 10th bowl and put down his chopsticks. He looked up. He saw second uncle's stiff face. He grinned, giving a thumbs up. Thanks for the meal. Uchiha Taoye's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something. But looking at Guy's sincere eyes, he swallowed it back. Never mind. He had promised 1 meal. It was just a few more bowls. He looked down at the pile of empty bowls. 10 bowls. This kid. He really can eat a lot. The next day after school. Guy appeared in the shed on time. 3rd day. 4th day. 5th day. He came every day. After finishing his work, he would practice his blade. He would dig out broken ninja tool fragments from the scrap pile and repeatedly practice the precept breaking blades moves. Sometimes he would practice until midnight. When Uchiha Taoye finished work and went home, he could still hear the whooshing sound of air being cut from the backyard. Just like that. Another month passed. That evening. Obito strolled over after school. He pushed open the door. The courtyard was still the same. Flames blazed in the shed, and the clang of hammering iron echoed loudly. He poked his head in to look. Guy stood in front of the anvil, shirtless, swinging his hammer. His physique, which had been somewhat thin a month ago, now showed clear muscle definition. This was due to getting proper nutrition. Sweat streamed down his back, dripping onto the ground, hissing and steaming. The iron blank under his hand was slowly taking shape. It wasn't a kunai blank. It was the prototype of a short blade. The edge was uniformly thick, the blade was straight, and the handle's end was smooth and rounded. Obito's mouth fell open. This thing, he forged it. Clang. The final hammer blow landed. Guy picked up the short blade with tongs and immersed it in the water bucket. Hiss. White smoke rose. He picked up the blade and examined it under the light. He nodded with satisfaction. He turned his head and saw Obito. Yo, you're here. Obito blinked. That blade, you forged it. Guy tossed the blade to him. Just made it. See how it is. Obito fumbled to catch it. He looked down. The blade was smooth, the edge sharp, and even the anti-slip pattern on the hilt was neatly carved. He tested the edge with his finger. Hiss, a cut appeared on his finger. Guy grinned. Be careful, it's not sharpened yet, but it's fast enough. Obito looked at the cut, then at Guy. 1 month. Just 1 month. This guy went from not knowing how to forge at all to forging like this. Where's my second uncle? Obito asked. Guy pointed to the backyard. He's sorting out scrap metal in the backyard. Obito walked around to the back. The backyard wasn't big, but it was piled high with various scraps. Broken ninja tools, ruined blanks, deformed iron blocks. Uchiha Taoye was squatting there, holding a recently ruined kunai in his hand. He turned it over and over, examining it. Second uncle. Uchiha Taoye looked up. Obito. He stood up and clapped the dust off his hands. Here to see your classmate. Obito nodded, pointing to the front yard. How's he doing? Uchiha Taoye was silent for 2 seconds. Then he looked towards the front yard. Through the gaps in the shed, Guy's figure could be seen. He was picking up another iron blank, starting on the next task. His movements were as skilled as if he had been doing it for years. This kid, second uncle began. Obito perked up his ears. He eats a lot, that's for sure. Obito nodded. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. But, Uchiha Taoye interrupted him. The work he forges is also really good. Obito was stunned. Uchiha Taoye handed him the ruined kunai. Obito took it and looked. It was ruined because a small piece of the edge had chipped off. But the other parts were unbelievably neat. Do you know what he's forging now? Uchiha Taoye asked. Obito shook his head. Ninja tool blanks, Uchiha Taoye said. Kunai, shuriken, short blades. All finished blanks, ready for other blacksmiths to use directly. He paused. Before, these tasks were done by hired genin. 2,000 ryo a month per person, including food and lodging. If they could forge 300 blanks a month, they were considered capable. Obito blinked. What about Guy? Uchiha Taoye looked at him. This kid, in 1 month, forged 800. Obito's mouth dropped open. 800. That's nearly 3 times what a genin could do. And, Uchiha Taoye pulled out a piece of paper from his in my arms. The paper was densely covered with notes. Take a look. Obito took it. The paper had dates written on it, with numbers next to them. Day 127 crooked. Day 235 less crooked. Day 342 qualified. Day 448. Day 27, 88. Day 28, 90. Day 29, 93. Day 30, 97. At the end was a line written in red pen. Total, 824. Pass rate, 97.3%. Obito's hands trembled slightly. A 97% pass rate. That meant, out of the 824 blanks Guy forged, only a little over 20 were rejects. He looked up at Uchiha Taoye. Uchiha Taoye was looking at the front yard. Through the gaps in the shed, Guy's green figure could be seen. He was picking up another iron blank, starting on the next task. What time does he work until every day? Obito asked. Uchiha Taoye was silent for a moment. Yesterday, when I left, it was 11. He was still here. The day before yesterday. 12. The day before that. 1. Obito didn't ask anymore. He suddenly remembered what he had thought to himself a month ago, standing there. It's only for a month. At most, I'd only lose money for a month. Now a month had passed. He looked at Uchiha Taoye. So, do you still want him? Uchiha Taoye didn't answer. He turned and walked towards the front yard. Obito followed him. The two walked to the edge of the shed. Guy had just finished forging one blank and was about to pick up the next. Uchiha Taoye spoke, "Might Guy." Guy stopped, turning to look at him. Uchiha Taoye looked at him, silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "Continue tomorrow." Guy blinked. "Didn't you say to try for a month?" "The trial is over," Uchiha Taoye interrupted him, "you passed." Guy was stunned for a moment. Then he grinned. He gave a thumbs up. "Thank you." Uchiha Taoye waved his hand. "Less talk, more work. This batch of orders is urgent." Guy nodded. He turned back to work. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hammering iron rang out again. Uchiha Taoye watched for a while. Then he pulled out a cloth pouch from his in my arms. He tossed it to Guy. Catch. Guy caught it with one hand and opened it. It was a short blade. Not a blank. It was a real blade. The blade gleamed coldly, and the hilt was wrapped in black hemp rope. This is. Guy looked up. Uchiha Taoye had already turned and was walking out. He spoke as he walked, "A discarded defective product. It's usable, but it can't be sold for much. It's perfect for you to practice your blade." He paused at the doorway. It saves you from secretly practicing every morning and disturbing my rest. Then he pushed the door open and left. Guy looked down at the blade in his hand. There was indeed a small dark pattern on the blade, a flaw left during forging. But compared to those scraps, this blade was much better. He gripped the hilt tightly. He swung it. It felt right. Obito leaned over, looking at the blade. This blade isn't a defective product, is it? Guy grinned. I know. Then you. Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. I can't let second uncle's kindness go to waste. After saying that, he continued forging. Clang, clang, clang. Obito stood by, looking at the back of the figure swinging the hammer. Then he looked towards the backyard. He suddenly felt a little envious. This guy. No matter where he went, someone was willing to help him. He remembered a month ago, when Guy said he wanted to work. He remembered Guy's figure, coming every day after school for a month. He remembered the firelight still burning in the shed late at night. Perhaps, it wasn't that people were willing to help him. It was that he was worth it. Days passed like this. Dull, tedious, yet fulfilling. Waking up at dawn every day, running 10 kilometers to the back mountain. Going to school, attending classes, finishing classes. After school, going to the Uchiha blacksmith shop to strike iron until dark. Eating after dark. Practicing the blade after eating. Then going to the waterfall, soaking for 2 hours, and poking rocks along the way. Finally going home and falling asleep immediately. Day after day. Month after month. 2 more months passed. Today was a holiday at the Ninja Academy. Guy didn't go to the blacksmith shop. Early in the morning, he slipped into the back mountain and headed toward the waterfall. In 2 months, this was his first time taking a day off. It wasn't because he was tired. It was because he felt. It was close. Just a little bit more. The great Vajra finger had been stuck at 999 proficiency points for nearly 3 months. Since the night he kicked the ninja bear away, he knew that this finger technique didn't need more training volume. It needed that thin layer of window paper to be broken. But this layer of window paper, despite 3 months of poking, just wouldn't break. Guy took off his shirt and walked into the waterfall. It was autumn, and the water was already a bit chilly. But to him, this bit of cold was nothing. He walked directly under the waterfall, standing before the rock he had poked countless times. That rock no longer looked like a rock. Its surface was covered in dense holes, deep and shallow, new and old, large and small. Some holes could fit a finger, while others were just small dots. The deepest one was the one he poked last night. With one thrust, his entire finger had sunk in. Guy took a deep breath. He raised his hand, and began to poke. 1, 2, 3. The waterfall's water crashed down on his head, making his shoulders ache. But over these months, he had long since grown used to it. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. His fingers had long since gone numb. But the warm current of the muscle tendon change classic kept circulating, suppressing the numbness and delivering new strength. He continued to poke. 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. The sun rose overhead, then slowly slanted westward. Guy no longer knew how many times he had poked. His mind grew emptier and emptier. Only the sound of the waterfall remained. Guy suddenly remembered something Uchiha Taoye had said. There's no trick to blacksmithing. You just strike it over and over. Strike until the iron remembers you, and you remember the iron. He looked down at the rock. The rock remembered him. And he remembered the rock. Then, what about his fingers? Guy raised his hand, looking at his index and middle fingers. 3 months ago, these 2 fingers were swollen like carrots. They weren't swollen anymore. But the knuckles were a size thicker than 3 months ago. His fingertips were covered in calluses as thick as tree bark. The nails could never be cleaned properly, always containing rust and stone dust. These were his hands. The hands of a 6-year-old child, looking like those of someone who had done hard labor for 20 years. Guy stared at those 2 fingers. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Blacksmithing is striking. Poking a rock is poking. Then, what if, while poking, I also used the force of a strike? He raised his hand. Facing the rock. He didn't exert force. He just slowly extended it. The moment his finger touched the rock, there was a buzz in his mind. Every hammer blow, every finger thrust, every drop of sweat, every breath from the past 3 months. All of it surged up. Puff. A very soft sound. His finger sank into the rock. Like poking into a piece of tofu. Guy was stunned for a moment. Then that force surged out along his finger. He couldn't hold it back. Nor did he want to. Guy suddenly turned around and pointed a finger behind him. A golden light exploded from his fingertip. The phantom of a finger suddenly magnified. 10 times. 20 times. 30 times. A massive golden finger appeared within the waterfall, perfectly matching his poking motion. The golden light was blinding. The waterfall. It was severed. In that instant, the downward crashing flow of water was forcibly blocked by that finger. Blocked for an entire second. Then the golden light dissipated. The water crashed down again. Guy slowly withdrew his finger. He looked down. 2 fingers, still the same 2 fingers. But the feeling was different. They seemed heavier. Yet also seemed lighter. Great Vajra finger, perfection. The system prompt rang in his head. Guy was stunned for 2 seconds. I broke through. He roared it out. The roar echoed through the entire mountain forest, startling a flock of birds. I finally broke through. He raised his hands toward the waterfall, the sky, and the setting sun. 3 months. 3 months. After shouting, he stood in the water, panting. Water poured down from above, ice cold. But his whole body was burning hot. 3 months. A full 3 months. No combat, no opponents, no opportunities for an epiphany. Just poking every day, practicing every day, repeating the same thing every day. Finally, it was broken through. Congratulations to the host for reaching the perfection realm in the low-grade supreme technique, Great Vajra Finger. Obtained a random martial skill gift pack. Open it now. Open. Golden light exploded. An ancient secret manual appeared in his consciousness. 3 large characters on the cover. Golden Bell Shield. Low-grade supreme technique. Defensive martial skill. After cultivation, true chi can be condensed to protect the body and withstand attacks. Guy blinked. Golden Bell Shield. He scratched his head. Gold is only low grade. He was a bit taken aback. Among the 72 supreme techniques of Shaolin, the Golden Bell Shield's reputation was not small. Iron cloth shirt and Golden Bell Shield were the hallmarks of hard Qigong. Yet here in the system, it's just low grade. But on second thought, the muscle tendon change classic is high grade. The precept breaking blade is medium grade. So the Golden Bell Shield being low grade seems normal. Besides, low grade is low grade. This is defensive. It's what he lacks most. Guy's eyes lit up. These past few months, he had been thinking about one problem. His attack power was enough. Great Vajra leg was at perfection. One kick could send a 10-meter tall ninja bear flying. Great Vajra finger was also about to reach perfection. He was also practicing the precept breaking blade. But what about defense? What if he met someone fast one day and couldn't dodge? What if he was surrounded by a group one day and couldn't block? Now it was fine. Golden Bell Shield. Although it was only low grade, it was at least a proper defensive technique. How do I train it? He clicked on the detailed description of the Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Shield uses true chi to condense a golden bell phantom to protect the body. The stronger the true chi, the stronger the defense. Cultivation method. Endure strikes daily and guide true chi to circulate across the body's surface. The more attacks endured, the faster the proficiency increases. After reading, Guy grinned. You can train it just by getting hit. This was too suitable for him. He was just worrying about getting bored with poking rocks every day. Now it was great. Poke rocks, then let people hit him. Perfect. He was just about to go ashore and try out how to train this Golden Bell Shield. Suddenly, Guy. A voice came from the edge of the woods. Very urgent. Guy turned his head. Kurenai ran out of the woods, panting heavily, her face flushed red. Her black curly hair was stuck to her forehead, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. She saw Guy standing in the waterfall and was stunned for a moment. Then, ignoring everything else, she shouted. Guy, quick! The school is calling for a gathering. Guy was taken aback. Gathering. Today is a holiday. I know. Kurenai ran over and stood by the water. Teacher Yumino sent people to notify everyone house by house. All students must go. Immediately. Guy walked out of the waterfall and picked up his clothes. What's the emergency? Kurenai shook her head. I don't know. But the person who came to notify said we must go, no exceptions. Guy dried himself off and put on his clothes. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Today is the weekend. The school is on holiday. Emergency gathering. All students must be there. Could it be that incident? He looked at Kurenai. Kurenai also looked at him, worry in her eyes. Guy, do you know what it's about? Guy was silent for 2 seconds. Then he shook his head. I don't know. He tied his shoelaces and stood up. Let's go. The two of them rushed out of the woods, running in the direction of the school. Guy and Kurenai ran to the school. The sky was already growing dark. Quite a few people were standing at the school gate. It wasn't the usual small groups after school, it was a massive crowd. Parents were gathered in small groups, whispering to one another. The children stood nearby, some still dazed, others growing anxious from the atmosphere. Guy scanned the area. He saw Obito standing at the gate, standing on tiptoe and looking over. Over here. Obito waved. Guy and Kurenai squeezed through. What's going on? Guy asked. Obito shook his head and lowered his voice. I don't know. It was already blocked like this when I arrived. Rin hasn't come yet. Just as he spoke, Rin squeezed out from the crowd, running breathlessly. I'm here, I'm here. She stopped, took a couple of breaths, and looked at Obito. Obito, do you know what's happening? Obito shook his head. How would I know? Where's Asuma? That kid is the Sandame's son, he must know more. They turned their heads to look for him. Asuma was standing not far away, leaning against a tree. He had a matchstick in his mouth. His usual arrogant look was gone, replaced by a rare serious expression. Obito approached him. Hey, Asuma, do you know what's up? Asuma glanced at him. He didn't say a word. Obito was stunned for a moment. I'm talking to you. Asuma still didn't speak. He took the matchstick out of his mouth and clenched it in his palm. He gripped it very tightly. Guy watched the movement, and his heart skipped a beat. This kid definitely knows something. And it's bad news. The crowd at the gate suddenly fell silent. Someone shouted, Teacher Yumino is here. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Yumino Uruka walked in from outside. His expression was grim. It wasn't his usual smiling gentleness, but a heavy look that seemed to be suppressing something. He walked to the school gate and stopped. He scanned the students present. Is everyone here? No one answered. He counted them himself. Good. Follow me inside. He turned and walked in. The students followed. The parents tried to follow but were stopped by the chunin at the gate. Parents, wait outside. The school gate closed. Inside the classroom. Over 20 people sat scattered about. No one spoke. Even Obito, usually the loudest, was sitting quietly now, his eyes fixed on the podium. Yumino Uruka stood before the podium. He looked at the faces below. 6 years old, 7 years old. The youngest was only 6. He was silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. I've called you here today to tell you something. The classroom grew even quieter. One could hear the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves outside. Yumino Uruka took a deep breath. 3 days ago. He paused. The third case cage has gone missing. There was a dead silence in the classroom. Then it immediately became noisy. The case cage. Isn't that the leader of the hidden sand village? Sunagaker. That place made entirely of desert. What does his disappearance have to do with us? Could it be that we did? Whispers broke out. But they quickly quieted down again. Guy sat in the last row, by the window. When he heard those words, his heart sank. As expected, it was the disappearance of the third case cage. The hidden sand village's ultimate combat power, gone just like that. And this event was precisely the fuse for the Third Shinobi World War. Sunagaker mobilized its entire force to search everywhere. Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Then they declared war on the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. And then, the war began. Guy clenched his fists. It was a bit faster than he had expected. But not too much faster. He turned his head to look beside him. Obito looked dazed and was whispering to Rin, what does the case cage's disappearance have to do with us? Rin shook her head, but her brow was furrowed. Looking ahead again. Asuma lowered his head, staring at the desk. His shoulders were extremely tense. Clearly, as the Sandame's son, his political intuition was much sharper. The case cage's disappearance is no small matter. Yumino Uruka scanned the classroom. Sunagaker is now under total martial law, and all ninja are searching. But. He paused. If he isn't found, what will happen? No one answered. Yumino Uruka continued. If something really happened to the case cage, who will Sunagaker think did it? The classroom became even quieter. Relations between the 5 great nations were never peaceful to begin with. Yumino Uruka's voice was flat, but every word felt like a heavy stone. Iwagakure and the Hidden Cloud Village have been increasing their troops at the borders. If Sunagakure also falls into chaos. He didn't finish. But the meaning was already obvious. War. Those words echoed in everyone's minds. Some faces turned pale. Some swallowed hard. Some were still dazed. Yumi no Uruka watched these reactions and fell silent for a few seconds. Then he softened his tone. Of course, this is just to inform you for now. Konoha is still negotiating and investigating. It might not necessarily lead to war. He paused. However, you are students of the Ninja Academy. In the future, you will all go to the battlefield. So, be prepared. After speaking, he turned around. He wrote a few words on the blackboard. Effective immediately, training intensity will double, and all leaves are cancelled. Class dismissed. No one in the classroom moved. Yumi no Uruka walked out of the classroom, his footsteps growing distant. What does this mean? Someone spoke up. Double the training intensity. Isn't that going to work us to death? Didn't you hear? There's going to be a war. War. Against whom? Sunagakure. The case cage is missing, we must have done it. Nonsense. Why would we do that? Who knows? An argument broke out. But it wasn't as lively as usual. Their voices were kept very low, as if they were afraid of being overheard. Guy stood up, and Kurenai nervously approached him. Guy, do you think a war will really start? Guy looked at her worried expression. Though he wanted to comfort her, he still nodded. It will. Kurenai was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Guy to be so certain. Before she could speak, Guy placed his hand on Kurenai's head, ruffled her hair, and flashed a grin, showing off his white teeth. But don't worry, I will protect you. Kurenai's face turned red in an instant. She was so nervous she didn't know where to put her hands. This was the first time Guy had ever patted her head like this. To the side, Obito watched Guy with a face full of envy. Then he gave a dry cough and cleared his throat. He was just about to raise his hand to place it on Rin's head when she immediately dodged. Obito, what are you doing? Rin looked at him warily. Obito winced and said awkwardly, haha, I just wanted to say, I'll protect you too, Rin. Rin rolled her eyes and ignored him. Then she thought of Kakashi on the battlefield, and her face couldn't help but fill with worry. Guy walked over to her and said seriously, Kakashi will be fine. Besides, worrying now won't help. Rin nodded. I know, it's just. Guy waved his hand, interrupting her. Instead of letting your mind wander, it's better to make yourself stronger. Only when we become stronger can we rely on each other when we meet in the future, right? Rin was stunned. Looking at the serious Guy, she suddenly smiled. Guy, it's really great to be in the same class as you. Kurenai also nodded her head quickly. Guy laughed heartily and then walked out without looking back. I'm going to do some extra training. Follow me if you want to come. As soon as he finished, Obito, Kurenai, and Rin immediately followed. Ebisu, who had been eavesdropping nearby, hesitated for a moment before following as well. After they had all left, Asuma, who hadn't said much, finally turned to look. Although he still looked arrogant, the look in his eyes had changed. Rely on each other, huh? After a long while, he curled his lip. Although Asuma was very unhappy that Guy had put his hand on Kurenai's head just now. He had to admit it. He actually agreed with what that guy said. I hope the war comes a little later. Asuma's wish was destined to fall through. Only 3 days had passed. The evening of the third day. While Guy was forging iron at Uchiha Taoyi's place, Kurenai suddenly came running over. She was running even more urgently than last time. Guy. Assembly at the school. Guy stopped his work and looked at her. Another assembly. Kurenai nodded, her face pale. Something big has happened. Inside the classroom. The attendance was even more complete than last time. No one spoke. Even the sound of breathing was kept very low. Yumi no Uruka stood before the podium. His expression was even worse than the last time. He scanned the children below. 6 years old, 7 years old. The oldest was 8. He remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Early this morning. He paused. Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning launched a surprise attack on our garrison at the border of the Land of Rice Fields. A deathly silence filled the classroom. The 3 garrisoned squads, 12 people in total, were all killed in action. Someone gasped. Someone covered their mouth. Someone's face turned as white as paper. Yumi no Uruka's voice continued. At the same time, the border garrison at the Land of Earth was also ambushed. 16 people. No survivors. He pressed his hands onto the podium. He pressed very hard. His knuckles turned white. When people die, there is no longer room for negotiation. Kumogakure has declared war on the land of fire. Iwagakure has also declared war on the land of fire. Although Sunagakure hasn't moved yet, 3,000 men have already massed at the border. He looked at the children below. The war has already begun. It was so quiet in the classroom that heartbeats could be heard. Obito opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But he couldn't get the words out. Rin kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly. Kurenai grabbed Guy's sleeve, clutching it tightly. No one spoke. Yumino Uruka took a deep breath. Next. He wrote a few words on the blackboard. Graduation time, moved forward. Someone asked in a small voice, moved forward to when? Yumino Uruka turned around. He looked at them. Your class originally had its 6-year curriculum shortened to 3 years because of the war. Now. He paused. It is being shortened by half again. Obito snapped his head up. Half. Then that's just 1.5 years, Yumino Uruka said. You've already attended for over half a year. There's less than a year left. The classroom exploded. 1 year. We're only 7 years old. Graduating in less than a year. Doesn't that mean going to the battlefield? Yumino Uruka didn't speak. He just watched them. He waited until the noise slowly died down. Only then did he speak. Yes. In less than a year, you will graduate. After graduation, you will be directly incorporated into the combat sequence. The lucky ones will stay for village defense. The unlucky ones. He didn't finish. But everyone knew what that meant. The front lines. The battlefield. A place where people die. Obito's face went white. The knuckles of Kurenai's hand gripping Guy's sleeve turned white. Rin kept her head down, tears welling in her eyes. Ebisu's sunglasses slid completely off and fell to the floor. He didn't pick them up. Guy sat in the back row, in the seat by the window. He didn't speak. He didn't move. But his hands were clenched into fists. 1 year. Less than a year. These children. Kurenai, Obito, Rin, Ebisu, Asuma, they would all rush to the battlefield. Even though they didn't die. But, Guy's gaze fell on some classmates whose names he couldn't call out. These children did not appear in the subsequent plot. Some of them would die. Some would die in places he couldn't see, just as in the original story. Konoha's golden generation didn't consist of only those 14 people. It was just that in the end, only those 14 survived. No. Even fewer. Guy took a deep breath. He opened the system panel. Muscle tendon change classic. 832 mastery. Great Vajra leg. 1000 perfection. Great Vajra finger. 1000 perfection. Precept breaking blade. 316 proficient. Golden bell shield. 3 initial mastery. Not enough. Still not enough. He had to be stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone. After school. Once everyone had left, Guy walked toward the back mountain alone. Halfway there, an Anbu suddenly appeared in front of him. Might Guy. Guy stopped. Yes. The Anbu handed over a letter. From Kakashi Hatake for you. Guy took it. The Anbu disappeared. Guy opened the letter. He read it by the moonlight. The letter was very short. Guy. I've been promoted to Chunin. Appointed in a time of crisis, plus I've killed quite a few people, so an exception was made. A 7-year-old Chunin, the third says Konoha has never had one before. But I have nothing to be proud of. On the battlefield, there's no difference between a Chunin and a Genin. Both will die. A few days ago, the squad next to mine was completely wiped out. People I knew are gone. I don't want you to end up like that. So, get stronger. I'll wait for you on the battlefield. Kakashi. Guy looked at the letter. He looked at that last line of text. I'll wait for you on the battlefield. He folded the letter neatly. He tucked it into his clothes. He looked up. The moon was very bright. It shone on his face. He suddenly thought of the Kakashi from the original story. That genius who was promoted to Chunin at age 7. That genius who lost Obito at Kanabi Bridge. That genius who grew completely cold after Rin's death. This time, it wouldn't happen. He turned and continued toward the back mountain. He had only taken 2 steps. Guy. A familiar loud voice erupted from behind him. Guy turned around. Under the moonlight, a green figure stood there. Thick eyebrows and large eyes. A faded green jumpsuit. Might die. He ran over and stood before Guy. His eyes were terrifyingly bright. Guy. There's something Dad has been thinking about for a long time, and I've finally decided to tell you. Guy's heart skipped a beat. At a time like this, could it be? Dai took a deep breath. Then he gave a thumbs up. His teeth flashed. Son, Dad is going to teach you a forbidden technique. Under the moonlight, the father and son stood facing each other. Guy looked at Dai's excited face and had already guessed it in his heart. The Eight Gates. The forbidden technique that allowed Might Dai to burn himself out and kick the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to pieces. The peak of taijutsu that later allowed Might Guy to kick his way into the grand finale with a single foot. It was finally coming. Dai looked around and lowered his voice. Not here, there are too many people. He grabbed Guy's hand. Come with Dad. The two of them passed through the woods, bypassed the waterfall, and ducked into a small path Guy had never walked before. Twisting and turning, they finally stopped in a valley. Surrounded by cliffs on all sides, there was only one path leading in. The ground was covered in gravel, and not a single blade of grass grew. Dai stood still and turned around. He looked at Guy, and for once, he didn't give a thumbs up. His expression was very serious. So serious that Guy felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Guy. Yeah. Do you know why Dad has been a genin for 20 years? Guy didn't speak. Dai answered himself. Because Dad spent all his time on one thing. He raised his hand. Clenched his fist. Taijutsu. Not ordinary taijutsu. It's. He paused. The Eight Gates. The moonlight shone on his face. It was as if something hidden for 20 years had suddenly been opened. Guy, there are 8 gates in the human body. Dai began to explain. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of joy, gate of wonder, gate of death. Every gate is a restriction. Restricting us from exerting our true power. He clenched his fist. Because if the restrictions are lifted, the body won't be able to bear it. You'll get hurt. You'll die. Guy nodded. Of course, he knew these things. But he didn't interrupt. He just listened. Dad spent 20 years. Dai continued. 20 years, doing only one thing. And that is opening the gates. The first gate, the gate of opening. He took a deep breath. Watch closely. Dai dropped into a horse stance. He clenched both fists and held them at his waist. 8 gates. First gate, gate of opening. Open. Bang. A wave of air exploded from him. It blew the gravel on the ground backward. Guy narrowed his eyes. Dai's skin turned slightly red. Veins bulged from his forehead. But his expression was calm. Gate of opening, lifting the brain's restrictions. Allowing one to exert 100% of their physical strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. No. Not disappeared. He was too fast. Before Guy's eyes could keep up, Dai had already appeared in front of a boulder 10 meters away. Front lotus. He soared into the air. His body spun in the air. The speed was so fast that it kicked up a whirlwind. Bang. A kick landed on the boulder. The boulder exploded. Shards of rock flew everywhere. The largest piece flew over 20 meters away. Dai landed. He stood still. He wasn't flushed, and his breathing was steady. He turned his head to look at Guy. Did you see clearly? Guy swallowed hard. He saw it clearly. But this speed, this power. The gate of opening was only the first gate. Dai walked over. Second gate, gate of healing. Lifting the restriction on physical fatigue. He took a deep breath. 8 gates. Second gate, gate of healing. Open. Bang. The air wave was stronger than before. Dai's muscles bulged visibly to the naked eye. Veins extended from his forehead to his neck. He disappeared again. This time, he was even faster. Guy couldn't see him at all. He could only hear the sound of the wind. Hidden lotus. Boom. Another boulder. This time it didn't just explode. It shattered directly into powder. Dai stood in the dust. His breathing grew slightly heavier. He walked out. He looked at Guy. Third gate, gate of life. Opening the gate of life will truly unleash power. He paused. But it will also begin to damage the body. Guy looked at him. Something flashed in Dai's eyes. It wasn't hesitation. It was seriousness. Guy, watch closely. This is what Dad has practiced for 20 years. He took a deep breath. Deeper than the previous 2 times. 8 gates. Third gate, gate of life. Open. Bang. The air wave exploded. This time, it didn't just blow the gravel. It directly swept away all the surrounding gravel. Guy raised his hand to shield his eyes. Through the gaps in his fingers, he saw Dai's figure. His skin was even redder. Veins bulged from his forehead to his arms, and then across his whole body. His hair stood up strand by strand. Green chakra rose from him like steam. This is. Guy murmured. The green steam. Dai moved. This time, he didn't just disappear. He directly tore through the air. Boom. Where he had been standing, the ground exploded into a pit. In the next second, he appeared at the other end of the valley. There was a boulder 3 people tall there. It was larger than the previous 2. Dai raised his hand. A single punch. Boom. The boulder split from the middle. It split into 2 halves. Dai turned around. Against the split boulder, he launched a kick in midair. Leaf Great Hurricane. Whoosh. The wind from the kick swept past. The 2 halves of the boulder exploded directly into fragments. Shards of rock fell like rain. Dai stood among the fragments. Green steam rose from his entire body. Like a demon crawling out of hell. And like a god of war descending from the heavens. Guy was stunned. This was the 8 gates. The 3rd gate, the gate of life. It could shatter a boulder 3 people tall with 1 punch. Then, what about the 6th gate? The 7th gate? Even, the 8th gate? Dai walked back. His breathing had become heavy. His skin was still red. He looked at Guy. Just now, that was the 3rd gate. 4th gate, gate of pain. 5th gate, gate of limit. 6th gate, gate of joy. 7th gate, gate of wonder. He paused. And the final 8th gate, the gate of death. Dad can also open it. But I can't open any more. Guy looked at him. Why? Dai grinned. Opening more will hurt the body. You haven't learned it yet, so Dad can't let himself get ruined. Guy fell silent. This was Might Dai. 20 years. He learned the 8 gates. Yet he never showed it in front of others. All for the sake of teaching his son. Dai walked over. He squatted down. He looked into Guy's eyes. Guy. It took Dad 20 years to master the 8 gates. But you can be faster. Because you are more talented than Dad. Guy wanted to say something. Dai reached out and pressed his hand on Guy's shoulder. But you must remember. The 8 gates is a forbidden technique. Not because it isn't strong. But because. He paused. The higher you open, the closer you are to death. Guy's heart tightened. He knew. Of course he knew. In the original story, Dai opened the 8th gate, the gate of death. He kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to pieces. And then he burned himself out. Turning into ash. Dai looked at him. His gaze was very gentle. Dad is teaching you, not so you can use it. It's so you can understand. Understand what? Understand. Dai stood up. He looked up at the moon. Understand that in this world, some things are more important than life. He turned back. He looked at Guy. When you truly want to protect someone. When you are willing to trade your life for it. The 8 gates will be your final trump card. Might Dai looked at Guy. He suddenly grinned. Dad has never opened the 8 gates. But Dad knows, one day I will open them. Guy's heart gave a sudden tug. He knew. Of course he knew. But he couldn't say it. Might Dai reached out. He placed his hand on his head. He ruffled his hair. Guy. Dad is teaching you the 8 gates, not so you can open the gate of death. It is so you have a choice. He paused. Having a choice is better than anything. Guy looked up at him. The moonlight shone on that stubble-covered face. His eyes were bright. Just like usual. Yet, it was different. Dad. I will learn it. Might Dai grinned. Good. But you have to promise Dad one thing. What is it? Might Dai looked at him. Frighteningly serious. Unless it is an absolute last resort, you are not allowed to open the 8th gate. Guy was stunned. Might Dai continued. Dad's greatest wish in this life is to watch you grow up. To watch you get married. To watch you have children. To watch you become a stronger ninja than me. So. He gave a thumbs up. His teeth flashed. Guy, you must live. Living is the greatest youth. Guy looked at that hand. Looked at that face. Looked at those eyes. A surge of warmth welled up in his heart. It wasn't the muscle tendon change classic. It was something else. He couldn't explain it. But he knew. This time. This silly dad. Wouldn't die. Absolutely not. Okay. He gave a thumbs up. And bumped his hand against Might Dai's. Pow. Under the moonlight. The father and son silhouettes were stretched long. Might Dai began to teach. Every move and style. Opening one gate after another. Gate of opening. Pay attention to your breathing. Don't hold your breath. Gate of healing. Feel the limits of your body. But don't push past them. Gate of life. This is the watershed. Opening up to here is the true 8 gates. Guy tried over and over again. The first time, gate of opening. Failed. The second time, still failed. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. Until dawn. He finally Gate of opening. Bang. The shockwave exploded outwards. Although it was much smaller than Might Dai's. It had indeed opened. Guy stood where he was. His whole body was burning hot. His heart was beating as fast as a drum. But he grinned. Might Dai rushed over and hugged him tightly. Guy, you opened it. You opened it. Guy rolled his eyes from being squeezed so hard. Dad, let go. I won't let go. You only practiced for one night. One night. Dad took 3 months to open the first gate back then. Guy rolled his eyes. But the corners of his mouth were curled up. Might Dai let him go. Stepped back. Gave a thumbs up. Tears and snot flowed down together. Guy, you are a genius. A true taijutsu genius. Guy was panting, looking at his own reddened arms. Gate of opening. Just the first gate. But that feeling, all the power in his body was boiling. Speed, power, reflexes. Everything was different. He looked up at Might Dai. Dad, continue. Might Dai was stunned. Aren't you tired? Guy grinned. Youth is something that cannot stop. Might Dai also smiled. Good. The sun rose. Then set. And rose again. 3 days. 3 whole days. Guy and Might Dai stayed in this valley, not going to school. When hungry, they ate dry rations. When thirsty, they drank stream water. They practiced until they collapsed to sleep, then continued when they woke up. On the first day, Guy opened the first gate. On the second day, he opened the second gate. On the third day, third gate. Gate of life. Open. Bang. The shockwave exploded outwards. Green steam emerged from Guy's body. Although it was very faint. It was definitely there. He stood there. His whole body was red. Veins were bulging. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it was going to explode. But he stood there. Might Dai stood not far away. Watching him. His eyes were red. Guy turned his head. Grinned. Dad, I opened it. Might Dai rushed over. This time he didn't hug him. He just stood in front of him. Looking at him. Does it hurt? Guy shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Then how does it feel? Guy thought for a moment. It feels. He raised his hand. Clenched his fist. It feels like I could kill a ninja bear with one punch. Might Dai smiled. Really? Guy nodded. Might Dai pointed at a boulder 20 meters away. That one. Guy looked over. That boulder was taller than him. He walked over. Stood still. Took a deep breath. Gate of life, fully opened. Raised his leg. Konoha Senpu. Whoosh. Bang. He didn't use the great Vajra leg. It was purely physical strength combined with the crudest taijutsu. The boulder split from the middle. It split directly into 2 halves. Guy landed, panting heavily. Might Dai walked over and stood beside him. Looking at the split boulder. Silent for a long time. Then he said, Guy, you are stronger than Dad. Guy turned his head to look at him. Might Dai also looked at him. Really? Dad practiced for 20 years before reaching the 6th gate. You only practiced for 3 days and opened 3 gates. He paused. In the future, you will definitely become a very formidable ninja. Guy looked at him. That face. Still that silly look. But the pride in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Guy's heart warmed. Dad, when I open the 8th gate, I'll kick it for you to see. Might Dai was stunned. Then he laughed out loud. Good. Dad will be waiting. He gave a thumbs up. His teeth flashed. But before that, let's eat first. Guy also smiled. Okay. 3 days later. Early morning. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Guy stood there with his backpack. He was still wearing that same green suit, but his whole demeanor seemed different. Not in his appearance, but in his temperament. Obito ran up from behind, saw him, and was taken aback. Guy looked back. Obito looked him up and down and scratched his head. Where have you been these past 3 days? Teacher Yumino said you took a leave of absence. Training. Where? Guy thought for a moment. A valley. Obito waited for him to continue. Guy said nothing more. After waiting for a long time, Obito couldn't help but ask, and then? And then what? What did you train? Guy grinned and gave a thumbs up. Youth. Obito rolled his eyes. Fine, that again. The 2 of them walked into the school. There were fewer people at the school gate than usual. Guy glanced around. The kids who usually crowded together were sparse today. Many familiar faces were missing. Where is everyone? He asked. Obito lowered his voice. You don't know yet. A lot of people haven't shown up these past few days. Why? They were called back by their families. Obito curled his lip. The war has been moved up, and those secret techniques and special training sessions the families had prepared have all been put on the schedule. People in my clan say many families are just locking their kids up to train these days, they aren't allowed out until they finish. Guy nodded. As expected. Compressing 3 years into 1.5 meant the time for these families was also cut in half. What was originally planned to be taught slowly now had to be crammed in all at once. The two entered the classroom. Sure enough. In a classroom of over 20 people, less than half were currently seated. Kurenai was there, her eyes lit up when she saw Guy enter. Rin was also there, waving at them. Asuma wasn't there. Gecko Hayate wasn't there. Yugao Izuki wasn't there. Aoba Yamashiro wasn't there. Several others whose names he couldn't remember were also missing. Guy sat in his seat. Kurenai leaned over and said with some concern, Guy, where have you been these past 3 days? Guy looked at her. There was worry in those large wine-red eyes. Training, he said. Training what? Guy thought for a moment. Taijutsu. Kurenai blinked. Just taijutsu. Yeah. Kurenai didn't ask further. But the way she looked at Guy was a bit different. She couldn't say exactly what was different. She just felt like he was brighter. The school bell rang. Yumino Uruka walked in. He glanced at the empty seats in the classroom, his expression unchanged. Today, we continue class. He wrote on the blackboard. Those who are here, listen well. Those who aren't, catch up on your own later. The class was very quiet. The usual whispering was completely gone today. After class, Guy stood up and headed out. Kurenai called out to him. Guy, where are you going? The blacksmith shop. You're still going today? Yeah, I haven't been for 3 days. I need to go apologize to Uncle Taoye. Kurenai pursed her lips and then said softly, can you not go today? Why? Guy was a bit surprised. Before, Kurenai had never tried to persuade him not to train. Panic appeared on Kurenai's face, and she quickly waved her hands. No, it's nothing, then be safe on the road. I'm going home first. After saying that, she jogged away. Guy looked at her, feeling a bit strange. Noticing Obito was about to leave, he followed him. Seeing him come over, Obito looked puzzled. Why are you here? Going to the blacksmith shop. Guy said it as if it were obvious. Aren't you going to accompany Kurenai? She won't be coming tomorrow, Obito said, tilting his head. She won't be coming tomorrow. Guy was stunned, suddenly realizing why Kurenai's behavior was so strange. As a member of a genjutsu family, she would naturally have to undergo intensive training at a time like this. No wonder she was like that. Just now, Kurenai wanted Guy to accompany her, but she didn't want to disturb his training, which is why she acted that way. Guy smiled. He tossed the backpack in his hand to Obito. Help me leave my bag at Uncle Taoye's. I'll head over later. After saying that, he dashed away. Obito looked at the 2 backpacks in his hands, his mouth twitching. A guy who forgets his friends for a girl. By the time Guy caught up with Kurenai, the sun was almost setting. Kurenai wasn't walking fast, her head down, her black curly hair swaying. Kurenai! Guy shouted and ran over. Kurenai paused, didn't look back, but slowed down. Guy caught up to her and caught his breath. Why are you running so fast? Kurenai didn't speak. Guy tilted his head to look at her. The setting sun shone on her face. Her large wine-red eyes were fixed on the ground, and her eyelashes were trembling. Were you crying? Guy asked. Kurenai shook her head and turned away. No. Then look up and let me see. Kurenai couldn't win the argument and finally had to look up. She hadn't cried, but her eyes were red. Guy scratched his head. He wanted to say something, but his mouth opened and closed. His usual talk about youth and burning didn't seem right at this moment. The two of them just stood there. The wind blew, swirling a few fallen leaves. Finally, Kurenai spoke first. Guy, go back to your training. Her voice was very small. I'm fine. Guy looked at her. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist. Kurenai was startled and looked up. Let's go, Guy said. Where to? Follow me. Guy pulled her along. Not towards the school, but towards the back mountain. Kurenai was pulled along, her steps a bit stumbling, but she didn't pull away. The setting sun stretched their shadows very long, one in front and one behind, overlapping. Through the woods. Around the waterfall. Into a small path Kurenai had never taken before. After many twists and turns, they finally stopped at the edge of a cliff. Kurenai stood still, stunned. Before her was a wide open sky. The sun was dropping below the horizon, dyeing the entire sky orange-red. The clouds were layered, looking as if they were on fire. Below was Konoha village. Houses, streets, and the Hokage rock were all reduced to small silhouettes. Kurenai's mouth fell open. This. I discovered it. Guy released her wrist, walked to the edge of the cliff, and sat down. When I'm too exhausted from training, I secretly run here to zone out. He patted the ground beside him. Sit. Kurenai walked over and sat down beside him. The two sat side by side, watching the burning red sky. Neither of them spoke. The wind blew from the mountain, carrying the scent of plants. Kurenai slowly relaxed. Her shoulders dropped, and her breathing lightened. She secretly turned her head to look at Guy. Guy was staring at the sun, his eyes shining from the light. That profile still had those thick eyebrows and that foolish look. But for some reason, looking at him felt reassuring. Guy, she spoke. Do you come here every day? Guy thought for a moment. Not every day. Only when I train too hard. He paused. The last time I came was after I kicked that big bear. Kurenai blinked. That was 3 months ago. Yeah. Haven't you been tired in these 3 months? Guy turned to look at her, grinning. I'm tired. But I didn't have time to come. Why? Guy thought for a moment and said seriously, because there's too much to train, I don't have time to be tired. Kurenai was stunned. Then she couldn't help but laugh. You're so strange. Guy also laughed. So what if I'm strange? He turned back to look at the sunset. Anyway, you're the first person to know about this place. Kurenai's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head and stared at her fingers. Her fingers twisted together on her knees. Guy. Starting tomorrow. I won't be able to come to school. Guy nodded. I know. Clan training takes a long time. Yeah. I might graduate directly after finishing the training. Yeah. Kurenai looked up at him, her mouth pouting. All you can say is, yeah. Guy turned to look at her. His expression was still the same, but his eyes were serious. What else? Should I cry for you? Kurenai was speechless. Guy turned back, looking at the sunset. You practice your genjutsu. I'll practice my taijutsu. He paused. We're all going to the battlefield eventually, anyway. Kurenai fell silent. She knew that, of course. The war had already begun. People were dying every day on the front lines. Their class would all be on the battlefield in a year. When that time comes, Guy suddenly spoke. Hey. Let's make a promise. Kurenai was stunned. Guy turned to look at her. The afterglow of the sunset shone on his face, his eyes bright. When you've mastered your genjutsu and I've become even stronger. He reached out his hand. Let's form a team to carry out missions. Kurenai stared blankly at that hand. A rough hand covered in calluses. She thought of this hand poking rocks 10,000 times a day. She thought of this hand forging iron until midnight. She thought of this hand pulling her along that small path just now. You'll be my genjutsu support, Guy said. And I'll be your. He paused and grinned. Strongest shield. Kurenai's eyes suddenly felt a bit warm. She lowered her head and blinked hard. Then she slowly reached out her hand. Her pinky finger hooked onto his. It's a promise, she said softly. Yeah. They hooked fingers, watching the sun set completely. A final streak of orange-red remained on the horizon. Stars began to appear. The wind blew, a bit chilly. But Kurenai felt warm inside. She stole a glance at Guy. Guy was staring at the sky, who knows what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said softly. Guy. In the future, don't always try to shoulder everything alone. Guy turned to look at her. Kurenai didn't look at him, staring at her fingers. When you're tired, come here and zone out. Since I won't be at school anymore, no one else will know about this place. She paused. But remember, I'm training too. And I'm getting stronger. Guy looked at her. Her profile was illuminated by the last bit of light, her eyelashes trembling. He suddenly laughed. Not the burning youth kind of laugh. It was a different kind of laugh. Quiet. Sincere. All right, he said. I'll remember. Kurenai didn't speak. But the corners of her mouth curled up. It was completely dark now. The moon rose, shining on the cliff. Two small figures were still sitting there. Neither of them said they wanted to leave. In the distance, the lights of Konoha village lit up one by one. Like stars on the ground. Bond triggered. Promise on the cliff. Reward. Monk value plus 40. In the following days, everything returned to its original track. But it wasn't quite the same. Every day at dawn, Wake up, morning training. Run 10 kilometers to the back mountain, practice leg techniques, finger techniques, and the blade. The difference was that the 8 gates had been added to the morning training content. Guy, watch your breathing. Early morning. Dai stood to the side, his loud voice echoing through the woods. The gate of opening isn't about holding your breath. It's about guiding. Feel the chakra flowing through your body. Guy was in a horse stance, his whole body turning red. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. But his breathing remained steady. Open. Bang. An air wave exploded outward. The gate of opening was held open steadily. Dai gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing. Good. Hold it. Now try moving. Guy moved. He lifted a leg and kicked. He threw a punch and smashed. His speed was more than twice as fast as usual. After finishing a set of movements, he retracted his stance and took a deep breath. The moment the gate closed, his body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Dai walked over. How does it feel? Guy thought for a moment. Fast. But the consumption is also high. Dai nodded. Right. The 8 gates isn't for regular combat. It's for critical moments, for when you're putting your life on the line. He paused. So during normal practice, you have to train until your body remembers. When the time really comes to use it, you won't have to think, your body will open it on its own. Guy nodded. Morning training ended, then off to school. Classes started and ended. After school, he went to Uchiha Smithy. Guy. The heat. Uchiha Taoyi's voice drifted out from the shed. A hotter furnace isn't always better. You have to look at the quality of the iron. Guy squatted before the bellows, pulling them while staring at the furnace fire. The firelight reflected on his face, flickering bright and dark. He could already judge the temperature of the iron by eye. After finished with the bellows, he stood up and grabbed a hammer. Clang, clang, clang. The rough blank of a kunai took shape under his hands. Faster than before. More accurate than before. Uchiha Taoye stood nearby watching, saying nothing. But in his eyes, there was satisfaction. By the time a batch of work was finished, it was dark. Guy pulled out that short blade Uchiha Taoye had given him from the scrap pile. He walked to the backyard. He stood firm. He gripped the blade. Precept breaking blade, first form. Whoosh. The blade light flashed. Second form. Whoosh. Third form. One flash of blade light followed another. They merged into a single sheet under the moonlight. Guy's figure moved nimbly through the backyard, every step landing perfectly on point. All 49 forms were completed. He sheathed the blade. He took a breath and looked down at the blade. On the blade's edge, there was a faint white mark. It was something he had practiced out today. He put the blade away and turned to walk out. The waterfall. He undressed and stepped inside. Cold water poured down from above his head. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. Facing that rock he had been striking for 3 months. Once. Twice. 3 times. 1,000 times. 2,000 times. 5,000 times. 10,000 times. The moonlight moved from directly overhead to the west. Guy walked out from the waterfall and put on his clothes. He headed home. Pushing open the door, the lamp was lit inside. Guy sat at the table with 2 bowls of rice and 2 side dishes set before him. Seeing Guy enter, he looked up and grinned. You're back. Hungry. Let's eat. Guy sat down and picked up his bowl. Father and son sat opposite each other, slurping down their food. No words were spoken, but that feeling was very good. After eating, Guy lay down on his bed. He went over everything he practiced today in his mind. The 8 gates in morning training, the morning classes, the blacksmithing in the afternoon, the precept breaking blade in the evening, and the waterfall at midnight. The day was packed to the brim. He closed his eyes. Sleep. The next day, repeat. The 3rd day, repeat. The 4th day, repeat. The days passed like this. Dull. Boring. But every day, he was becoming stronger. 2 months later. Early morning. The back mountain. Guy stood in a clearing. Dai stood opposite him. Ready. Guy nodded. Come at me. Dai took a deep breath. 8 gates, 3rd gate, gate of life. Open. Bang. Green steam exploded from Dai's body. He vanished. The next second, he appeared before Guy. He smashed down a punch. Guy sidestepped to dodge. Dai's leg was already sweeping across. Guy raised his arms to block. Bang. Both men retreated 3 steps. Dai grinned. Not bad. Your reactions have gotten faster. Guy didn't speak, he rushed forward. Konoha senpu. Whoosh. Dai leaned back to dodge. Guy landed, and before his body had even stabilized, his other leg was already sweeping through. Leaf Great Hurricane. This kick was even faster. Guy's eyes lit up. He braced one hand on the ground and flipped over to dodge. But just as he landed, Guy was already upon him. Front Lotus. Guy soared into the air. His body spun in the air. His speed was so fast it kicked up a gust of wind. Guy looked up at the figure, the corners of his mouth curling up. He also jumped up. The two of them clashed kicks in midair. Bang! An air wave exploded. The two of them landed separately, 5 meters apart. Guy stood straight and brushed the dust off his body. The front lotus, you've learned it. Guy was panting, but he grinned. There's still the hidden lotus. Guy shook his head. You can't use that one yet. The burden on the body is too great. Guy nodded. 2 months. The 8 gates, first 3 gates fully open, mastered with ease. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Great Hurricane, Front Lotus, Hidden Lotus, all known by heart. Precept Breaking Blade, fully integrated. Golden Bell Shield, small success. Muscle Tendon Change Classic, growing steadily. He looked down at his hands. These hands were another size thicker than they were 2 months ago. The calluses were thicker. The knuckles were broader. But when he clenched his fists, they felt more solid. Guy walked over and patted his shoulder. All right, that's enough for today. Go to school. Guy nodded. The two of them walked out. At the foot of the mountain, Guy suddenly stopped. Guy looked back. Guy looked at him with a rare seriousness. Remember, all this training is for the sake of staying alive. Only by staying alive is there a future. Guy nodded heavily. I know. Guy grinned and gave a thumbs up. Good. Go on then. Guy turned and ran toward the school. At the school gate. There were exceptionally many people today. Faces he hadn't seen for 2 months had all suddenly popped up today. Asuma stood at the entrance, a matchstick dangling from his mouth. He still looked like a delinquent, but his whole person was a size bulkier. Gecko Hayate leaned against a tree, his face looking even paler. Beside him stood Yugao Azuki, her purple hair fluttering in the wind, a short blade tucked into her waist. Shiranui Genma bit on a toothpick with his hands in his pockets, wearing a face that said, I haven't practiced anything, but his stance was clearly much steadier. Kurenai hadn't come. Guy scanned the crowd. Everyone had changed. That change wasn't just physical. It was their aura. Like a blade that had been sharpened. Obito squeezed out from the crowd and ran up to Guy. Guy looked at him. In 2 months, Obito had also changed. He was a bit taller. His face was still the same, but his eyes were blinking. Once, twice, 3 times. He wouldn't stop blinking. Guy stared at him. What's wrong with your eyes? Obito froze. Nothing's wrong. Then why are you blinking? Obito's face turned red. I'm not blinking. Guy kept looking at him. Obito felt uncomfortable under his gaze and looked away. All right, let's go in. Class is about to start. The two of them walked into the classroom. The classroom was almost full. Guy sat in the last row, in the window seat. Obito sat in front of him. The school bell rang. Uruka Yumino walked in. He stood before the podium and swept his gaze over the students below. Over these 2 months, some of you practiced at home, and some practiced outside. No matter how you practiced, you should all have made progress. He paused. But how much progress you've made isn't for you to say. He turned and wrote a few words on the blackboard. Random Team Formation Combat Drill. Starting today, you will begin adapting to the Ninja Squad model in advance. He put down the chalk. Groups of 3, random drawing. Whoever you draw is who you're with. Once the teams are divided, the first mission. He glanced at the class. Bandit suppression. The classroom was silent for a second. Then it exploded. Bandits. For real. Where are they? Uruka Yumino raised his hand and pressed down. They quieted down. To the northwest of Konoha village, 50 miles away, there is a group of bandits. There are about 30 of them. They aren't ninjas, but they have killed passing merchant caravans. Normally, this kind of mission is a job for genin. He looked at these 7-year-old children. But right now, it's wartime. The genin are all on the front lines. So. He paused. You're going. No one spoke. Uruka Yumino continued. Of course, I'm not just letting you go directly. I will lead the team and watch over you. But unless it's absolutely necessary, I will not intervene. He scanned everyone. This is your first actual combat. Your first time seeing blood. Those who are afraid can back out now. No one moved. No one spoke. Guy sat in the last row, looking at those backs in front of him. Those 7-year-old children. Every single one of them had a tense face. No one backed down. This was the era of ninjas. Starting school at 6, going to the battlefield at 7. It wasn't a story. It was reality. Uruka Yumino waited for a few seconds. No one backed out. He nodded. Good. He picked up the drawing tube from the podium. Now, draw lots and form teams. Guy, what's the enemy's direction? In the dense forest. Shiranui Genma held a toothpick in his mouth, his voice kept very low. Guy didn't even turn his head, he had already rushed out. 3 dark shadows darted out from the woods, clutching machetes. Before they could realize what was happening, the one in the lead saw a blur. Bang! A kick landed squarely on his chest. The person flew 2 meters away, slammed into a tree, his eyes rolled back, and he slid down limply. The 2 behind him were stunned for a second. The second kick had already arrived. Bang! Another one rolled across the ground and lay motionless in the grass. The last one turned to run, but Guy pushed off the ground, leapt into the air, and spun. Konoha Senpu. Whoosh! The top of his foot whipped against the back of the man's head. The person lunged forward, his face slamming into a pile of fallen leaves. Less than 3 seconds had passed. 3 of them. Ebisu ran up from behind, clutching a rope, his movements so practiced it was heartbreaking. He tied up the first one first. After finishing, he turned to look at Guy. Can you be a bit gentler next time? If they die, all our hard work will be for nothing. In an era of war, the fate of captured bandits like these wasn't necessarily better than death. However, these were bandits who had killed people, so they felt no psychological burden in capturing them. Guy grinned. They won't die, I'm holding back. Ebisu curled his lip and continued tying them up. The second one. The third one. After finishing, he stood up, patted the dust off his hands, and looked at the 3 bandits tied up like rice dumplings, his expression somewhat complex. That's the third wave. Shiranui Genma walked over and kicked the nearest one to make sure he was tied securely. Team 6, 3 captured. He glanced at Guy. How many on your end? Guy thought for a moment. 2 in the first wave just now, 4 in the second, plus these 3. He counted on his fingers. 9. Ebisu's mouth twitched. The 3 of us came out together, and you've already taken out 9. Guy scratched his head. It seems so. Genma didn't say anything. He took the toothpick out of his mouth, stared at Guy for 2 seconds, then put it back. Fine. Just one word. But that expression clearly said, is this guy really human? In the distance, sounds could occasionally be heard from other directions. Today was their first actual combat. The 21 Ninja Academy students were divided into 7 3-man teams, fanning out in a sector to surround this bandit hideout. Numbered 1 to 7 from left to right. Yumino Uruka was at position 4, making it easy to support any side at any time. Theoretically, the best formation would be a full circle so none could escape. But Yumino Uruka didn't dare. These children were 8 at the oldest and 6 at the youngest. If they formed a circle and spread out, he wouldn't be able to save them in time if something went wrong. A fan shape at least ensured that every team was within his support range. Guy and his team had drawn number 6. Second from the far right. Further to the right was Team 7. Gecko Hayate, Yugao Azuki, and another child whose name Guy couldn't recall. That child didn't usually talk much and had a very low presence. But at this moment, Guy suddenly thought of him. What was his name again? Hey. Ebisu lowered his voice. Isn't it a bit too quiet over there? Guy snapped back to his senses and looked to the right. The woods were pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Quiet. It was indeed too quiet. There wasn't a single sound from the direction of Team 7. They might not have run into anyone on their side, Genma said. Ebisu nodded. True. We've already encountered 3 waves. If there's no one on their side, that's normal. He patted the dust off his hands, stood up, and stretched his neck. But then again, this mission doesn't seem that difficult. There was a hint of cockiness in his tone. When I heard teacher Yumino talk about it, I thought it would be dangerous, but this is it. He kicked the tied-up bandit on the ground. They aren't even ninjas, just a bunch of ordinary bandits. Among the 3 of us, Guy took out 9 by himself. He adjusted his sunglasses, looking smug. At this rate, clearing the entire bandit camp will only. Ebisu. Guy interrupted him. Ebisu turned around. Guy looked at him, his expression unusually serious. Don't get cocky. Ebisu was stunned for a moment. Then he curled his lip. Who's cocky? I'm just stating facts. Teacher Yumino said. Guy said, on the battlefield, the careless are the first to die. Ebisu opened his mouth. He wanted to retort. But looking into Guy's eyes, the words died in his throat. He huffed and turned away. I know. But the tone of that, I know, was clearly more serious than before. Guy said no more. He turned to look at Genma. Genma was looking at him too. Their eyes met, and Genma nodded slightly. Clearly, he also felt something was wrong. Guy looked down inconspicuously, glancing at the system panel. Mission: annihilate the bandit group. Reward: 100 monk value, random intermediate gift pack. This was a mission the system had suddenly issued before they departed. Intermediate gift pack. This was the first time he had encountered one. All previous missions had rewarded elementary gift packs. Now this, annihilate bandits, mission gave an intermediate one. Guy clenched his fists. What did an intermediate gift pack mean? It meant this mission was harder than all the previous ones. It meant that people might actually die. He used the word, might. But he knew in his heart. In the system's judgment, there was no, might. Only, will, and, will not. 100 monk value, intermediate gift pack. This mission was definitely not as simple as a few ordinary bandits. Just as he was thinking. Swoosh. A sharp whistle exploded from the distance to the right. The three of them looked up simultaneously. Above the woods, a signal flare rose, trailing a red tail of flame. It lit up half the sky. That was Team 7, Ebisu shouted. That location instantly flashed through Guy's mind. The far right. The very edge. The place furthest from Yumino Aruka. Team 7. Gecko Hayate. Yugao Azuki. And that child whose name he couldn't recall. The flare was still rising. Red light. It was a signal for help. Go. Guy had already rushed out. No discussion. No hesitation. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu didn't even look at each other before following immediately. Three figures dashed through the woods. Guy led the way. Only one thought was in his mind. Don't let anything happen. Whoosh. The light from the signal flare was still burning overhead. Might Guy had already dashed out 20 meters. The forest receded rapidly on both sides, and the dry branches underfoot snapped and crackled as he stepped on them. Behind him, Genma and Ebisu were trying their hardest to keep up, but the distance between them grew further and further. Guy. Wait. Ebisu's voice was torn apart by the sound of the wind. Guy didn't wait. Only that location remained in his mind. Team 7. At the very edge. The furthest away. The most dangerous. Faster. Faster. He roared in his heart. The muscle tendon change classic circulated frantically within his body, and a warm current surged through his entire being. His speed was already 20% faster than usual. The sounds of fighting came from ahead. Metal clashing. Muffled groans. And, Yugao. Watch out. Gecko Hayate's voice. Hoarse, urgent, and carrying obvious gasps for breath. Guy charged out of the forest. Before him was a clearing. In the clearing, three figures were locked in combat. Two small ones, one large one. Gecko Hayate held a kunai, covered in blood and stumbling, yet still lunging forward. Yugao Azuki stood slightly behind him to the side, holding a short sword that was full of notches. Her hair was disheveled, and there were bloodstains on her face. Opposite them was a man with a scarred face. He was in his 40s, with a face full of coarse flesh. A scar stretching diagonally from his left eyebrow to his chin looked hideous and terrifying in the firelight. He held a large machete in his hand, the blade longer than an adult's arm. Most importantly, his right hand glowed with an earthy yellow light. An earth release ninja. Not an ordinary mountain bandit. The man slashed down. Gecko Hayate couldn't dodge in time and could only block with his kunai. Clang. The kunai flew out of his hand. Hayate was sent flying backward, slamming into the ground and rolling twice. Hayate. Yugao Azuki rushed forward, her short sword stabbing toward the man's back. Without even turning his head, the man swung his left hand backward. Bang. Yugao was swatted away, hitting a tree and sliding down, clutching her chest and coughing up blood. Cough, cough, cough. Gecko Hayate propped himself up to climb back up, his coughing sounding exceptionally clear in the night. But he couldn't stand steady. His legs were shaking. His chakra was bottoming out. Guy's eyes swept across the clearing and saw the third person lying on the ground. That child whose name he couldn't recall. He lay face down in a pool of blood, motionless. There was a long gash on his back, the flesh turned outward. He was taking in more air than he was letting out. Blood was still seeping out. Guy's pupils contracted sharply. He knew that child. He usually sat in the last row, in the corner, never speaking. What was his name? What was his name? He couldn't remember. But that was a classmate he attended lessons with. A comrade. The scarred man carried his blade, looking at Gecko Hayate and Yugao Azuki with a grin. You two brats can really hold out. He took a step forward. Unfortunately, holding out is useless. Blood dripped from the blade. I'm a rogue chunin from Iwagakure. I've been hiding in this godforsaken place for 3 years, just waiting for the heat to die down before going back. He raised his right hand, and the earthy yellow light grew even brighter. Today is just your unlucky day. Yugao Azuki grit her teeth, trying to stand up. Her legs were weak. Gecko Hayate leaned against a tree trunk, trying to block her. But he couldn't stand straight either. The man looked at them like he was looking at 2 dying ants. Don't worry, I'll send you both off together. He raised the machete. Just then. Stop. A violent shout exploded from the edge of the forest. Guy charged out. The scarred man turned his head and saw a small green figure sprinting toward him. He froze for a moment. Another brat. Then he smiled disdainfully. Another one coming to die. He swung his right hand, and the earthy yellow light shot out from his hand. Earth release. Earth spikes. The light condensed into 3 sharp earth spikes, shooting rapidly toward Guy. Guy leaned to the side, dodging one. He ducked his head, dodging the second. The third one grazed his shoulder as it flew past, taking a piece of his clothing with it. But he didn't stop. He continued to charge. The man's expression shifted slightly. He had some skill. But he didn't have time to tangle with these brats. He glanced behind him. That was the escape route he had prepared. As long as he shook off these 2 pestering brats, he could dive into the woods and disappear completely. But these 2 brats were sticking to him like glue. A murderous light flashed in the scarred man's eyes. He condensed light in his right hand again, but not toward Guy. Instead, it was toward the child lying on the ground. That waste who was barely breathing. If he killed this one, the remaining 2 would surely panic. Once they panicked, he could make his escape. The earthy yellow light on his right hand grew brighter and brighter. Gecko Hayate's eyes widened. No. Yugao Azuki propped herself against the tree and stood up, wanting to rush over. But she was too far. Her legs were also weak. There was simply no time. The scarred man grinned. Earth release. Earth spikes. Guy's eyes also widened. In that instant, time seemed to slow down. He saw the child on the ground. Lying in a pool of blood, motionless. He saw the despair on the faces of Gecko Hayate and Yugao Azuki. He saw the 3 earth spears take shape, aimed at the child's back. He saw the child's finger twitch. He was still alive. He was still alive. There was a buzzing sound in Guy's head. Everything was gone. The muscle tendon change classic, the rhythm, the step-by-step progress. All gone. Only one thought remained. That child must not die. At this moment, Guy did 2 things. The first. Mont's heaviness. Automatically adjust weight from 0 to 10,000 jin. The numbers displayed now were 300 on each side. A total of 600 jin had been pressing on him for months. At this moment. Reset to 0. Click. A very faint sound. Guy's entire body leapt upward. That was the feeling of 600 jin suddenly vanishing. Light. Too light. So light he felt like he was about to float away. But Guy didn't float. He took a deep breath. Guy's words flashed through his mind. The 8 gates are a forbidden technique. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of joy, gate of wonder, gate of death. Guy, unless it's an absolute last resort. Now was an absolute last resort. He raised his hand, clenched his fist. 8 gates. Third gate, gate of life. Open. No transition. No wind up. He went straight to the limit of 3 gates. Bang. An airwave suddenly exploded. Guy's skin instantly turned crimson. Veins bulged from his forehead. Guy had said that the 4th gate, the gate of pain, was the watershed. It would truly unleash power, but it would also damage the body. But, Guy looked at the 3 earth spears that had already been released. Watching them fly toward that child. Watching the despairing looks of Gecko Hayate and Yugao Azuki. 4th gate. Gate of pain. Open. Bang. The airwave exploded, 10 times stronger than the previous 2 times. The surrounding fallen leaves were blown away, the turf was scraped up, and gravel splattered outward like bullets. Green steam rose from Guy's body. Faint. But it certainly existed. He disappeared. No. Not disappeared. He was just too fast. So fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. The scarred man only felt a blur before his eyes. A green shadow streaked past the edge of his vision. The next second. Bang! The 3 earth spears exploded into debris in midair. The scarred man was stunned. He hadn't seen what happened at all. He only saw the green figure, standing in front of the child on the ground at some point. Maintaining a kicking posture. On his right leg, a faint golden light still glowed. Great Vajra leg. The golden light was particularly eye-catching amidst the green steam. The scarred man's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of monster is this? A child. A brat. He kicked apart his earth spears with one leg. Guy retracted his leg, turned around, and looked at him. Those eyes were terrifyingly bright. Like 2 balls of fire burning inside. The scarred man subconsciously took a step back. But the next second, he snapped out of it. What was he afraid of? How powerful could a brat be? That move just now must have used some secret technique, he wouldn't be able to last long. He gripped his machete, and the earthy yellow light condensed again. Brat, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Guy had already charged over. This time, he was even faster. The scarred man had no time to react. He only saw the green shadow enlarge before his eyes. Then came a leg carrying golden light. And green steam. A leg. Great Vajra whirlwind leg. Boom. A massive sound shook the entire forest. The scarred man was sent flying as if hit by a train. Not flying. He was launched like a projectile. Crack, crack, crack. He smashed through 3 trees in a row. The first tree snapped at the trunk. The second tree split down the middle. The third tree he was smashed directly into, embedded half a meter deep into the trunk. The large machete flew through the air, spinning 7 or 8 times before stabbing into the ground 10 meters away. The blade was still vibrating. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dead silence. Gecko Hayate's mouth was wide open, he forgot to cough. Yugao Azuki leaned against the tree trunk, she forgot to breathe. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu had just rushed out of the forest, standing at the edge of the clearing, eyes wide, motionless. Everyone was looking at that green figure. Guy stood in place. His right leg was still in the kicking position. The golden light was slowly fading. The green steam was still rising from his body. He slowly retracted his leg. Stood straight. Turned his head to look at the scarred man embedded in the tree. Motionless. His eyes were wide open, but the light in them was gone. Dead. One move. Kicked to death. Guy took a deep breath. The green steam on his body slowly dissipated. His skin returned from crimson to normal. The bulging veins receded. He took 2 steps forward. His legs suddenly went soft. He almost knelt on the ground. But he held himself up. Stood straight. Turned around. Looking at Gecko Hayate and Yugao Azuki. He grinned. The movement pulled at the wound on the corner of his mouth, making him wince in pain. But he still gave a thumbs up. His teeth flashed. It's okay now. It's all right. Just 3 words, but hearing them now brought an extraordinary sense of relief. Gecko Hayate looked at him, his lips trembling slightly. He wanted to say something. But the words wouldn't come out. Yugao Azuki leaned against the tree trunk and slowly slid down into a sitting position. She looked down at her trembling hands. In that moment just now, she truly thought she was going to die. And then, this guy appeared. Like a green whirlwind. She looked up at Guy. Her eyes were slightly rimmed with red. Just then, a figure rushed out from the woods. Yumino Uruka. He was panting heavily, his face pale. Seeing the scene in the clearing, he froze. Gecko Hayate was covered in blood, but he was standing. Yugao Azuki was leaning against the tree, but she was alive. The child lying on the ground was severely injured, but his chest was still rising and falling. In the distance, a man with a scarred face was embedded in a tree. He was motionless. Yumino Uruka's gaze shifted to Guy. That child was barely over 7 years old. He was drenched in sweat, and the pant leg of his right leg was scorched black. Yumino Uruka walked over. He walked to the tree where the man was embedded. He took a look. A chunin. A rogue chunin from Iwagakure. Dead. He glanced at the 3 trees that had been snapped. Just how much power did that take? He turned his head to look at Guy. Guy was also looking at him. Grinning. Teacher Yumino, it's all right now. Yumino Uruka was silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. You did this. Guy nodded. Yeah. Yumi no Uruka didn't ask further. He looked at Guy. That child, barely over 7. Faint traces of green steam still lingered around his body. Was that a special taijutsu? And the power of that kick? Yumi no Uruka took a deep breath. He suddenly remembered what the third Hokage had said. In this class, there are a few children who are quite extraordinary. Looking at it now, extraordinary was an understatement. He looked at Guy. There was something indefinable in his eyes. It was shock. It was appreciation. And a little bit of awe. Yes, awe. A 7-year-old child, killing a Chunin with a single kick. What kind of feat was that? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, he only said 3 words. Save people first. He walked toward the severely injured child. Guy stood where he was, watching Yumi no Uruka's retreating back. Then he looked down and glanced at the system panel. Mission accomplished. Eradicate the bandit gang. Obtained. 100 monk value. Random intermediate gift pack X1. Open now. Guy was in no hurry to open it. He looked up at Gecko Hayate and Yugao Azuki. He looked at their faces, which bore the relief of survivors. Then he looked at the child being lifted. Still alive. It's good to be alive. He slowly sat down. His legs finally gave out. He plopped down on the ground. Panting. Ebisu walked over and stood beside him. Looking down at him. Are you okay? Guy looked up. Grinning. Still the same as always. I'm fine, my youth can still burn. Ebisu's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something. But seeing Guy's pale face, he swallowed his words. Genma walked over, leaning down to pick up the toothpick that had fallen to the ground. He put it back in his mouth. He looked at Guy. He was silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. That kick. He paused. It was a good kick. Guy smiled. He gave a thumbs up. Of course. Moonlight shone on the clearing. In the distance, Yumi no Uruka was stopping the child's bleeding. Nearby, Guy sat on the ground, with Ebisu and Genma standing beside him. Yugao Azuki used the tree for support and slowly stood up. She walked over to Guy. Looking down at him. Thank you. Her voice was very quiet. But very sincere. Guy looked up. Looking at her. No need for thanks, we're classmates. Yugao pursed her lips. Gecko Hayate also walked over. Clutching his chest, he coughed twice. Then he looked at Guy. I owe you my life. Guy waved his hand. Don't worry about that, just treat me to a meal later. Hayate was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled. All right. Guy turned his head, looking at the scarred face embedded in the tree in the distance. An Earth-released Chunin. A rogue ninja. He had almost killed his classmates. But now, he was a dead man. Guy clenched his fists. Perhaps it was a ninja's resolve. Perhaps it was because of the other's identity. In Guy's heart, there was no discomfort after killing for the first time. He only felt that it wasn't enough. He had to get even stronger. Next time, he wouldn't let this happen again. Next time, he had to be faster. Because as long as it was a mission, there was no such thing as absolute safety. People would die. This was something Guy had always known. He had this resolve. But what he had to do was not watch his comrades die before his eyes. After Yumi no Uruka finished treating the child's wounds, he stood up. He walked to the center of the clearing and looked at everyone. Mission complete. He paused. Everyone, rest where you are. Before dawn, clear the battlefield and count the captives. He glanced at Guy. You, don't move. Get some proper rest. Guy nodded. Yes. Yumi no Uruka turned and walked into the woods. After a few steps, he looked back. He looked at Guy. The moonlight fell on that face. His expression was complicated. That kick. He paused. I'll remember it. Then he disappeared into the forest. Guy sat on the ground, looking in that direction. He grinned. If he remembered it, he remembered it. He would get even stronger anyway. Moonlight spilled over the clearing. 7 people, living, injured, lying down. And the corpse embedded in the tree in the distance. It was very quiet. But Guy knew. This was only the beginning. The war had only just begun. The next day. Ninja Academy. The classroom was quieter than usual. The people were still the same, but everyone had something a little different on their faces. Obito sat in front of Might Guy, turning his head, his eyes scanning Might Guy up and down. Did you really kick a Chunin to death? Might Guy nodded. Yeah. 1 kick. Yeah. Obito fell silent. He looked at Might Guy, as if staring at some alien creature. That guy was a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, a legitimate Chunin, and you killed him with one kick. Might Guy thought for a moment. Didn't kill him entirely. Obito's eyes lit up. Huh. He died after getting embedded in the tree. Obito. Beside him, Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses, his expression complex. He was there at the time and saw it with his own eyes. That scarred face was embedded in the tree, eyes wide open, his body caved in. Even now, thinking about it makes his legs feel weak. Ebisu. Ebisu turned his head. Shiranui Genma was biting on a toothpick, looking at him. Weren't you acting cocky back then? Still feeling cocky now? Ebisu's mouth twitched. He wanted to retort. But after thinking about it, he kept his mouth shut. Compare cockiness with that guy. That guy kicked a Chunin to death. What has he kicked to death? He kicked a few bandit lackeys, and they were tied up too. The classroom door opened. Yumino Uruka walked in, holding several envelopes in his hand. Sit down, everyone. Everyone sat up straight. Yumino Uruka scanned the room and began calling out names. Team 1, 2,000 ryo each. Team 2, 2,000 ryo each. When he reached Team 5, he paused. Team 6, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. The three stood up. Yumino Uruka looked at them. You three dealt with the most bandits. Especially when Team 7 was in danger, you arrived to support them immediately. He handed over the envelopes. 3,000 ryo each. Ebisu's eyes lit up. 3,000 ryo. More than the pocket money his dad gives him in a month. Genma took the envelope, expressionless, but the toothpick in his mouth spun around. Might Guy took the envelope and shoved it into his pocket. Yumino Uruka looked at him. Might Guy, stay behind. Everyone else, school is dismissed, half day off in the afternoon. Obito stood up, and when he walked past Might Guy, he lowered his voice, treat us later. Might Guy nodded. Sure. The classroom was empty. Only Might Guy and Yumino Uruka remained. Yumino Uruka took something out from under the podium. Wrapped in cloth. Very long. He placed it on the podium and unwrapped the cloth. A large machete. The blade was longer than an adult's arm. The hilt was wrapped with black hemp rope, glowing with a dull light. It was the bandit leader's sword from yesterday. Might Guy was taken aback. Yumino Uruka looked at him. I heard you're practicing with a blade. Might Guy nodded. Yes. What kind of blade style? Might Guy thought for a moment. A self-created blade technique. Yumino Uruka didn't ask about the specific technique. He pushed the machete forward. This is for you. Might Guy blinked. For me? Yeah, Yumino Uruka said, the quality of this blade is decent, better than ordinary ninja blades. He paused, looking at Might Guy. If it weren't for you yesterday, that kid from Team 7 would be gone. That kid is lying in the hospital now, his life saved. The doctor said if it had been half a minute later, even the gods couldn't have saved him. Might Guy didn't speak. Yumino Uruka continued. This blade belonged to that bandit leader. You kicked him to death, so his blade belongs to you, it's only reasonable. Also, he pulled an envelope from his pocket, much thicker than the others. Placed it next to the blade. This is for you separately. Might Guy picked it up and opened it to look. 30,000 ryo. He looked up at Yumino Uruka. Yumino Uruka waved his hand. Don't look at me. This was approved by the village. That kid you saved has some family background, this is their thank you gift. Plus the work you did during the mission, when calculated, it comes to about this amount. Might Guy was silent for 2 seconds. Then he shoved the money into his pocket. Thank you, Teacher Yumino. Yumino Uruka nodded. Alright, go ahead. Half day off, get some good rest. Might Guy picked up the blade. The blade was heavy. Much heavier than the blanks in the blacksmith shop. But holding it, aside from being a bit big, it was unexpectedly handy. He turned and walked out. Walking to the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned back. Teacher Yumino. What was that classmate's name? Yumino Uruka was stunned. You don't know. Might Guy nodded, feeling a bit awkward. Classmates for nearly a year, not knowing a classmate's name was indeed awkward. Yumino Uruka rolled his eyes and said, his name is Shikuro Aburame. Might Guy nodded. Shikuro Aburame. I'll remember it this time. When he walked out of the school gate, the sun was right overhead. Might Guy stood at the gate, looking down at the blade in his hand. And then at the 30,000 ryo in his pocket. He grinned. Half day off. Where to go? Nonsense, of course, the back mountain. He carried the blade and walked all the way to the back mountain. He met a few acquaintances on the way. The ramen shop owner poked his head out, saw the blade in his hand, and was stunned. Yo, Might Guy, where did you get this blade? Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Trophy. The owner blinked, looking at the blade that was taller than Might Guy. This, aren't you tired holding it? Might Guy shook his head. Not tired. He finished speaking and continued walking. The owner watched his back and muttered. This kid, he's becoming less and less like a 7-year-old. Back mountain. Still that open space. Might Guy stuck the blade into the ground and sat down with a thud. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warm and cozy. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yesterday he was tired like a dog. After adding the monk value to the muscle tendon change classic upon getting home, he collapsed and slept without even opening the package. Now is perfect. He tapped the system interface. Host. Might Guy, 7 years old. Monk value. 0. Supreme technique list. Muscle tendon change classic, high grade, 952, advanced, cliff bond 40 plus bandit annihilation 100 plus several months of normal cultivate. Precept breaking blade, medium grade, 348 mastery. Great Vajra leg, low grade, 1000 perfection. Great Vajra finger, low grade, 1000 perfection. Golden bell shield, low grade, 87, small success. Intermediate gift package 1. Muscle tendon change classic proficiency, 952 points. Only 48 points left until reaching perfection. But the muscle tendon change classic only gains 1 point of proficiency every 7 days. 48 points means 336 days. Less than a year. Might Guy took a deep breath. At this rate, it might not even take a few months for the muscle tendon change classic to reach its limit. Of course, this is assuming there are no bottlenecks. Then he looked at another prompt on the system interface. Random Intermediate Gift Package X1, waiting to be opened. Intermediate Gift Package. He had never seen one before. Might Guy sat up straight, feeling a bit expectant. Open. Golden light exploded. 2 items appeared in his consciousness. Obtained. Xiaohuan Dan times 3. Obtained. Shaolin Sobering Stone times 1. Guy was taken aback. Xiaohuan Dan. He clicked to see the description. Xiaohuan Dan, a Shaolin healing medicinal pill. Can quickly restore stamina and treat moderate injuries. Suitable for use during combat. A good item. He then looked at the other one. Shaolin Sobering Stone. Place it in your mouth to maintain mental clarity, providing some resistance against ordinary illusions. It can also be swallowed. After swallowing, it greatly increases the body's resistance to illusions. Side effect of swallowing, inability to get drunk. After reading the description, the corner of Guy's mouth twitched. Inability to get drunk. This is called a side effect. What kind of side effect is that for an ordinary person? People who can't drink would be thrilled. But Guy suddenly thought of something. Among the Shaolin secret techniques, there seems to be drunken fist, drunken staff, drunken sword, and even drunken 8 immortals. These martial skills all rely on drunkenness to unleash their power. If he ate this thing, how could he ever practice those martial skills in the future? Forever stuck at initial mastery. Guy shook his head repeatedly. This thing must absolutely not be swallowed. He carefully put away the sobering stone. Keeping it in the mouth to resist illusions is fine, but swallowing it is out of the question. If he ever unlocked Drunken Fist in the future, he'd be crying his eyes out. Guy stood up and pulled the large machete out of the ground. He held it in his hand and swung it a few times. Felt good. Although it was bigger than he was, it didn't feel heavy to hold. It just looked a bit awkward. A child under 8 years old, carrying a machete longer than he was tall. What did it look like? Guy thought about it but couldn't come up with an answer. Who cares what it looks like? As long as it works well. He took a deep breath and assumed a starting stance. He had been practicing the precept breaking blade for several months and had already mastered it thoroughly. Precept breaking blade, first form. Whoosh. A flash of blade light. Much more comfortable than the training swords he usually used. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a faint whistling sound. Second form. Third form. After completing the full set of 49 forms, Guy sheathed the blade and caught his breath. Sweat dripped from his forehead. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. This blade, it felt good. He was just about to start practicing the second round. Guy. A voice came from the edge of the woods. Guy turned his head. Kurenai Yuhi stood there, her black curly hair swaying slightly in the wind. In her hand was that familiar cloth bag. Guy was surprised. Kurenai. What brings you here? Kurenai walked over, her face slightly flushed. I guessed you'd come here during the break. I got half a day off from home, so I came to find you, all of you. Guy didn't say anything. He just looked at her. Kurenai felt uncomfortable under his gaze and turned her head away. What are you looking at? Guy grinned. Nothing. He knew Kurenai was lying. What break from home? She must have heard about them wiping out the bandits yesterday, worried he was hurt, and specifically came to check on him. But girls, they're shy. See through it, but don't call it out. What did you bring? Guy pointed at the cloth bag. Kurenai handed the bag over. My mom made it, she made too much. Guy placed the large machete on the ground, took the bag, and opened it. Rice balls, pickled radish, and a small box of dango. He picked up a rice ball and took a big bite. Delicious. Kurenai stood beside him, watching him eat, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Kurenai watched for a while, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Guy, chewing on the rice ball, asked indistinctly, Kurenai's eyes sparkled. I've practiced a very powerful illusion technique. Guy was taken aback. Illusion technique? Yes. Kurenai nodded. Taught by my family. I've been practicing for 2 months and finally mastered it. She was a bit excited and a bit nervous. Do you want to try it? Looking into her expectant eyes, Guy grinned. Sure. He stuffed the rest of the rice ball into his mouth and patted the rice grains off his hands. Come on. Kurenai took 2 steps back. Are you ready? Guy nodded. Kurenai raised her head and formed hand seals with both hands. Illusion technique. Falling cherry blossoms. Guy felt his vision blur. Cherry blossoms appeared before his eyes, one after another. His whole mind became hazy. His body stiffened. He stood completely still. He just stood there, staring straight ahead. Seeing him like this, Kurenai's eyes lit up. Guy. No response. Guy. Still no response. Kurenai cautiously took a step forward. She leaned close to his face and waved her hand. Guy didn't even blink. Kurenai pursed her lips. Then she looked left and right. The woods were quiet. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind. No one was around. She took a deep breath. And asked softly, Guy, do you know who I am? Guy stood there, his gaze dazed. He mumbled, slurring his words. Kuren, I Yuhi. Kurenai smiled. A particularly happy smile. She bit her lip, looked left and right again. Made sure there really was no one. Then leaned in a little closer. Her voice dropped even lower. Guy, then. She paused. Her face grew redder and redder. But she still asked. Do you, like me? Guy's body stiffened, standing there. His eyes were still dazed. But his mouth opened. Guy likes Kurenai the most. Kurenai's face instantly flushed crimson. Then she smiled. Smiled until her eyes curved into crescents. Smiled with pure joy. She looked at Guy's dazed face. Suddenly stood on her tiptoes. And quickly kissed him on the cheek. Then took 2 steps back. Covered her face with her hands. I'm going back first. She turned and ran. Her black curly hair swayed in the sunlight. And soon disappeared into the woods. Guy stood in place. Motionless. He waited until the sound of Kurenai's footsteps completely faded away. Only then did he blink, an indescribably strange expression on his face. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a small stone. The sobering stone. Just now, the moment Kurenai lowered her head, he had secretly reached into his pocket and fished out that sobering stone. He slipped it into his mouth, hiding it under his tongue. Planning to test the sobering stone's effect. The thing was a bit cool. When Kurenai activated the illusion, it also released a bitter taste. Guy immediately became clear-headed. He had originally planned to tease Kurenai a bit, but he hadn't expected. What was that? A girl's confession. A strange look crossed Guy's face. But if it really was a confession, then technically, just now, it was me who confessed, right? Guy shook his head. He shook off the distracting thoughts, picked up the large machete from the ground, and continued practicing the precept-breaking blade. Even though he had just finished a full set. But for some reason, Guy now felt. He had endless energy. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.